I've just realized I'm not. Welcome everybody to Daggerheart. Now, the thing I've just realized is that I don't actually have my numerous live stream chats loaded up and available to see. So I need to probably quickly figure that bad boy out real quick. Not that I'm going to be looking at them a crazy amount today, but I want to be able to at least see them somewhat. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Twitch chat and pop that out just there. And then I'm going to get YouTube chat and pop it out in another location, all right? So sit tight just for 30 seconds while I grab those, and then I'll be ready to lock and load. Where is it? Pop out chat. There you go. Nice. All right, so hopefully now I should be able to see both chats to some degree. That's the plan. Good. That one's there. Perfect. All right, lovely. So that should be everything tweeted in the right positions. I believe that this should be me. Hi. Hello, everybody, and welcome. Really nervous about this. Like, genuinely really nervous. So forgive me if there's some mess-ups today, some silliness. But if you don't know, Daggerheart is a tabletop RPG published by Darrington Press and created with the team from Critical Role and a bunch of other really talented people. It's basically in the same sort of vein as Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder and other things like that, but they put their own twist on it. They're going for more of a leaning into storytelling and improv and having a more streamlined combat system as well is what they've decided to go with. And the plan today is to sit down with Cherri, Gracie, Owen, and Ren as my party, and they are going to explore the worlds that are set before them. A couple things. I mean, I guess what we'll do is we'll go in and say hello to the party. They will reintroduce themselves, and there will also be a stream overlay as well, which will give you all the information you need on each character and what they can do. And yeah, basically for history lesson, I have never GM'd anything in my life. I don't even like running the table when we play Monopoly. Like I like being a player. That's it. But I think taking the reins of GM today is a bit of a bold task, but I'm going to give it a good crack. And in addition to that, in regards to like these kinds of tabletop RPGs, I've only ever played twice. I've played 2 times on the High Rollers stream, probably almost 10 years ago now. And that is all of my experience. So we will see how it goes. We've learned the rules as best we can. I've tried to learn my player characters as best I can, and we will just sort of see how the day unfolds and see how it goes. We're going to try and keep it pretty succinct and help everything work its way through. And we'll see how that goes. One thing I do want to test really quickly is this. So if I press this and explore... Lovely. All right, good. So I'll do a number of shout outs in just a moment, but this is one of them that I'm going to be shouting out today. This is going from my phone to my mixer via Bluetooth. This is a good bit of kit right here. So let's go into the call and say hello to everybody, shall we? I think I can literally just press this There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we?
Hello.
Good.
Hello,
how's it
everybody.
going?
Hello, hello, hello.
I
So
am
excited.
pooping my pants. I'm so nervous,
You're
man.
gonna do amazing.
We'll do our best. And the thing is, right, is I've not done much of this. What's your heart rate, Red?
105.
You know what?
107 and counting.
I've got like flutter chest. I've got butterflies. I've got all of it.
It's gonna be so fun.
But we'll see how it goes.
I've told myself if I don't think about it, I won't get nervous.
Dude, I wish I could have done that. It's hard to not.
If I pretend it's not happening, I won't get nervous.
It's hard for
Yeah,
me to
exactly.
do that. I spent the last 4 hours like writing scripts
Yeah.
and like trying to really digest everything properly. So probably what's best to do first then is to go through each person, say hello, and I want to see a dice showcase from each person. So we'll go across the top row, work to the bottom row. Have you got no dice, Owen?
I got.
This is really embarrassing.
I was
really
gonna use the duality dice online
just
because
did a
You can
mine
do
are
that.
like.
That's fine. That's fine.
I was like mine are hidden under my bed, so I have to like upend everything to
All
get to
I'm
them.
hearing are
He will go
excuses.
get him.
I can't.
Literally just excuses.
There's a
It's
cat
just
asleep on the
excuses.
bed.
It's unacceptable. Owen.
Disappointed.
So
Who else has got dice?
Cherri, let's go with you. Have you got dice?
I have one pair of dice.
Nice.
And it's this like galaxy themed dice that I bought one time. I was at like a comic book store and I was like, those are pretty. And I just like impulse bought them.
Sick.
Nice.
So here
They
are.
get you with that, don't they?
dropped
They
one.
just have like
They do,
they
but
have
like
a see-through cabinet with just like everyone
it's got
you
like
can
a little
do.
sparkle to it. This is Cherri Firebait. It's got sparklies. I don't know.
Mm.
It's not picking up on my camera, but it has sparklies.
Nice. I like that. Ren Diggity Dog, what's your dice?
Well, I got a story with these dice. They were supposed to be used at the Gamers Outreach Homercraft charity event for smallest
Oh.
item. And
Oh,
they're
you
teensy
did
tiny
mention
little
that.
dice.
Oh my gosh.
Love that.
But
Jeez.
I
my
left them at
goodness.
home by mistake, so now I get to use them.
What
It's
numbers
nice.
do you even have in there? Like what you got? I see a D6, so I can make out the rest.
There's a D4, a D20, looks like a D5, and a 10, I think. There's a
A D5?
Or what's this? The little triangle one. What's the one?
Oh,
That's
that would be
D4.
D4. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. this
D5
is
would be
D4.
incredible because that's not a shape that
Oh
can
yeah, that's
exist.
actually it's impossible.
Ren's playing in 4D. That's what we've just
I
learned.
don't know, I'm quite old, so I don't know if my eyes can actually see these numbers, but I'll do my best.
Worst case, on your character sheets, there's dice rolls available on there, which is good.
Okay, sweet.
And as Owen's demonstrated on the combat encounters as well, you can just dice roll on top of the map. And it's huge. There's like a giant
Yeah.
dice that appears, which is
Just
good.
rolls in.
All right, this is probably a can of worms. Gracie,
Here we
which
go.
of your
we
1,000
go.
dice have you decided to use today?
Well, I have brought out 3.
Oh.
I have this one. My lighting's a little funky right now, but it has dried flowers inside. So I have this one. And then I have this one that has purple swirls in it. It's also not focusing. And it has gold stuff.
Oh, good.
Then
And
I
the
have
third
this
one has a
one,
frog in
This
it.
one, it actually has butterflies in it. It has butterflies and
Close.
sparkles in it. But
Wow.
then I have this teacup dice tray that I plan on rolling everything in. It has fake
Oh,
tea on the
cool.
inside.
No
so
way.
it's a little teacup where I can roll
Oh,
inside.
that's really
but
nice.
in case
Sick.
I run out of dice,
I've got so.
I'll go
No,
flying
she's
somewhere.
never gonna run out of
I've
dice.
got
Oh my good
so
lord.
much more on standby just in case I need to roll more d12s or if these run
She's
away.
like
And then I have
and
more
throughout-
over there.
throughout the
Daggerheart-
stream, every time she rolls, she's like, "Oh no, I dropped the dice under my neck."
Oh,
Just
no.
grab
I
another
guess I need
one.
to get more.
Yeah.
Wow. How
I
did
am
this
today
get
using.
here?
I'm using the Daggerheart official ones, which I don't even really know how to hold them up without dropping all of them.
Dang.
But they came
so
from the collector's edition. They got these lovely duality dice as well. Your darker D12s.
Nice.
Awesome.
I couldn't find my old dice set. I used to have a green and yellow set because I was getting chat up to speed. That I've only ever played D&D twice. I was a guest on the High Rollers show, which is based in the UK. And aside from that, nothing. So to jump into GM crazy move, but we're going to do it.
Dagger
And-
Gang, we're going to have to pick up our dice game to compete with Gracie. This is.
It's got to
Yeah,
happen.
I'm gonna go
outrageous.
and commission a
Pick up our
special
dice
set of
If
dice.
this becomes a permanent fixture, like you've got to get in on it. At the very least, you need your 2d12. That's
I
kind of
don't even
yeah,
have
the
like
bulk of what you need.
tiptoe themed dice right now. Like I need to get more specifically for tiptoe. Like if we're gonna do this, I
What
don't
would a-
have
what
anything.
And
would
you
a
need a
specific.
similar-
comically like
Nice.
bag to like roll them out
Yeah,
of
Yeah.
as well.
exactly.
Like a leather
Exactly.
satchel,
I
if
need
you
like
got
a
like
dice
a-
tower that's backpack themed.
If you had like a ceramic
Looks like-
bag that had like the ruffles on the side, then you could like
That would be fun.
Kinda like
Oh
the
my
teacup.
gosh, add it to the list.
Speaking
I know
of,
what store I'm going to today.
so speaking of dice rolls and everything else like that, there's a lot of tech that's going into today's stream because producing the show in a digital format requires a lot of different websites and different moving parts. So I wanted to just sort of shout out a few places. First and foremost, music today for all of the locations will be in the battles will have all the ambience is literally from one single phone app. It is called, I've forgotten the name already, Pocket Bard. I bookmarked this on TikTok ages ago, but it basically gives you a bunch of different locations that you can explore, and it allows you to do things like up the intensity, move into combat, victory music. You can add in, like if you listen now, chat, on my stream, you'll be able to hear a river. Oh, magical. And then you can hear a boom, like a cannon's gone off. It's very extra, but I like it. So we've got that. The maps we're going to be using today are actually fan-created ones from the subreddit for Daggerheart. And I'm using two in particular from somebody called the Mad Cartographer. So their website is themadcartographer.com. They've put these out here for free for people to use, so thank you to them. In addition to that, I've also got the digital map system we're using is called Owlbear Rodeo, which is really cool. I didn't chat actually corrected me and made me aware that you can only have 2 campaigns on your profile, a free profile at any time, but you can have as many scenes and maps as you want. So that's actually great news for us, which is awesome. And then for tracking all of my adversaries, which is basically the enemies today, and how much health and stress and things like that they've got, I'm going to be using a website called freshcutgrass.app, which anybody familiar with Crit Roll will know Fresh Cut Grass was a character from one of the more recent campaigns. We won't go down the route of how that name was unveiled, but it exists.
I can hear the quote in my head.
No. Lots of things smell nice. Lots of things smell nice. Oh, and actually the final one as well. We spoke about the backpack for Gracie's dice rolls. I've just kind of taken the one of the 2 suggestions we had from you guys. And if you want to tweet about the stream or like put out artwork or like just reactions and stuff, it's backpack TWT is the hashtag on Twitter. And then respectively on Tumblr, it's backpack BLR. They didn't seem to be populated, so I thought that would be a good place to start. And then if we end up doing more of this and we actually have like a proper party name for you guys, then we can always roll through to that, which will be good. So
well,
I think
a big thank you to Martin for getting all of this set up. That's like a lot what you just
Mm-hmm.
said. I stopped listening about 5 minutes ago, but that was a lot, dude.
I just wanted to make sure that I was attributing the right people for the free resources. In the future, I'm going to have to make my own maps and things, so I can take all the glory then, but for now, it's none of it's on me. I reckon to break us in then, if people want to do a duality roll, just like, this doesn't mean anything. This is literally just for funsies. Roll your 2d12 and see what you end up with.
This sets the vibe for the rest of the campaign.
It does.
If I roll
Or
low, I'm gonna be really
imagine you
sad.
roll like the worst. So the worst you can roll is basically 3. You get a 2 and a 1. I guess the 2 would be on fear and 1 would be on hope. So
I'm
I'll roll
giving it
first
a
as
go.
the GM.
Oh, you go.
I can't make this up. Can I show that to the camera? I got double 6s.
Oh, nice.
Which is a
That's a
critical
crit.
success.
Hey, well
Any
done.
doubles in Daggerheart is a critical success, even double 1s. So pretty good
I'll
for
see
me.
what I get. I got a 7 with fear.
Oh, jeez.
2 on the hope, 5 on the fear. So starting off great.
Bad day to be Marlowe, Jesus.
I just like to point out that my dice is literally this size.
If Gracie can
amazing.
lose a full-size
No.
dice, that is going under a table
Yeah.
leg immediately.
Okay, I'll roll this little thing.
You got to
A
do 2 of
4?
them.
And a 4.
Oh, we'll take it.
Love
Is that good?
Very good.
Yeah.
Is that good?
You'll have to
Should
decide
we-
for yourself today which one you'll always
Sweet.
do first, whether you'll do hope then fear or fear then hope. You need to establish which
On the
one it's gonna
website,
be.
it seems like it always rolls hope first.
Yeah.
So that might be a good rule to set. Unless people want to change it, in which case,
Yeah, we can
as
do
long as
that.
they know what they want.
Cherry, what you got?
Yeah.
As I only have 1 dice, I will be doing it on the website.
Okay, nice.
Roll. I rolled a 6 hope and a 5 fear.
That's pretty good.
That's
really good.
That's all right. Creeping over 11.
Solid.
The thing that I kind of hadn't realized actually is throughout the duration of me playing today, I don't get to touch any of these D12. I don't roll duality dice. I actually roll a D20 because it gives a broader range of successes and failures. I think that benefits the player more so than it hinders the players, which is good. And then Gracie, double 12s, what you got?
This one is fear. This one is hope.
Nice.
Into the teacup.
Fear ran out. That's a 3 with fear and a 2 with hope. Fear was running strong. And
These
running
are
away.
not good rolls. Jeez. Okay.
Here we
I mean,
go.
I think all that's left to do now is to, I suppose, just get started.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So I'm going to press this button to go to. Let's go for Ancient Grove. Why not? Let's take that music and run with it. I'm going to turn off my AC as well, and we can begin properly. Okay. So what I've done, for those of you familiar with the Quick Start adventure, is I've looked at all of the prompts and the kind of narration that comes with it, and I've decided to shuffle it around, write things in my own words, and just kind of try and make it my own, really, without taking us off the intended path or anything. It's just about describing things that I would want to know about the environment, and I'll invite the players to do the same as well. So I suppose we can get started. So, our story begins, as all good stories do, in a hustling and bustling piece of woodland. You're probably expecting a tavern, but this place is just as alive when the sun goes down. Welcome to the Sablewood, a sprawling forest with colossal trees that some say are even older than the Forgotten Gods. In many cases, their first branches tower far beyond the reach of any human. The branches sway constantly at those high levels, distorting what little bit of moonlight is available, and it gives the dusty trails that you're walking across an air of mystery. It looks almost like a seafloor. Staying on these paths is highly recommended, even in the daytime. The deep grooves in the soil is evidence of trusted and repeated use. You can probably assume as well that it's a staple of a strong economy nearby that's lasted decades, maybe even centuries. People are warned not to push their luck, as if they breach the underbrush and go deeper into the woods on foot, they'll wind up in a mind-boggling, Escher-like maze of greenery, and it wouldn't take long for its inhabitants to come and greet you. Among the typical sounds of crickets and caws, we also hear noises that aren't familiar to any others. Sonic signatures that seem to contradict one another. They ring in unison but clash at the same time. That's not too shocking though, given that the townsfolk insist that hybrid animals exist here. Like, people swear they've seen foxbats skipping through the tall grass and lemur toads sliding down the bark. Whatever magic resides here clearly has an experimental soul. So we cut back to the path, and we see two figures. The first of those is you, Rendrago.
Aha.
Single-handedly pulling a rickshaw, mounted up with supplies, and in the center of it, there's a single large crate. So I'd like you to describe yourself for us, and while you're at it, let me know something unique about the trees around you that caught your attention.
Well, I am Rendrago of the Flame Wing. I am the prince of a dragon king, and I have been sent on a very important mission to prove myself to my father. And that mission involves delivering a package. I don't know what the package is or what's inside the package, but I know that I need to get this package delivered safely. I've spent my life trying to prove my worth to my father, who's always been very critical. And this is my final, well, maybe not my final chance, but this is a chance for me to finally prove that I am worthy of the Flame Wing throne. Something unique about the trees, there seems to be some sort of weird, almost luminous lichen on some of them, which I find quite intriguing, although it's not anything that I've not seen before around my own kingdom, but certainly interested to see this lichen so far away from the castle.
Absolutely. The lichen is familiar to you. You will have approached the edges of the Sablewood when you were younger, but given its reputation, a lot of people daren't tread in too far. You've heard stories as well about even the town that you're tasked with visiting, even though you've never been there as a child or as a young adolescent. You're making your way to a location on a map that you've been given. And sort of the glowing lichen that you mentioned is what a lot of people attribute to those toads that I mentioned a moment ago. So you're bumbling along, carrying this heavy bit of cargo, and a few strides ahead of you, there's a little creature. And this silhouette is happily hopping, like sort of striding along, humming to itself. And its name is Tiptoe. Always written in lowercase, always said with a whisper. So Gracie, can you introduce us to Tiptoe and let us know what she looks like? And also, she's been picking up goodies off the floor for the last 10 minutes or so. She assumes that they've fallen off by chance. Free gifts from a merchant cart that may have flown through here earlier on in the day. So what have you been grabbing and what's your vibe?
Oh, so you see a little goblin named Tiptoe. And she's carrying a really big backpack. And she's got like teal colored skin and darker teal hair and big brown eyes and very bat-like ears. And she just bobs along. This backpack is probably 3 times her height. So it sways back and forth, forward, backwards, and every time that she sways forward a little fork falls out of the backpack in front of her. And she sees the fork and she goes, oh, something new. She picks up the fork and she puts it back in her backpack. And she carries on. It's forward and backwards, and it's a very big backpack, and it falls out again, and there's a fork in front of her. Oh, a fork. She grabs the fork. She puts it back in the backpack. She has no object permanence. She's been picking up the same fork all afternoon.
Not the sharpest fork in the drawer, as they say.
Not at all.
I'm assuming there's a kitchen sink inside of that bag somewhere.
Oh, absolutely.
So
You could very easily
probably
drag
two.
her.
absolutely. So our two characters then. I guess it's probably worthwhile finding out what is your relation, if any, to one another. Are you colleagues? Have you just happened upon one another on your journeys through the Sablewood? What's the deal?
Well, we are friends. In fact, Tiptoe comes from the castle in which I was born, and we became friends when we were both young. Tiptoe's family works in the castle, and thus, when I decided to head off on this adventure, Tiptoe decided to come with,
Nice.
and here we are.
Brilliant. So
Best buddies.
the two of you have been journeying for a couple of days, and so far it's been a relatively simple task. Like, the trails can't really set you too wrong. It's been mostly just long straights disappearing into the mist. The horizon usually right there in front of you. There's the occasional bend in the road, which is like a very slow curvature. So sometimes behind the foot of some of the underbrush and the sablewood trees, you lose sight of it. But now you're about to come upon a really sudden, harsh left turn. And you can tell that people never know quite how to take this because they'll be bolting ahead with their merchant carts, the horses in full power. And you can see the soil here is very irregular compared to the rest of the path because people either have a lapse in concentration as they take this bend, or they decide they're going to try and do, you know, a cheeky drift around the corner. Luckily for you, you're on foot, so you don't really need to worry about that. But as you creep around this sort of 90-degree turn and the road opens up again in front of you, you notice there's an obstruction. It looks like somebody might have been a little bit overzealous in their carriaging, and they've actually tipped over. It's the type of carriage that would probably be large enough for 2 passengers on the front, a horse doing the pulling. But the animal is gone. The owner is still there, laid out on the floor, surrounded by a confetti of fruits and vegetables, but they're motionless. What would you like to do?
Tiptoe, there's a fork.
Yeah.
Get her quickly.
Oh, hey! This one looks just like the one I've gotten earlier.
Amazing, I
A
can't believe
matching
it.
Set. This is so great.
You found so many forks so far. That must be your 57th fork since we left from the
There must
castle.
be a fork merchant or something that passed through here. Who specializes in just forks?
We might be able
This
to
is
melt these
really
down into a sword or something. Keep collecting them,
Oh,
please.
They're gonna be so shiny. This is
So
great.
shiny.
Right.
Hold on.
Also,
There's someone
what-
there on the road.
Right. Okay. Do I see anything shiny over there?
Not currently, no. You have a look.
Probably just napping.
Ah, Tiptoe, you know so little of the world. Let's go check on him.
And as the two of you scurry forwards cautiously, you eye the body and you notice that suddenly it just slides behind the cart. Something absolutely must have pulled it. It was motionless before. And as the two of you inhale and brace yourselves for whatever this new confrontation could be, you see a hand wave out the top of it. Like this, just right at the top of the cart. And you're wondering if it's somebody signaling for help, or maybe it's a warning of some kind. So you see the hand moving around erratically in this crazed motion. And then
Are
you
waving
see
back?
a forearm.
Wave back.
You see
Tiptoe, give me a fork. I need a fork too.
Okay. Got it.
the hand still going. Then you see the forearm, then a bicep, and then a beak.
Oh,
A huge creature with the face of an owl and the body of a wolf rises, taking a proud stance. Its eyes are laser focused on the two of you. It hunches just slightly and then just fans out its wings and does one big puff, expelling air from around it. Its wingspan is impressive. It pretty much fills the majority of the road that you're wanting to travel. And as you glance at one another briefly, you can still hear that declaration echoing throughout the tree line. Many of the small bushes nearby rustle as prey decide they don't want any part of this. And as that sound fades, the near silence is broken by a little bit more scuffling and movement. And from behind this creature, you see 2 little pups. They scoot around, all happy, sniffing the ground and looking up at what's presumably their mother. And it takes a moment, but Rendrago finally recognizes these as being Strix wolves. I'd like both of you to do a presence roll for me. So you roll your 2d12 and you apply your modifiers. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, right, chat? You roll d12s, roll these kinds of checks, yeah?
Okay.
Oh, did I need to put those numbers on my chart?
You can just say them
Double
aloud. You can tell me what it was with hope or fear.
I've got a 3 with hope, 5 with fear, and I have a +1 to presence.
So that's
So-
what that's. Oh, you got a +1 to
So
presence. So what's that? A
9
9
yeah,
with fear.
A 9 with fear.
Okay, and Ren.
I rolled a 9 on hope and an 8 on fear.
Okay, so a mixed bag.
Nice.
So, in that moment, the Strix wolf stares you down, and it quickly fans its 2 pups up onto its back, gives a slight snarl in Gracie's direction, rushes past you both, goes right beyond the side of you, and just clips you with the wing on the way past. You manage to dodge out the way, but it shook you a little bit. So, Ren, I'd like you to collect a hope, add 1 to your counter, and Gracie, I want you to mark a stress for me. And before you even get a moment to process what's going on, it goes out the back of the 2 of you, swoops up into the sky, and settles on a tree nearby. And just continues to eye you.
Tiptoe, get behind me, lass.
Okay.
What would you like to do next?
I've heard rumors of these beasts. Friendly
Oh,
they may
really?
be, but when there are young'uns involved,
Right.
they become very unpredictable.
Right. Oh, a fork!
I'm starting to think Rendrago is like tossing the fork.
It's just he's got
her
a
to
pocket
pick
full
up.
of them this whole time. They're not actually falling out of the bag. He's just been doing them just because otherwise Tiptoe just gets distracted by various
It's so bored.
things on the floor. Just it's shinier than any vegetable you've seen in the last half hour. So it just keeps the trajectory moving in this direction.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's great.
I like
love
it.
that.
I'm not sure that this wagon belongs to them. Maybe we should just leave them be and go and investigate the wagon a bit closer.
Yeah, if they're not gonna go around us, then yes. Yes.
Okay, one,
Yes.
don't turn your back to them, Tiptoe.
I've already turned my back. I'm walking.
Okay.
That's okay. The Strix Wolf mother is currently busy trying to quiet her pups down. They're very excited at all of this. They've obviously just seen their mother tear a merchant limb from limb. And as you approach the cart, you notice that the body is still laying dormant. It's sans an arm. Is there anything else you'd like to do at this location?
Do I see anything shiny now?
You're looking around and you don't see anything too shiny. The closest thing to that is a incredibly well used and buffed out belt buckle. So if that's of any interest.
Yes, it is. Thank you
Tiptoe,
very
look
much.
what they did to this merchant. Looks like there's some nice stuff on him, though. Get it as
Yeah.
fast as you can, and it's run.
Just gonna grab. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna grab everything that I can, and also one of the apples on the ground, and I'm gonna just kind of run back with all of my stuff.
Oh, the mama's getting angry, Tiptoe. Time to run. Let's go. Let's go. Run. Run.
And just as you try to do that, Ren, can you give me a, I suppose a perception check would probably be what we're going for, right? What would it be? What would I put under? Perceive. It would be an instinct roll. Give me an instinct roll. So roll your 2d12. Let me know if it's with hope or fear and what the total is, and then I believe you've got a plus nothing, so that shouldn't go too much further.
Okay. Hope is 10.
Nice.
Fear is 1.
Sorry, what was that? So hope was 10, fear is 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not too bad. I've lost my sheet. Give me 2 seconds. Closed the tab by accident. Okay, so you begin to start trying to flee away from the merchant cart. The Strixwolf's still relatively unmovable. And suddenly, there's a flurry of cracking branches. And you hear the shink of unsheathing blades. And just as you step a few toes over the line from the merchant cart, you're set upon by 4 Thistle Folk. Now, the Thistle Folk are essentially ribbits that have lived deep in the Sablewood for quite some time, so they don't have the same etiquette, I suppose, as your typical ribbits that you might find in more civilized locations of the world. They stand before you, weapons drawn, and they're blocking your path. They're going to go first, and we make our way into combat. So, if everybody wants to bring up the Owlbear Rodeo website, we can begin. I'm going to move some stuff around and get everything going into the right spot. I'm also just going to move you guys ever so slightly because I'm going to account for all of this. So, let's do a bit of this. Move them to there. I'm going to have it be that they're blocking your path as well. So, I'm just going to move the 2 of you up this way. Got that there. Sorry, give me 2 moments, and then I'll be able to do this. That one's there. There we are. And one more to there. And here we are. Here. Just going to check something real quick. Just before I bring it up on the screen for everybody. Okay, that one needs to come a little bit closer. There we go. Okay, so that should now be... we should now be good to bring that up on screen, I think. Come on. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, cool. So if I press this button here, I should now be able to see, there we go, what everybody else can see. Let me get rid of these avatars. Oh, I'm missing, who am I missing here? I'm missing Ren on this screen because I've never had him on here before. Let me just quickly grab that.
This is so cool, by the way.
I can't believe I forgot to set you up on this scene. Browser, Ren.
We're doing it live.
Doing it loud, baby. Is that copying? There it is. So we'll squidge you down whenever you pop into existence. There we go. Nice. And we'll squidge you in. There he is. All right, nice. So as we can see at the moment, then we set the scene. We've got 3 Thistle Folk that have decided to set upon you. All 3 of them appear within melee range, and it's going to be on them to attack first. Now, because you failed the sort of perception check, that's the reason that this is happening. This is going to probably hurt, but you don't have to worry about it being the case the entire time. So what I'm going to do for each of the Thistle Folk, so I guess we'll go clockwise, starting in the top left with them. And they're going to be numbered 1, 2, and 3, and I'll try and keep track of that as best I can. So my job is to roll a d20 to start with, which for Thistle Folk number 1 over here next to Tiptoe is an 18 against your evasion.
Yeah, my evasion is
Tiptoe.
an 11.
I thought leaving in the day would be safe, but we've run into trouble already. Hop onto my shoulder, lass. It's time to put our training to the test.
Oh boy.
Well, before that can happen, they're going to go for a strike. So they can do 2d4 plus 8. So I'm going to roll 2d4. That is a 2.
So bad.
And
that's
that's a 4 to make 6. So that is going to be, so that's what, 6 plus 8 is 14? Math correct?
14.
Yeah. That's going to be 14 points of damage against you.
That's
Okay.
Major damage.
So
that's
to quickly
2
explain for
HP.
people, if people aren't familiar with the system, I'll quickly run people through it. So the damage system in this works like this. So Tiptoe's major damage threshold is 8. So anything from 8 to 15 will mean that Tiptoe has to mark 2 hit points. And anything 16 and above is severe, and anything 7 or lower is 1. What Tiptoe can do is mark an armor slot if they want to, in order to bring that down by a threshold. So obviously 18 is up in severe, which would mean you would mark 3 hit points, but if you spend an armor slot, you can bring it down to major. So it's up to you.
You know what? I might, I'll mark an armor slot. I'll do 1 to bring it down to a minor damage.
Okay.
So instead of it all going to me, they're probably slicing a lot of like the shoulder of my backpack, like the straps, instead, because the backpack is just so unbelievably big. It's kind of a bigger target than the little goblin carrying it.
It's a very frantic engagement to begin with. There's a real setup on with them just coming at you. They've just had to shake off some of the denser forestry, but they take a slash at you. They do get part of the strap, but the bag has got pretty sturdy straps given the ratio between you and all your belongings, but they do manage to just slash you just across the chest. So then they hit you for that damage. We'll move on to Thistle Folk number 2, who is going to be going for Ren. And that is a... Now, is the dot at the bottom or the top of 9s and 6s?
Bottom.
The bottom. Okay, so that is going to be a 9 against you, Rendrago. Does that exceed your evasion or match it?
It does not exceed my evasion.
It does not. Fantastic. So this one is still really trying to pull off a bunch of the brambles. I think it's also kind of got a little squirrel. It's got like a weird like squirrel rat caught to its leg as it's managed to jump out the underbrush. I think they've basically gotten caught out by some of the creatures that were spooked by the Strix Wolf a moment ago. And then we'll move on to Thistle Folk number 3, who rolls a pretty hefty 18. Does that beat your evasion?
That does not beat my evasion, no.
It does not. What? How high is your evasion?
10.
18. 18.
My evasion is 10, right?
Yeah, but he's rolled an 18 against your evasion, so that will hit.
So it does. Yeah, he does not. I mean, he does beat my evasion. Sorry.
There we go. Nice.
Yeah.
So I will roll 2d4. We've got a 1 and a 2, so that's 3, and then we add on. Let me just swap in counter real quick. What did I say? That was a 3, wasn't it? Oh, I've got the wrong counter again. There we are. So that is 2d4 plus 8. So that is going to be 11 points of physical damage going out to you.
Ow.
that does only sit in your major damage as opposed to your severe. So you can either mark 2 hit points or you could spend an armor slot to bring that down to minor damage, meaning you only mark 1 hit point.
Okay, does my tower... I suppose I can't use my tower shield in this moment, right?
No, in this instance, they've managed to catch you off guard. This ambush is quite a hard-hitting move, but it won't happen again. I can give you a little spoiler on that one. This was purely because they got the jump on you with the distraction of the merchant cart.
I will use the armor to reduce to the lower damage.
Nice. Okay, cool. So yeah, you pop your armor slot to I don't know whether people prefer having it as 5 out of 5 and then you mark down, or whether you mark upwards. I guess it's up to each player to decide.
It does make sense to mark down.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, so if you put it up to 5
on already, right? So yeah.
But then I guess when you mark a stress, you're filling the stress slots, and the hope is you gain the hope and it fills up and then it loses. Just do whatever you want, as long as you know what you're tracking. You're going to be good. You'll be fine.
I'll full mark my armor slots and minus an armor and mark an HP.
All right, nice. And then I will hand over the spotlight to you guys. So in Daggerheart, there is no initiative order. Everything just kind of happens improv and loosey-goosey. I do have a fear counter currently, which I'll maybe bring a little bit higher up in the scene so you guys can see what it is and where it is. I can't move.
So do they now not attack until you choose to spend a fear?
I can spend a fear literally at any point that I want to in order to interrupt and things like that. Or generally, if they roll their duality dice to go for an attack and it's a failure,
that's like a good opportunity.
Or they roll with fear, then I can hop in if I'd like to. Whenever they roll with fear, I gain a fear, and I start with 4 at the beginning of this because that's the number of players in the party.
Cool. So we're basically not waiting for it to like tick down until the beginning of the Ribbit's next turn. It's just like at this point, it's free form.
Yeah. So if you guys keep rolling with hope and you keep it landing your shots, like it can just carry on like that. Although I can,
Hey, cool.
I can be a douche and I can just spend a fear at any point just to simply hop
Sure,
in,
yeah, makes
which
sense.
I may do if I feel like it's too much of a
Hop
roll. I
in.
might come in.
I
for a
saw
bit of
that
a
plan
challenge.
there.
Hop
Hop in.
Rendrago panics and sees his friend taking that hit to her shoulder.
Uh-huh.
So he scoops her up and sticks her on his left shoulder.
Oh gosh.
And declares that they are going to they're going to put their training to good use now. They used to do combat training together. So now is their
Right.
time to actually, instead of hitting dummies, they get to hit the real thing now.
I think I'm definitely going to need we'll forget about the strength. We'll assume that you're strong enough to do this. I'm going to need a finesse check on that one. So roll your duality dice, and you have a -1 on that. But because you've done this a million times, it's going to be a pretty low threshold. I'm going to say you're going to have to succeed an 8 in order to pull this off.
Okay, what do I need to roll? A d20?
So roll 2 d12s.
Okay, yep.
And then -1 from the result. Let me know if it's with hope or fear as well.
Oh, so one for each, right?
Yeah, so for you where you've only got 1 dice, I'd probably always opt for rolling hope and then fear.
Okay, I'll roll hope. 11.
Nice.
Fear. 11. Yikes.
Wow, critical success. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's
So,
good.
so in this
We want that.
instance, you actually shoulder barge past the Thistle Folk on the left over here. What's the thing where I can show you? So this Thistle Folk right here, you actually barge straight past them, and they actually end up marking a stress because of that, because you've just kind of shooed them out of the way. You managed to get Tiptoe, and you managed to fling Tiptoe up onto your left shoulder, and Tiptoe actually manages to kind of kick that Thistle Folk in the jaw a little bit.
Nice.
Causing another
Get
point of
outta
stress
here.
to them. And the spotlight is... Oh, actually, you rolled with hope, didn't you? So make sure you mark a hope on your sheet, so you gain a hope, which is good. The one thing
I'm going to spend a hope.
I'm on max hope now.
Yeah, I guess that's the one thing I'd not triple checked is what hope do players begin with at the beginning of the adventure?
Didn't we roll
I
that?
think all the sheets started with 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I have
But
2.
You've already
okay.
gotten one as well. So like you
I
should
was
have
not on 2.
like
Oh, apparently it
four.
is with 2 then, yeah. So Ren, you're up to what, 3 or 4 now?
4.
4.
I'm on 4 now, yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool.
I'm going to, as we're like, I've been scooped up onto Rendrago's shoulder. I'm going to spend a hope, reach into my backpack, grab a bunch of forks, and I'm going to technically cast Rain of Blades. But I'm gonna grab these forks, and I'm going to throw them at all of the targets within very close range, which is all 3 of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to throw a bunch of forks at all of them while I'm on his shoulder,
Sweet.
Brilliant.
which is going to be
So I need you to roll. I think
a
we've got to do.
spellcasting roll.
Oh, okay. So spellcaster roll. So this is the one that was throwing me before. So you are currently a tier 1. All of our characters today are tier 1, meaning that a spellcast roll. So in your instance, it's going to be finesse.
Oh, that's good.
So to do this move. Oh, sorry, that's Nightwalker. I'm looking at. Sorry.
No, I'm a Nightwalker.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, I was looking
It's-
at the spell itself. So you spend a hope, make a
Oh, okay.
spellcast roll, and conjure throwing blades. Is the spellcast roll that still really throws me? I feel like I don't 100% understand it.
So
Is it
it
just?
is going to be can damage. It's considered an attack roll. So
Oh,
you
okay.
can't make a spellcast roll unless you use a spell that calls for one. So I have a +2 to the spellcast roll. I'm spending a hope for it.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you
So
roll
I-
2d12 and then you add your +2 onto the top of it.
Yes.
Cool.
I
Nice.
believe so.
So let's do
Something
that
like
then. Let's
So-
do the roll first, and I'll let you know which, if any, it manages to connect with.
Please be good. Please be good. Please be good.
You can roll for each one, I would imagine.
Okay. It's. I get. Would it be? I guess yeah. Because it's just
Come on,
everyone. That's a 16 with fear.
Okay. Nice.
For I guess the first.
Or do
one?
we just roll it for all of them? That's
I
what I'm
guess, yeah, we
curious
just,
about.
That probably because then
I
if I'm
think-
rolling with fear for every single one, that would be racking up a lot of fear.
Yeah, that would give me too much, wouldn't it? Let's do that then. So that
Yeah.
was a 16
So,
with fear. Okay, so I get
16
to...
with fear.
Let me add a fear onto
that
my
is-
counter if I can figure out how to do that. Where is it?
8. Here's my d8 +2 damage.
Nice.
And I'm assuming none of them are vulnerable right now.
Not,
Actually,
no, I wouldn't say
this
vulnerable,
means
no.
this might mean you're knocked over, scrambling to keep your balance, caught off guard, or anything else that makes
Ooh.
sense in the scene.
I tell you what, for the two that are right on top of the two of you, let's call them vulnerable. The second Thistle Folk over here to the right hand side
Totally
is just
fair.
chilling. Yeah, let's do that.
Awesome. Okay, so that's an extra D8 of damage to anyone who is vulnerable.
Woo!
So that is 3 damage to everyone. I rolled a 1. I rolled a second one. 4 damage to them all.
4 damage to all of them. Okay.
4 whole damage.
So
They are forks.
Going at them.
out of the bag comes the numerous forks, and surprisingly, there is more than one, which is absolutely blowing Rendrago's mind in this moment. He's been throwing a couple, so he knew that there was some kind of inevitability to it. But just you're quite surprised in yourself that you've managed to pull this many out, and you just shatter them out. They go off in every direction,
Forks I had.
like you're like some kind of goblin grenade. It's gone crazy, and it manages to impale all 3 of them.
Nice.
So it's managed to hit them. It hits 1, 2, and 3. And I guess because you rolled with fear, we'll take some playback to me. So I think the second Thistle Folk on the right-hand side over here is just seeing what's occurred and has decided that there needs to be some kind of check done to get Tiptoe down from the shoulder. So they're going to have a little look over at Ren and decide to go for an attack. So I'm just going to roll my D20. Oh, gosh. Missed the bowl. It's that. Does it get any pluses on attacks? It does. It gets a +1. So that is 12 to connect. Does that work? Is 12 higher than your evasion, Ren?
My evasion is 10, so that
Okay.
connects.
So that does connect. And then it's just going to be 1d8 +5. Which one is 8? I'm going to assume it's this one with the 8 sides. There we are. That is a 6 +5, so that's gonna be 11 points of physical damage. So it lunges towards you, and it's trying to get you to just buckle as best it can, and it's decided to do that. It's just going to try and take out one of your 2 available legs to throw the balance off. So it launches forwards, not giving too much care to its positioning that it's going to end up afterwards. And it basically wanders by you, flings out the backside over here, and manages to just slash at the back of your right thigh on the way through, causing Tiptoe to fall down to the ground, but there's no stress marks in either of you. So for that damage that you took, Ren, what's happening with your health and your armor slots? What would you like to do?
Can I take any special actions at this point?
I don't think so, no. I think let's have a look. No, I think when it comes to damage, I think it just kind of goes in. I don't think there's like reactive moves per se in Daggerheart.
Okay. So I could use another armor slot here to...
How much damage did I say it was again? Was it
11.
11 points damage. So that would be major damage for you. That would mark 2 hit points.
Yes, I think I will roll another armor for minor damage.
Okay, nice. You managed to soften that out. Cool, got
So
that.
I'll mark 1 HP and -1 armor.
Nice. And I suppose because I've actioned that Thistle Folk, then I go back down to 4 fear tokens. And I think it's probably time for the other 2 to retaliate as well. So I think I'm going to have this Thistle Folk right here mimic what the other one's just done and see if they can close the distance. So they're going to basically wander straight over towards Tiptoe. And they're going to try and do the same thing on the pass through. It seems as though this is their specialty, is kind of disabling people from the waist down to try and keep them set in a certain position. Whether it works though, let's find out. So
Such dirty tactics.
it's filth. That is an 18 to hit.
Ow!
Ooh.
Ow!
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Does anyone else see this random letter M on the board also?
I believe you drew. You typed that. It says it came from
No,
you.
I didn't. I looked up
On my
and
screen,
I
it says Marlowe.
clicked it. Yes, it says Marlo on my screen.
Oh,
as
that's
well.
because I clicked it.
Yeah, it's because I clicked it. Is why I said my name.
I see.
Oh, I need to roll damage, don't I? For sorry.
Yeah.
I was just listening to the conversation then. So
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I want to be in there with it. So that is 1d8 plus 5. So that's looking like that's a 3, which is what 8 points of damage going out to you.
So if 8 is the threshold between minor and major, does that make it major or minor?
Makes it major, yeah. So the rule is meets
Okay.
it, beats it.
Meets it, beats it. That makes sense.
Daggerheart.
Okay, then I'm going to mark another armor slot and only take 1 hit point.
Okay. And I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to spend. So that was 3. I'm going to spend 1 more fear, and I'm actually going to bring out somebody else. So give me a moment. Oh, where is it? Select. I'm getting used to this system myself. So emerging from the tree line over here is this fella right here. So this is a Thistle Folk thief, which
Nice.
decides to make its way over towards the carriage and start trying to rummage around whilst the 2 of you are distracted up ahead.
Oh no!
And
Wait,
I
that's
will.
our carriage.
I
That's
will.
our loot.
Yeah, so actually, you know what? I never actually declared this. So your carriage is actually over here, and for a moment you had actually just simply forgotten it. So you'd pulled your carriage up to here. You were examining the wreckage, and then you just went to run, leaving this carriage behind. So at the moment, it is gonna try its luck and have a little pilfer around to see what it can find. I think this might be a good point, as we're handing back to the players, to bring in anybody else who would like to participate.
Cherri, do you want to jump in?
I think if my character sees the thievery, I think she would try to stop it. Yeah.
Okay, nice. So we can bring you into the fold. So
Okay.
let's quickly press this. So for a while now, you have been tailing Rendrago and Tiptoe. Could you give us, I guess, reasoning as to why, and also describe your character for us a little bit?
So my character is maybe Cindersnap, and she has been following around these 2 for quite a while. She heard a sort of a call for help from inside that giant backpack that she has been keeping her eyes on. She has a way with the forest. She can understand the nature in a way that most people can't. She can hear plantation, animals, insects, all sorts. And so she's been following, trying to bust up the courage to try to intervene and ask to help whoever is calling for help in that little backpack. She's sort of tall and lengthy. Her clothes and her hair is long and flowy and ragged. And she sees the like thieving monster, and I want to see, can I roll do my vicious entanglement? It says make a spellcast roll against a target within a far range. On a success, roots and vines reach out from the ground.
Absolutely, yeah. So you see the Thistle Folk.
I see.
Like,
Yeah, the Thistle Folk, but
rummaging
she
around.
still wants to stay hidden, so she's using her magic instead.
Absolutely. In that case, then we can do that with advantage. If you want to stay within the tree line, we'll have you visible on the
Okay.
map, but the Thistle Folk probably won't know where this is coming from. So I think in that instance, you can roll your duality dice twice and take the better of the
Twice.
2 results. So you can do 1 roll,
Okay.
tell us what it is with hope or fear, and then do it again, and you can pick whichever one works better for you.
Okay. Roll. I got a 19 with hope.
Whoa,
Oh.
Jesus!
Nice.
I mean, roll again just to see if you get a crit. Cause,
Roll
like,
again.
Why not?
S13 with hope again.
Okay, right. So make sure that you mark a hope.
She is trying to cast a spell, and she's like, she had to like bustle up her courage for it, but like in the moment she realizes like, oh, she has to help out. She can't just like stand on the sidelines, and so she casts her spell.
Nice. So let me just...
Martin,
Yeah.
just as a heads up, I think when I roll duality with advantage in the like demi-plane, whatever the nexus,
Yeah.
it rolls 2d6 and then you also roll. Sorry, it rolls 2d12 and then rolls a d6 next to it.
Oh,
which
so
I
is
then
that the
think gets
advantage?
just
You add to it.
added to it.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
you still
so
would have
then-
got the roll that
I
you
was going
did,
to say,
Cherri.
your roll
regardless.
was super high, even just on the basis of
Okay.
just the first double up. So that's good to know then. Okay, cool. So advantage is
An
2d12
extra D6.
and a d6, and I'm assuming, just guessing, that disadvantage would then
see.
be deducting a d6.
It is, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Good to know.
I don't know which one it deducts from. I think it. Oh no, it still says with hope.
I think
even
it
if
deducts
you-
from the overall total. So basically,
Yeah.
each of my adversaries have a difficulty counter. So that is for any action you try to take on them. It's essentially their evasion, but it counts for non-combat things as well, which
Cool.
is good.
That's a cool way of doing advantage and disadvantage.
Yeah, I like that. So remind me again, Cherri, what that does. So vicious entanglement.
It says
far
dealing
range.
1d8 plus 1 physical damage, temporary restraining the target.
Nice. Do you want to hit me with the d8 then? See what we get.
Okay, I'll roll my physical dice because I actually have a d8. I rolled a
Nice.
6.
Woo! Okay, so a 6, and that's got a +1 on it as well. Physical
7.
damage. So that's 7 points of damage. Yeah, that's a shocker to the thief. Usually, the thief isn't in the front line of action and gets to pilfer around and isn't really paying attention to his surroundings. But all of a sudden, as though the forest itself has come to life, aside from the critters and the creatures that live there, you just see these vines just rush across the road, really filling in the ridges like it's some kind of Game of Thrones like blood river coming towards it, and they uproot around its waist and actually constrict its arms down to the side of the carriage or the rickshaw, meaning that it's going to be stuck there for a moment, and it is now restrained. Who wants to go next? I'm going to leave the spotlight on the players for now.
I'd like to act next if that's okay.
Yeah, jump on
It
in.
looks like the enemies are all within close range.
Yes.
Or are they very close range?
Let's check. So I can press this one and this one. Gosh, hold on. I'll do it on this screen actually. So if I press that one and this one, they are, yeah. So they're within melee and very close range. They began melee because they got the ambush on you, so they are real close right now.
Excellent. I would like to use my ice elemental breath.
Ooh.
Can use breath against a target or groups of targets within very close range, treated as an instinct weapon that deals D8 magic damage.
Okay,
Using your
nice.
proficiency, it says.
Let's see. And what is your proficiency? Your proficiency is... Oh, sorry. Proficiency, just to clarify for people. So earlier on, I mentioned how Daggerheart players have tiers. So I can't remember the exact divisibles, but I think it's level 1 characters are tier 1. And then I think it's levels 2 through 4, I want to say, are tier 2. And then there's other brackets the further you go up. So proficiency means how many dice you roll using that. So, for example, your
For damage, right?
yeah, for damage, yeah. So it says it deals a d8 magic using proficiency. So say Ren was like level 3, he would actually roll 2d8 instead, because he's a tier 2 character. So, yeah, you can absolutely do that. So, treating it as an instinct weapon. So I suppose we need to check that actually hits first, don't we? And your instinct is 0, which means it doesn't change. So if you can roll your 2d12, and we'll see who it lands on.
Okay. D12 1, 8.
Nice, 8 hope.
D12
and...
2, 3.
Okay, so that's an 11 with hope. You can mark a hope on your sheet as well. If you max out, that's just what happens. You max out. So
You want to share some with me? I
Yeah.
have rolled exclusively with
Yeah.
fear so far.
so that, what was that again? Sorry, that was
An 8 and a 3.
an 8 and a
8 hope,
3
3 fear.
for 11. So you open up your mouth and the ice comes pouring out. But because of the dense environment, the Thistle Folk are very attuned to differences in temperature and moisture and things like that. They can detect humidity quite easily. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is they detect this move coming and they all sort of slightly stagger back a little bit, moving away from you. But the attack, unfortunately, does miss. So that moves. Oh, I guess that then comes over towards me then. So one thing I don't know, chat, some of you might be aware. So Ren didn't roll with fear there, but the attack itself failed. I don't gain a fear, right? It's only when their fear die.
Oh, I thought it was with hope.
Oh,
The
no,
first one
sorry,
was
no,
8.
sorry. He rolled with hope, but the number didn't beat the difficulty on the adversaries.
Oh,
So it was a
gotcha.
failure. It was a failure with hope. So that was that. You know
Hopefully
what?
chat can say.
I don't have a ton of fear at the moment. So if anything, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend just a single fear token here to basically just action that our Thistle Folk thief over here actually gets there and just tries its best using its tongue and using the awkward like blade on its hip to try and like scratch against its waistline to actually like untangle the thorns. And it is now glancing over in Mevi's direction. And that will be the
quick
end
question.
of that turn.
Did I roll a failure with fear there?
No, you rolled a failure with hope, right? Because I think you had a higher hope than a fear. Yeah, so you can take a hope, but the move didn't connect.
Cool.
So yeah, there we go. So the Thistle Folk thief is now freed from his thorny shackles and is back over to the players. Who would like to go?
Gracie, are you good for me to? Oh, you go first.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, you
No,
go
no, no,
first.
you-
Absolutely. I'm just gonna ready my I've got a dagger and a fork in my offhand, so I'm ready to go whenever I see an opening. But I also have been rolling exclusively with fear so far, so like I'm not exactly prepared to fight. So if you want to go,
No, I want to see your action. I want to see what you take.
Go tiptoe.
okay, I'm gonna go towards the guy in the tree line. Just move a little bit closer, and
Nice.
I'm going to attack with my main hand dagger.
Go for it.
I'm really hoping I roll better this time. Oh, okay, that is with hope. Okay, that's a 12 on hope, a 2 on fear, plus 2, that's 16.
16
Nice.
difficulty. That absolutely hits. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 1d8 plus 3. Okay, that's 7. And then I'm gonna take the fork in my offhand. I'm gonna take the fork, and I'm gonna try and stab him with the fork too. Runaway dice. That's holy heavens. Okay, that's a 21 to hit.
Woo!
I rolled an 11 with hope and an 8 with fear.
He's
Goodness
locked
me.
in.
And was that just for the extra fork, or was that for the move prior? Or
That's so the.
this is just
dagger,
your
the first
difficulty
attack-
check.
Yeah. So the it was 7 physical damage with the dagger.
Oh, okay.
And now I'm just gonna roll a single d8 for the physical.
Got you. So you
for the
absolutely
fork.
managed to hit the difficulty rating there. And then how much total damage is coming through?
11 total.
11 total. So yeah, okay. So feeling a little bit frustrated at what just occurred a moment ago, and them having the audacity to even try to puncture your bag in any way, shape, or form means that you bring out that
You know how much
knife
stuff I have in here.
and you
I have
basically
so much stuff, and it would take so long to pick it back up.
and you just kind of go into like this like almost slight blind rage. You're so frustrated and you're just going, you have no clue, bat, 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 bat,
No
with this fork.
idea how
And
much I have put in here. Don't touch my backpack. I'm gonna stab him with the fork.
And you're just thrashing away with this fork, and it's almost like death by 1,000 cuts, because you land the final one, the fork is stuck in them, and you can't quite prise it out, but that kind of just releases that stress and that kind of like seeing red moment from you, and that is our first ambusher to fall. So ambusher number
Yes!
1 gone.
Well done.
All
The
right.
Emmet's gone.
Well done.
I love the concept of tiptoe like woe jacking, and like in the background there's like a dead body, and they're like,
So killed by fork. Play is still with the players. Feel free to do what you'd like.
can Marlowe jump in here?
Absolutely. So Marlowe currently was a little bit closer to the carriage. So this is where Marlowe is currently.
Great, that's why I had him in my mind, so that worked out really well. You say that the thief is like kind of looking forwards into like the brush where they might have seen the incantation come from.
So it's looking just kind of in this general scope. It doesn't exactly have a lock on Mevi just yet, but it's just following the trail along the floor of where it must have originated. So it's guesstimating that something's happening
Gotcha.
over here. So you've got it completely off guard, and I would even say you're technically cloaked/hidden.
Okay, great. I think in that case, the first thing, hopefully, I mean, you can decide that it would see then is like just a sort of like hand coming into its peripheral vision that's like slapping the top of the box in front of it. Like not attacking it in any way, but just sort of like a long monkey hand just reaching over and starting to like, as if like it also is looking to steal from this cart, just like moving things out of the way and generally sifting. That's going to be that's what Marlowe is doing, essentially just like really kind of like pushing things out of the way.
Can I use Vicious Entanglement on Marlowe also?
If you want to, 100%. Can you use that again? Is there any
That's
cooldown
totally
on it?
fair.
He's like, I gotta do something about that.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Go on, fire it off. See what you can do.
So then,
our first
I
PvP.
rolled-
I'm so proud of us.
4 seconds.
Okay. That one I rolled with. I rolled with fear, but I got a 15.
Ooh,
Is it against my evasion?
It's against your evasion, yeah.
I think so.
Wait. Let me check something. Where was it? Is it an attack roll?
I guess it's a spellcast roll.
Actually,
but
that one might be my spellcast roll. It says make a spellcast roll against a target within far range.
Okay, cool. If it's not an attack roll, then it
and
doesn't
then
have
on
disadvantage.
success, roots and vines reach out on the ground. Okay, so then maybe it is against your.
Well,
it would be against
I
your
don't know.
evasion for sure.
Evasion is whether or
Okay.
not. So because he has a defensive stance, attack rolls against me have disadvantage unless the adversary
Okay.
marks a stress. But I don't know if it counts as an attack roll.
I would say it does, yeah.
All right,
It was used as an attack roll against the adversary. So I guess does Cherri need to roll a
a d6.
d6 and see
A
how that
D6,
dictates it?
okay.
So that's going to be
Unless
deducted
Cherri wants
from
to
your
mark a
score.
stress.
I rolled a 4, but I could also.
You could mark a
I
stress
don't
to
know.
negate that.
I don't know how these works.
So you,
Okay, I can. I'll mark a stress.
would you
Okay.
like to?
We're making sure he's stuck here.
Are you
He's gonna
spending a
answer
hope?
for whatever he's stealing.
Are you going to spend a hope here to because it does say additionally on a success, you can spend a hope to temporarily restrain another adversary within very close range of your target.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
So you
Oh,
could
like
lock,
another one.
You could lock both of
to
them
get both
down.
of them.
Oh, cool.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll get
Nice.
both of them.
So I like that.
Inadvertently
I'll
helping.
get both of them.
So basically, you guys are patting around, flapping on top of it, and the frog's just managed to free itself. And then as it looks off in the direction, it sees the peripheral, goes, "Ah!" And then it looks over on it sees that you're no kind of threat, and it looks back over and it goes, "Ah!" And just more vines are rushing towards it and just engulf the two of you. You've actually kind of been like side hip tied together. As though you're like kind of joined at the hip, so you're both kind
It's
of
like the get-along
you're-
shirt.
yeah, you're basically like two peas in a pod at this point, and just Marlowe gives out a little yelp, and the
I like the
Thistle-
idea that for a moment it was like that cat gif where they're like pushing each other in the face, like trying to get into the cart. Okay, cool. He's stuck.
I'm also in my head, I'm imagining, because I rolled with fear and I got a stress. I'm imagining she's like casting the second spell. She's like, this other guy looks stronger than the other, and it freaks her out.
Nice, I like that. It's very, very
Then
good.
I'm also for the. I still roll damage, right?
Yes, you do. Yeah, you roll
Okay, so then-
1d8 plus 1.
That one I
think.
rolled a 1. So again, it stresses her out real bad. So it's 2 damage total.
So we mark 2 damage on Marlowe and 2 damage on you.
Is that 2 damage as in 2 total damage, or like the threshold
Yeah.
of damage?
So it's so it would be the
threshold of
threshold. So
damage.
2 for you. So
Yeah.
you have to take Marlowe a minimum of 10 in order to even go up to marking 2 hit points. So 2 damage
this would
on
be
you would
1.
be 1 HP. Yeah.
Cool. I won't mark an armor slot. I'll just take it.
And that does work on the Thistle Folk thief as well. Actually, to be fair, the thief I think just takes the damage, right? Interesting.
Believe
Okay,
so.
so because the attack roll was dedicated at Marlowe, but the hope was spent to entangle someone next to them.
I don't think it damages the little
yeah,
guy.
I think the thief probably gets all wrapped up but doesn't necessarily take any damage. You know what I'll do?
That makes
I'll
sense.
mark a stress because it's clearly freaked out by the little sort of
There's something happening.
yeah, there's the tidal wave of vines that have come towards it. Like we were mentioning earlier on that the ground and the dirt here looks very much like an ocean. So you just hear the and then just like they're tied together. It's looking at Marlowe going and Marlowe's like, what do you want from me? I just keep looking. And it appears at the moment almost to the other players as though Marlowe is actually working with the Thistle Folk, which
Yeah, 100%.
not a good spot. I guess where there was a roll with fear there, I will take a little jump in here, and I'm gonna activate this fella just over here. I'm gonna have him try and go for Rendrago. So I'm going to roll a dice. That is a 13 to try and hit. How does that look?
My vision is 10, so...
10, so that works. So it moves within range to go for a cheeky attack. And it's going to connect, and its attack is a D8 plus 5 for a cheeky melee spot. D8, there it is. That's only a 1, so plus 5, that's going to be 6 points of physical damage, which for you, unfortunately, does just creep into your major damage, which would mean you mark 2 hit points.
Oh, does it? Well, my minor damage is 6, right?
No, that's your major threshold. So meets it, beats it. So if it matches that number, it does the thing next to it. So you can either take 2 HP of damage, or you can mark an armor slot to bring it down so you only take 1 HP of damage.
Rendrago swings his tower shield around and half blocks the attack, so I'll lose an armor slot and take 1 HP.
Nice, I like that. It repels and it kind of bumps the Thistle Folk back into the direction of the car. It doesn't take any damage from this, but it's kind of leaning kind of like weightily on the half broken wheel that's there. And then we make our way back to the players. I think Tiptoe's not acted in a while. Let's hear from Tiptoe.
I saw this dude attack my friend. So I'm gonna run over to him.
So where are we?
I'm gonna... the one that just stabbed Rendrago. I'm running over to him.
Oh, okay. So you're moving basically to like here, right?
Fully screaming. And that is that's a 9 with hope, a 3 on fear. That's a 14 to hit.
Nice, that connects.
Okay.
And roll for damage.
Okay, and then that is that's 11 damage right off the bat. Woo. And then I'm gonna take the fork. I'm gonna stab him again.
Are you adding to it again? Jeez. What do you have to spend in order to do that? Is it spending hope to do that?
Well, so it's a primary and a secondary weapon. I'm like dual wielding. So I'm assuming it's... Unless I'm misreading.
Yeah, I'm not sure how secondary weapons work. I don't know if you can attack with both in the same go or if they're treated separately. Does anybody in chat know for sure?
It said paired, and it gives me a... Oh! Maybe... Wait, hang on.
Oh, also, somebody in chat was saying that I don't need to spend a fear to spotlight an enemy when they roll with fear/fail, only if you want to spotlight another one afterwards or go after success with hope. Okay, brilliant. Thank you for that. So I suppose I could probably put that fear counter back up to 2. Like we said, today's a massive learning curve, but I think this is going all right. So I'll pop that back to 2, and that was just a typical attack, and play went back to the players anyway. I like that. But yeah, secondary weapons.
Secondary weapon. So it has a paired feature.
Let's have a look. Secondary weapon.
So it does give me an extra bit of damage to my primary weapon.
Yeah, it does say that, doesn't it? It says paired tier 1.
Like D&D dual wielding. There's no information on like...
So what this seems to be saying is it seems to be saying +2 to primary weapon damage to targets within melee range. So is that what you've been doing so far anyway? Just adding +2?
I added
Yeah, that's fine then. That's all good then.
So then, then that's 11 damage.
11 damage?
And I'll just stab him with the dagger and the fork at the same time.
So 11 damage going in there, and that's with the dagger and the fork at the same time.
If we're combining them, it's like the dagger, the
no, it's good. I just meant narratively, like you're wanting to hit them with both, yeah? Okay, brilliant. So,
because secondary weapon technically has its own like damage D8.
I think that was if you were using that solitary, if you wanted to use that.
So I'll just roll and add it, So then, that is my turn.
So how much damage was that? Sorry.
11.
11. Okay, yeah. So basically, Tiptoe, as much as you whisper the name, screaming in combat, turns around and sees Rendrago's just managed to ward off a blow from one of the Thistle Folk, and Tiptoe comes in screaming, hollering, swinging around, the fear in this Thistle Folk's eyes after seeing what happened with the fork a moment ago, and it just sees the fork coming at it, doesn't realize this is a 4-course meal, and it sees the knife coming as well, as though it's going to try and carve off something of this Thistle Folk, and just it's a bit of a belligerent like run in it. It's just kind of both just impact it straight into each shoulder blade, and it just goes and just slumps to the floor, and that is another one well and truly dealt with
my dagger and my fork. I just go
kill count increases by another 1.
So there we are. So that's that, and then play is still with you guys. What do you want to do?
Well, Rendrago gets extremely inspired by his friend's courageous action, and with a thumbs up in the air, shouts, "Tiptoe, remember, whip stab, the move."
Right. Got it.
I would like to use my whip to trip the remaining enemy, which is a move that Rendrago and Tiptoe used to practice on dummies. Tripping the enemy and then Tiptoe jumping in and stabbing.
So I think for this then, would you want to use this as a tag team role? So, so a tag team role is something you can do once per session per player. So this is triggered by Rendrago. You have to spend 3 hope in order to do it. So do you have the hope in order to pull that off?
I got so much hope right now. I'd like to spend it, I think.
He's so hopeful.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's so hopeful.
So what we do here then, if I'm not mistaken, is both Rendrago and Tiptoe roll their duality dice. And between the two of you, you take whatever the highest roll is, whatever the best outcome is of the two of them. So if you do that for me now, we can see how that goes.
Is that a D8?
2d12 on that one.
2d12. Okay, Gracie, you
Did we
first.
add anything to it? I got a 6 with hope and a 12 with fear, so an 18.
An 18 with fear,
Not plus
okay.
anything.
And then what did Ren get?
So yeah, 18 with fear.
A 2 for hope and a 11 for fear.
Oof, okay. So what's the highest number out of the two of those, sorry? Was
18.
that 18? So that's an 18 with fear. And describe to me the move again, Ren, sorry. So it was utilizing the whip, wasn't it?
So Rendrago takes the whip and lashes at the left ankle of the enemy. The plan to trip it up so that Tiptoe can jump in and stab.
Okay. So what happens is the whip comes out, you throw it over, but because you're not miles away from the cart and you've got this slumped body of a Thistle Folk on your feet, it kind of just throws off the throw of the whip a little bit. It does still connect, but you feel particularly strained because you've got a character at your foot. So I would like you to mark a stress. It does connect and you manage to pull the Thistle Folk down. It's a lot of physical exertion. You're almost getting stretched in two directions. Like you're kind of not so much being pulled apart, but your muscles are kind of working against one another in not a particularly comfortable fashion. And then this is where Tiptoe can then jump in and stabby.
Stabby.
Will this be a fork
does
in them? They're done.
Yeah. Is this? Do I need to roll d12s again to hit them, or because this was a combined roll?
Yeah, no, you're fine. So the 18 was what we went with. That definitely beats its difficulty. So now we're just rolling for damage.
All right, that is 6 physical.
6 physical damage.
Oh,
Yeah, that's looking good to me. And this has been quite the meal for Tiptoe today. The forks have come in super handy. Once again, just not so much screaming this time because this is a coordinated move. It's almost kind of second nature. Rendrago's part has kind of been a little bit clumsy, but luckily Tiptoe manages to sort of dive past, pounce right on top of the Thistle Folk. And it's just one really simple, clean, concise stab right into the center and just the final sputter of almost like a strange blue blood. You're not really familiar with seeing that before. Usually it's just on dummies that are made of straw, so any blood is a little bit confronting. And that is our final Thistle Folk ambusher taken out of the mix.
Tiptoe.
So
Whip stabby stab actually worked. It actually worked.
We've never done it before.
We just did it on a dummy. I didn't know it actually worked.
Didn't think it would act. That was really cool. What you did with
That
the
was
whip
so
there.
cool. What you did
That
with
was
the fork
awesome.
straight into the eyeball. Oh my
I
goodness, that was
love
so
these
awesome.
forks so much.
You hear from the other side of the cart, excuse me, can I get a hand, please?
And just as you say that, the ambusher, sorry, the Thistle Folk thief over here, I'm going to spend a fear token to essentially free it.
Again.
We saw a
Meaning that
hand.
my fear is going down to
It wasn't
2.
a real hand.
So this is the thing. I don't know whether it has to spend its entire turn unrestraining itself. I'm assuming it does. But I might
I'd
just
say
be...
otherwise the spell is basically useless because it wouldn't be doing anything if it didn't have to spend its turn to free itself.
Although what I might do, just to be that guy, is it spends 1 fear to break off the binds that are holding the both of you, and it's going to spend an additional fear because it's got this adrenaline rush at the real reality that it might be next on the fork. and it turns to Marlowe simply because it's the closest, even though there's still the panic in the background of what's going on. And it's just going to go for a close quarters attack on Marlowe.
Oh, it's still fighting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, if it tried to flee, I think it doesn't know where Mevi is, so it's just thinking, I've got to get something before leaving. But in this panic and confusion, it goes for a swipe on you, and it misses purely because it only managed to get 5 on its difficulty check. So it doesn't quite meet your evasion. It sort of like pulls the vines off, and as it swings, it's still got part of one tang gone off, and its blade falls out of its hand, and it just sort of looks you with like bright eyes, knowing that it's done goofed. And play passes back to you guys.
Can I don't know what I would do in order to do this, but can I roll to grapple?
Yeah, you could probably give me a strength check if you
Sure.
roll 2d12, and we'll set the difficulty for this.
Grapple's listed in strength, yeah.
I reckon.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
Grappling.
we'll go for that. So you've got a +1 to your strength roll, so roll 2d12 and add the +1. I'm going to say for this, because this thief is so just kind of exhausted, it's been having to really use all it can to break out of stuff. The grapple's going to be real low. It's going to be like a 7 to beat. If you could beat it with a 7.
Okay, cool. I'm going to roll. I get a 24 with fear.
Okay, all right.
Which was 11 of hope, 12 with fear, and then like a little +1. So it's as high as I can roll without getting a critical success, sadly.
Goodness
but
me.
still. So Marlo kind of like, as he's like going to attack, Marlo like slaps his hands down out of the way and like grabs his wrists and sort of like ties him up with his own arms, basically. And kind of like lifts him up off the ground. So he's kind of like, okay, all right, okay. Like he's like, essentially like the guy he's fighting is a drunkard, and he's like, that's enough, good to sleep.
You're done.
So if he can do that, that would be how he does it.
That's great. Do you want to roll an attack into that, or is it more just you're keeping him solid?
If I can.
Yeah, you go for it. Why not?
Okay, cool. I'll just do a normal unarmed strike.
So I'll get you to roll again for that, I think. So you've managed to... Yeah. You can roll with advantage on this because you've managed to further disrupt their coordination and everything else with this kind of grapple that you've got going on. This is very comfortable territory for you. And even though it's a Thistle Folk, it's still relatively humanoid in shape. It's a bit slippery than usual, but I think you've got it rattled enough where you can take advantage on this strike.
That'll be a 15 with hope.
Yeah, 15 absolutely hits, and then give me a damage.
And then the damage would be, that is 6 damage total.
6 damage total. Okay, yeah, so you've got it within close quarters, and you decide that you're just going to start by doing a really quite strange move, but your limbs are so big that you can actually kind of like bump your chest out, and you can kind of send the Thistle Folk just staggering backwards ever so slightly away from you, and then you just give it a real solid crack on the jaw as it's moving away from you, and it's only going to move just ever so slightly, but it's now off the cart. It's not touching it. You're still pretty much like one arm on the cart. You are still slightly entangled, but the Thistle Folk
of course.
does take a point of damage, and it is still standing.
Okay.
For now.
So I guess it's with the players now, isn't it?
I think I did roll with fear. Oh no, I didn't. I rolled with hope. No mind.
Rolled with hope, yeah. So I guess the play is set over to you guys. Do we want to see whether Cherri can finish the job? Do you want to?
I'm trying to think. Do I want to use my returning blade on the Thistle guy?
This entire thing happening under the cover of the hedge, I really love the idea of. So it's up to you. It's your call.
So how does my returning blade work again? Because I've totally forgotten.
So the returning blade, if I remember correctly, you can, as long as they're within a particular range, your weapon can come straight back to you, which is really handy.
Right.
So when it's thrown within its range, which is close range, then it appears in your hand immediately afterwards. So if I like click on your character here and I press this one, that is within close range, really nicely in the center of that circle.
Really, yeah. Okay, so then I'll use my returning blade. So I need you to.
It
says trait finesse. So do I have to roll a finesse check?
So you've got according to that, it's +1. So what you do is you roll your 2 duality dice, and you +1 to the result.
Okay. Let's see.
And let me know if it's hope or fear as well.
It is a 13 with fear.
13 with fear. Okay, and that becomes a 14. Is that we add the +1 afterwards to make it 14?
Yeah, so it'll be 14.
Nice.
With fear.
And then you then roll 1d8 of magical damage.
1d8. Where's my d8?
And I can claim a fear.
I rolled a 6.
A 6. Okay. I mean, at this point, any damage is good damage. So this is. I feel like loads of dungeon masters or game masters have a cool line, and I can't decide on what mine is for when the combat encounter comes to a close. I've got 2 in mind. One of them, I love an acronym, and it's just, and the thief, I'm gonna need it to die, and DIE stands for describe its end. Or, from my more like wrestling enjoying background, I can just turn to Mevi and say, so what's the finisher? And I'd like you to describe in detail how you finish off this this thief and take them from this plane.
So Maeve is still hiding in her bushes. She's still like very freaked out by the entire encounter. This is totally out of her comfort zone. But she decides finally on this Thistle Folk to throw her blade directly at it, aiming for its head, which is something she never does and had never thought she would, but she's in the moment at this point. She's stressed, she's freaked out, but she aims it directly for a killing move.
Nice, and that's absolutely what happens. Just stepping ever so slightly out of the clearing, but not fully, but just enough to have mobility so that you're not going to hit any of the tree stumps and things like that, and just the weapon flies out square, smack bang in the middle of the head. There's a blood spatter that kind of ends up all over Marlowe. Marlowe's like, what? Like, wondering how this has happened when the forks are all the way on the other side of the carriage. Not entirely sure how that one's come about. But before Marlowe can even glimpse and perceive what's actually just happened here, the blade seemingly vanishes and the thief slumps to the floor, and that is the end of the thief and his buddies.
The M's are back! There's an
M's
M
are back.
on
I
the
know,
board.
right? It's so annoying.
So many M's.
There we go, and delete. They are all done. Congratulations, first combat encounter successful. Well done, everybody.
Wait.
Goodness me. So that is that combat encounter done. I think probably what's best to do now is to take a moment among yourselves and decide what kind of conversations are being had. We've obviously had 2 newcomers, 2 people that already know one another. Who sort of makes the first kind of approach in terms of conversation between one another?
Immediately, Tiptoe collapses face first on the ground.
Okay.
And then she looks up and she sees a fork in front of her. She goes, "Ooh, a fork." She grabs a fork and then she sees all the other forks. She's just going to start collecting all the forks that were thrown around in the first attack.
Nice.
That's what she's doing.
Nice.
While she's doing that, Rendrago is sort of chasing behind her, sort of fussing, being very concerned if she's okay. Tiptoe, are you okay? Sort of
Five
touching the
forks
shoulder
so
that she took
far.
a blow on. Are you okay? Are you all right? Are you all right? Sort of getting a little bit over fussy
They hurt
over
my
his
backpack, and
his
I'm
friend
not
being
happy about it.
being
Are
attacked.
you
Tiptoe, are you okay? Are you all right?
They stabbed you. They stabbed you. Also, who's that? Do you know them?
Marlowe's like
Who's who?
You
Marlowe's
got
like
stabbed.
stepping
I
out
got
of
stabbed.
he's like stepping out of
got
like a harness of vines. He's kind of like lifting his like legs up as if it's too big for him to like step out of all the restriction. And then like patting himself down to make sure he's good, and then quickly just goes to like gently patting the side of the Thistle Folk for like any change or anything. He's like,
Nice.
Looks like we've got visitors.
Uh-huh. We should probably go talk to them.
So what happens next is you see Rendrago and Tiptoe kind of brush themselves off and move relatively swiftly around the carriage, around the corpses, and very much get back over towards their own rickshaw, their own carriage. And you can see that's a little bit of discomfort because they don't know what's occurred in terms of what the thief may have gotten a hold of, what Marlowe may have gotten a hold of when the slapping was occurring on the carriage. They didn't have much time to take in the information. All they could see was lumbering bodies over the carriage, and it's set Rendrago a little bit on edge about what's occurred.
very good. You dealt with that very nicely, I think. He kind of like he picks himself up and I've polished this one off for you, but textbook, I'd say. At this point, like Marlowe isn't aware that there's anybody in the forest. He assumes it, like all of the stuff that was happening. He's like, someone's around here, but I have no.
Oh wait, so
gonna...
the vines from Mevi and the blade.
It's just you.
Is Marlo attributing them to a person, or just the woods have their ways?
He's like, those woods are kooky. Those are crazy woods.
This is why we stay on the path. Exactly. Literally that. Literally that. I love it. Sorry, go on. No, you go on. You go on.
Rendrago takes a combat stance, lifts his tower shield, and unfurls his whip and declares, "Name your intentions, both of you."
Both of us?
Yeah. At this point, Mevi, what are you up to? Have you decided to?
She's distraught. She's hiding in the bush, and she's like, "I just killed something."
Nice.
She's still hiding. She's got her head in her hands, and she's like
undercover
turned away.
for now.
You haven't seen Mevi
She's
yet.
shaking.
Yeah.
Not just yet. No.
Good day, traveler. Declare your intentions.
Intentions, yes. He pats himself down, and from within a long, he's sort of wearing old bed sheets sort of wrapped around him, as if reminiscent of a monk, but not nearly as well done. And he kind of feels inside of one of the sheets, and he pulls out a bottle, and he's like, "It's my intention. You dropped this little one," and he walks over to you. It's a bottle that was in your backpack at some point.
This one's so pretty. Where did you find it?
You dropped it, and it had stuff in it, but unfortunately the top fell off, and then it all spilled on the ground. So
that was my dad's best whiskey. I can't believe you stole it.
It did smell like whiskey. It did smell like whiskey.
The gold filigree on it. They did such a nice job embossing it.
That was his favorite whiskey.
Mine too. He has more. He has more. You have more of this in your bag, do you?
In the no.
And Marlo's not buying this for a second. Marlo sort of wanders a little bit, leans over the carriage again and goes, "Suppose that's what's inside of here then," and starts slapping the very big and apparent crate in the center, which looks unlike anything else inside of the carriage. And this really gets Rendrago's back up, and there's a brisk walk over and a firm hand on the chest as if to say, "Get back, stop it." And
okay.
Marlo's like, "All right, fine,
all right,
all good.
I understand.
All good." And it's sorry, you go.
You go.
No, you go.
I was just gonna, he basically backs off and he's like, I was just helping and returning the bottle. It seemed like a very nice bottle.
Touch not what is yours, good sir. Step back.
Touch not what is yours. Touch not what is mine.
I'm gonna touch whatever I want to touch.
That's fair enough, I suppose.
At this point, you look over, and up in the tree line, the Strix Wolf is still there. The Strix Wolf has just witnessed this entire thing unfold. You guys start waving like crazy, and it looks down at you all with a really ponderous look, and it just does a little hoot howl off into the night sky. And you think it's probably best that we go, just in case it's just called for its mate or its community. And you need to decide whether you would like to have Marlo accompany you on the journey moving forwards, and whether Mevi wants to remain under the underbrush, or whether they want to come out and say hello. It's up to you. What do you think?
I think I want to wait to see what Marlo does, because I think because when he joins, I think she'd want to step out and be like, he was also trying to steal from you guys.
I like that. Let's go
I
with
was the one that killed this dude.
Guys, I killed that thing. I'm so sorry.
I would say Marlo is tagging along. He's asking if he can. He's like, listen, I'm going the same way. I happen to see the bottle. We're probably going to the same town or other location if you happen to not be going towards the town. So it's probably best that we just kind of strengthen numbers and I stick along for the ride, if that's all right with you.
And Rendrago sees the corpse of the thief on the ground. Was this your companion?
Oh gosh, no! He a little foot kind of curls up and hits the side of the frog body. He's like, goodness, no, this rapscallion was just apprehending your goods, and I stopped him. So that's what happened.
Rendrago was quite impressed by this. Also knowing that there is a very important piece of cargo in this thing, he is very happy that Marlo helped. So he softens towards him.
Nice.
I'm happy to. It's the least I could do.
So Rendrago turns to Marlo and basically just says, well, we probably are heading the same way. There are a few forks in the road, minus these ones.
Nice.
And we might end up heading to the same place. For now, why don't you make it up to us by helping us move this carriage? So the three of you move over towards the carriage. You drag it out of the way. It's a real collective effort for the three of you to get this out of the way. And basically Tiptoe starts wandering off ahead again as though nothing has just happened, happily skipping down the path. Rendrago and Marlo are side by side, and
Tiptoe, there's another fork.
Marlo looks over and recognizes the symbol on the shield as being from the Citadel. So Marlo has an awareness of where Rendrago is from, not necessarily who he is, but just where he's come from, and doesn't particularly know where he's going. So with your new companions in hand, you wander further along the path until you notice a large stone pillar, really beautifully carved, and it's incredibly tall. I'd probably say it's about 2 stories tall. It's got a strange kind of like obelisk shape to it. And on the front of it, you can see a load of dwarven symbols. You have no idea what they would read or what they would mean. But you can see that there's a very faint glow to them, a slightly like blue hue emanating from them. And Rendrago looks at the map and goes, I think we might be here. Finally, we might be here. So you turn to Marlo and say, so you were coming to Hush as well, right?
Yeah. That's the next spot
Very
in
well.
my journey.
Very well. So the three of you...
Does Marlo have any knowledge of what that is?
Not a clue.
Cool.
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
That'll be easy to roleplay. That's fine.
So basically, you wander past the side of the... you want to wander past the side of the big stone pillar. And as you do, you feel like a bloop. Like a really strange, very gentle resistance, as though there's some kind of invisible force field around you. And just as you get past it, all of a sudden, you start to hear the sounds of laughter and music, and just a general like warmth washes over all of you as you make your way in. And Rendrago looks at Tiptoe and goes, this is definitely the place. And you wander into the town, and you can welcome yourselves to Hush. So Hush is a really beautiful town set deep, deep, deep in the Sablewood, which is a very solitary experience for the people that live here. And Rendrago and Tiptoe are aware that they've come here because they are seeking somebody known as the White Fire Arcanist. So you wander along and you're seeing a couple of happy faces. You see a little bit of concern in the brows of people, but it seems as though everyone here is having a great time, even though it is like the middle of the night at this point. The moon is high in the sky. Children are still up way past what should be probably their supposed bedtime. And you make your way past a couple of bits of like farmland, a couple of smaller houses, until you really feel the cobbles beneath you as you start entering the center of the town of Hush. And that is where you bump into, well, I say you bump into, he bumped into you. There's a little boy who just like runs across and just goes bam into the side of the rickshaw. Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't see where I was going. I don't see much of anything. I go so quick and I go no non-stop that I just don't know my words no good. And wait, you're not from here? Who are you? And looks up at Rendrago. Whoa, you're massive.
I was so locked into your storytelling there, man. That was amazing. I was locked in.
You see how tall he is? He's like really tall and really cool.
Why are you not that tall then? Because you kind of look the same.
Do we look... Did you hear what he said?
They're best friends.
You're related, right?
Well,
Yeah.
kinda.
You don't really know how this kid is thinking that, because one of you is literally dragon and the other one's a gnome. There's no scales on one. The other one's fuzzy. But this kid is just so excited. It is very, very rare that out-of-towners turn up, but he's hustling and bustling about the place. So what are you doing here then?
Well, careful there, lad. We've taken a little bit of damage.
Oh.
On the road into the town. Please, be a little bit careful over here, but nice to meet you anyway.
Yeah, the name's Fidget. Who's you?
Hello, Fidget. I'm Rendrago.
And
This is
I'm
my
in-
friend Tiptoe.
Drago. Wow. That sounds pretty cool. Who are you?
Tiptoe.
To tiptoe, yeah.
Marlowe's tail, by the way, is like going up and over the edge of the. If this is the edge of the cart, it's like feeling over the edge of it, like poking around on the inside.
And it rests on top of Fidget's head. So Fidget is still stood next to the cart, and it starts popping around. What's that? What's that?
Sneeze on it. It's gross. And he like wipes the end of his tail on his.
Monkeys can talk.
Well, this one can, I suppose. Yes.
Oh my god! Wait till the others hear about this. Oh my god, this is amazing. What are you doing here? Can I help?
Well, we're looking for somebody. Maybe you can help us.
Oh, I know everybody. You've seen how quick I move. I see everybody as quickly as I see them again.
That's so cool.
Right.
But just to clarify, just so I know where the party is, even though we don't know that they're following us, is Mevy behind us? Have you tracked us?
Maybe is still within range, but very much like slinging between the shadows. It's very difficult to do because there are loads of there's lots of lanterns around, so the shade hopping and the shadow stepping is coming into full effect here with Mevy's movements.
I was picturing she like confronts them earlier, but I can work with this as well. I keep picturing her as just like she's too scared to like walk up and say anything, but you keep seeing like Marlo trying to like sift through things, and she's like this close to like saying something, but she keeps like psyching herself out.
I like the idea that Fidget is really like the most engagement that Fidget is getting is from Tiptoe. Tiptoe is closer to their level and seems as enthusiastic about life and everything as they are. And he goes, so what?
Do you want a fork?
A foot? Whoa!
Yeah,
What's this blue
really
stuff on this
shiny.
one?
I don't know. I found it on the ground.
Yeah. Oh, it's gross! Oh, I don't like it.
Lick my forks.
Hands it back.
Okay, do you want a different one?
And while all this is
one doesn't
going
have
on,
green stuff.
while all this is going on, and this distraction of conversation, Marlowe's just about managed to wring the sneeze off of the tail and starts like rummaging through the bags again. And I imagine maybe this is then when Mevy can have a little wander up and intervene potentially.
So she walks out. She's, excuse me, like very like quiet, like excuse me.
Yeah, how can I help? He like both hands in the bag, like just like looking. Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to. I don't think you're supposed to be doing that.
I'm just looking for something. I'll be 1 second.
That's not yours.
Oi, Matt.
That's not.
We already had a
that's
chat
not
about
yours.
this.
Sorry.
Get your hands out of
my mistake. Thank you.
She turns to Tiptoe and Rendrago.
What does she say?
She turns to Rendrago and Tiptoe. She's like, excuse me. But like the moment that they look at her, she like feels like she's shrinking down again because Rendrago is just so like huge.
Nice.
So she like spikes herself out again. She's in the moment, but even then she's like, she goes silent.
And this is my flower.
We're just
I'm very
staring.
grateful for the help that
Do
you
you want
gave
a
me on the
fork?
road, but if you're going to be a part of this party, no more monkey business. You
No.
hear me?
Okay, that's a microaggression. I don't appreciate that. Yeah, you go. Oh, I get it. I get
the
it.
whole time.
I was the whole time. I'm sorry. I didn't.
He can't keep his hands out your things.
Now tell me, Fidget Lad, we need to get into a tavern or something. I got some important stuff to put away, but do you maybe know somebody called the Whitefire Arcanist?
The Whitefire. What is it called? What's it lit?
It's the Whitefire Arcanist.
Fire guy.
Everyone knows the Whitefire Arcanist.
Not me. I know everybody that knows anyone, and I don't know nobody with no one like that. Maybe one of the adults knows. Are you talking in code? They do that when they don't want me to know things they're saying.
Well, not really. I'm using a language you should be able to understand, but it looks like we might need to go find an adult indeed. Maybe you could direct us to the closest tavern.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's only one tavern in town.
Good idea. He like slaps you on the back. Good place that. Let's go there.
Oh, yeah, it's just down that way. If you see Louser, then you've not gone too far. It's bang on. I tend to bump into her, but she's carrying barrels today, and I don't want one of those squishing me. So you toddle along through the town, And as you get closer towards the tavern, you can hear the laughter and the joy and the music all really kicking in as you make your way there. And you find yourselves outside of what is just like a really stunning centerpiece. So basically, the Clover Tavern, as it's called, is the centerpiece of the entire village. Helped in part by the fact that it is like firmly rooted at the base of, by this point, surprisingly in the Sablewood, this is the biggest tree you have seen just yet. Like like it's by a clear margin. The Sablewood trees generally reach up really high, but the width of like the trunks themselves is enough to stop those tall winds at the top branches, but not enough for it to fall over. But this trunk alone is ginormous. Like, we're talking a 20-foot diameter on this tree. It looks as though if the inside is hollow, that is homes upon homes upon homes. But that's probably not the case, given that for about 6 stories worth of like really awkwardly suspended bridges and a combination of tree houses, you can just see people having an absolute blast, drinking, laughing, just like throwing things around. And you decide to make your way inside of the tavern. You leave the rickshaw outside. You're a little apprehensive about doing that, given that your package is right there, but you've been assured that even if somebody were to get a hold of it, only the Whitefire Arcanist can probably open it. So you make your way inside of the tavern, and the ambience just immediately washes over you. There is so much good vibes and feeling inside of here. There's a mixture of laughter, people just so deliriously drunk that they're just like smiling blindly, and there's also some not so great karaoke going on. They're singing songs that probably a little fidget outside shouldn't be hearing. So the patrons are having such a good time that they don't give you much of a glance, but all of a sudden from the side of the entrance you hear a, well, not every day we see folks like you just turn up, huh? From the Citadel, no least. And he gives a little knowing nod towards Rendrago as he notices the crest on Ren's shield. He goes, so have they finally put First Moss on the tourism calendar, have they?
Well, Rendrago, just before he interacts with this character, moves toward Mevi and wants to introduce himself and also thank them for keeping an eye on his stuff.
Sorry, he's busy. Just give him a second.
Yeah, don't worry. People come in here. I know it's a long road and they get here and they're all a little bit delulu. They don't really know what they're doing. But what's your deal then? What's in the bag?
Are you the Whitefire Arcanist?
Me? The Whitefire Arcanist? You're having a laugh. I think the only fire I could do is probably for the kettle over there. Don't be so daft. No, the Arcanist is not from round here. In fact, I don't even know where it is. No, I'm just merely the owner of this fine establishment. And today, one of the best days for you to turn up. So what do you say? You'd like a drink?
Yes, that's a great idea.
Drink, right? One for you. Lovely. We do have a bit of a tradition. First drink can be on the house, if you like. What you got to do, you got to pop your shoes off, and you got to lob them right up over the top there, over that string.
I'm not wearing shoes.
Well,
Oh, you can have mine. Here, do it with mine.
I appreciate it. Not a dozen second guess, just immediately takes your shoes. Can he do that? Can Marlowe tie the shoelaces together and lob them?
Yeah, that's what most folks do. They just tend to throw it up there like it's a shoomerang, I suppose. And if you get it up there and they hang, promise you'll get them back. And if they land up there, they'll be better than when you brought them in. We'll do them up for you, nice and tight. We know it's a long walk to get here, and we'll sort you out. We'll make sure they're tip-top for your journey home.
Is it agility or finesse?
I'm going to go for I feel like finesse is probably what we're going to go for here.
Yeah, mate, I guess.
So give me a finesse. This is relatively high up. So bear in mind, like the inside of this building in particular is about 2.5 stories, something like that. And it's suspended just off of the second balcony. So it's not the craziest shot to hit.
Sure.
So I'm going to say for this, we need you to roll finesse. And we'll go for a difficulty of like 12.
I got 19 with fear.
Blimey. Not seen a throw like that for quite some time. Not since, well, I suppose the Arcanist herself. Jesus. Whoa.
You really wanted that drink.
Frankie!
Thank you.
We got big spenders over here. Well, not big spenders, but big lobbers over here. You sort those out for him, right? All right, here's a drink for you, mate.
Thank
You know
Thank
what?
you so
That
much.
was stupendous. It wrapped round. It's tied a bow in itself. Well, what do the rest of you want?
I want my shoes back.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll get them. That's all right.
Okay.
You don't want to do a shoey. You know, you're not trying to drink out of them, are you?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Rodrigo
No, I
sees
just wanna
the
put them
stress in
back
his
on.
friend's face and takes his whip out and whips toward the shoes and grabs them from the rope and yoinks them down.
Right, you know what? I'd usually be pretty peeved by that, but you guys keep surprising me. That is bloody brilliant. Can't say that's ever happened. Now, do you want us to do them up for you nice, or you just want them back?
What do you mean by do them up nice?
Like we'll polish them, we'll clean them. The kids, like, you know, when they're not painting the rocks upstairs. Nice, lovely. They'll make them sparkle and
They're
shine.
covered in blood at the moment, so a good shining would be quite good,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, we'll buff that out. That's nothing that we can't deal with. All right. Here you go, Frankie. You make those look lovely, won't you? And the little boy called Frankie walks up and he goes, oh, amazing. And he goes off. I thought you were fidget for a minute the way you sound. Bloody hell. God, these kids all sound the same these days. Is that all right to say? I think that's all right to say. Right, anyway. What can I sort you for? What drinks are we all having?
Blueberry mead. All
Blueberry.
round.
Oh, I tell you what. You get the last bit out of the bottle here. It goes dunk and takes the lid off. Pours you on. There you go, mate. What about for the rest of you?
Oh.
Maybe kind of like shrinks into the back. She does not want to be in this conversation.
Not even the water, love. Not even the water. No.
She like shakes her head. She's like hiding directly
Ah,
behind Rendreka.
You're looking at me as if you're asking, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know half the time either.
I'll take a drink. It's fine. She usually gives it to me anyway.
All right.
Yeah,
All right,
two
double up.
whiskeys.
No, you.
2 whiskeys.
Thank you.
Go on then. All right. I didn't put you down for a whiskey kind of gal, but hey up.
Neither did I.
Surprises.
Don't-
There you go.
She's,
Hands
I
them
don't
over.
know you.
And what about for you, little blue ball? What are we thinking?
What's the drink you have with the most sugar?
With the most sugar, well, I mean, we do have some pretty fantastic strawberries around here. I could sort of mush some of those up real good, drop in a little bit of moonshine just for the fun of it. Does that sound good? All right, here we go. And he tinkers away and does it and passes them over to you. And basically goes, right, tell you what, while your shoes are getting done by old Frankie, why don't you just have a little wander about? You can probably find someone who knows all about the Whitefire Anarchist and where they are. I think Louse is like probably upstairs. You can probably go have a chat with her. But enjoy yourselves. Have your best first moss ever. I'll see you in a little bit, yeah? And he gets back to scrubbing bottles and doing everything else like that.
Didn't spend a penny.
So
Good job, everybody.
you're looking around and you're just kind of taking in the sights and the sounds. You're enjoying the people doing the karaoke, and I'd like Owen to describe, as you move through the various rooms, this is still just on the first floor at the moment. You've got a room where they're doing kind of music. There's a very small stage, and you've got another space where you can see people playing cards and things like that. There's one really adorable room, which is on the ground floor, which is where Frankie initially emerged from, where the children there are seemingly like painting stones and pebbles. They kind of resemble the big stone that you passed on the way into town. It's almost like they're trying to do it themselves, or maybe it's part of preliminary training, and you poke your head in there, and the paints are really quite intense. Like, what kind of like sense are you picking up from these various different spaces as they kind of meld together?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously the paints one, he probably gets a whiff of the paint thinner that they use maybe to remove the paint, and he kind of like that piques his interest for a second. And he's like, actually, it's not been that bad of a day. Probably don't need that for now. Keeps walking. There's obviously like the smell of like stale ale that's been poured onto the floor by people bumping into each other. He is aware that his feet are kind of like, as he like, because he doesn't have shoes on, his like the fur on the bottom of his feet are getting a bit all matted from the stickiness of the floor. But overall, having a great time. Is there any food? Can he smell food?
He can. So as you wander up to the second floor of the building, which is where this Louser character supposedly resides, you can just see that there's like a very small table and a banquet. There were a couple of food carts outside, and people just generally just doing it out of their like kitchen window. But inside of here, you've got a nice assortment of fruits and vegetables. They have a slight like kind of aura to them, I suppose. You've never seen anything quite like this before. They've got a slightly blue like haze around them, and you go over and you inspect one, and you're wondering whether you should be able to eat it or not. Like, do you want to risk that?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it.
So you take just a
But he's
big old...
eating it like like really slowly, so that anybody can stop him if they need to. He's kind and then bites into it.
And you're fine. You're absolutely fine. You bite into it, and it is some of the most delicious food you ever had in your life. In the meanwhile, while you're chowing down, the rest of the party just have a little toddle around. And Ren, every time you guys enter a different room or a different area, everybody turns around to you and just raises their tankards and just yells something. It seems to be almost like a bit of a motto. What is it that they yell at you all?
On the spot.
Collaborative
for a catchy
storytelling.
slogan. For fire and flame.
Nice. So they go, for fire and flame! Yeah, spring has sprung and it's all begun. And you're wondering what that's about. And you go over and you go, what do you mean it's all begun? And then a lady goes, oh, well, today's the beginning of First Moss. Like, First Moss? What's that? Well, today's the first day when the crops that are in the sunless farms have got the first layer of moss growing on them. That's probably what your friend's enjoying right now. The first most ripe things of the season are just coming straight through. And we're just celebrating. Everything's basically free, so don't let anybody trick you into buying anything today. It's a rip-off if they do. But yeah, basically that's what's going on. That's why we're all so excited. And is that what brought you here? Is that what you've been up to?
Yeah, that's why we came here. Definitely why we came here.
We heard it was really cool.
Yeah, really cool. Really
correct. Cool. This may be called Hush, but we make a big noise sometimes. We get very excited about this. And you can tell that everybody is filled with the same love and adoration for this holiday. I think it's partly because they are going to be fed and they're going to be well sustained now for the foreseeable future. There's always a bit of a, like somebody else explains to you, there's always a bit of a sort of panic and anxiety if the moss doesn't appear, that they are going to be starving for the next few months. Not only do they export this food out to other places, it's a real delicacy, even inside the Citadel, where Rendrago and Tiptoe have come from, but kind of like the region over. And as you're wandering about, you finally see somebody sat in the corner, and it's a Clank. And he's there and he's just chilling out. It's quite a robust kind of like round boulder shape of a robot. It's humanoid in shape. And it bears a couple of scratches, particularly on its shoulder over here, where it's got a little fox bat, which is one of the creatures you haven't quite encountered just yet. It's one of the hybrids from out in the Sablewood. And it looks over at you and goes, "Can I help?"
Does the fox bat say that, or the robot?
The robot says it.
Okay, just clarifying. Well, who's he saying it to? Rendrago.
Just to all of you, to any of you, Rendrago maybe.
Well, maybe. I'm pretty hungry, and moss is not really in a dragon's diet. I'd love a roast boar if possible.
Roast boar. I was about to say it's delicious, but I'd be lying. I've never eaten. Just oil for me.
Ah, so you don't work here?
No. I just come in once in a while. I just happened to catch First Moss today. I didn't even know it was on. I just sort of wandered in to come and get my usual supplies, and whoa, lucky me.
You're a strange kind, Tiptoe. Have we've ever met someone like this? Are you even real?
I'm gonna walk up to him because I'm assuming he's pretty shiny.
Very.
And
the shoulder is buffed from the little fox bat, but aside from that, very reflective.
Pet his arm.
You know I can't feel that, right?
I know.
Do you have a brain?
What?
I have a motherboard.
Marlowe's like turned to this interaction, like mouth full of fruit, like blue all over his face. He's a little bit more well-traveled, I think, than Rendrago, so he's seen Clanks before. And just the way that Rendrago's talking, he's like, well, you can't say that. Like, he's like pushing, like he walks up, he's like, you can't say that to this guy.
Finally, somebody who makes sense. You all look not to be rude in return, but a little worse for wear. What's gone on here? Kind of eyes you up and down.
Well, we had a pretty rough encounter on the road into town.
Thistle Folk?
I stabbed 3 of them with my forks.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Stop stroking me immediately.
There was.
You realize how long it takes to buff blood out of crevices like this?
I do actually.
Carry on.
Do you have it? I have my forks, but a lot of them have blood on them. Do you have any that you do? Can I buff it with? Can I borrow?
I'm not going to be able to buff until I get home. At this rate, you're going to make me so dirty, they're going to have to sling me over the shoe hook.
Oh.
I don't think poor little Frankie could even carry someone like me.
I have a buffing cloth.
Oh.
Would you like it?
Repair what you've done. And he just...
I go back to petting.
And you can feel that he's kind of
with
like...
the cloth this time.
You can feel that he's kind of like strong upbringing. He must be of some degree of nobility back from where he's from as well. And it's slowly pouring out of him. And he's letting his guard down and letting his real character through. I think he was trying to be the cool, mysterious guy sat in the corner.
The stranger in the tavern.
Yeah, the stranger in the tavern. So, what is it you're here for exactly? Oh, mind that button. You don't want to press that.
I really want to press it now.
Don't.
Are you sure I can't press it?
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
What are you here for?
Please. Pretty please? Can I use pretty please?
Saying it twice doesn't make it nice.
Can I use my experience? Pretty please.
Okay, let's do so to explain for people what this is, an experience, each character has 2 experiences. These are random one-liners, like certain things which basically allow them to add +2 to their rolls. So Tiptoe is going to have to spend 1 hope in order to activate it and add it to the roll. So add +2 to your roll your duality dice. Let's say the difficulty, because he's kind of warming up to you and he's finding you quite amusing. I'm going to put the roll at a 14 in order for this to succeed.
Please. Oh, yeah. 10 on hope, 3 on fear, +2. That's a 15.
Cool.
With hope.
Just barely.
So basically, you press the button and straight out, the entire hand just shoots off, and the arm, like the arm has like a cord that comes with it, and it like goes over to the table where Marlowe was previously eating, grabs a hunk of something, it comes straight back and it goes, "You said you wanted boar."
Oh.
And it turns to Rendrago and offers the boar over. Have it, take it off my hands.
That was so
Rendrago
cool.
grabs it with his claw hand, throws it up into the air, it spins around, and he just chomps it down in one bite. And then looks over at the clank and says, "Ah, I see you have some noble background, perhaps. We may have got off on the wrong foot. I am Rendrago of the Flame Wing."
Oh, Flame Wing. From the Citadel, I assume.
Correct.
You're many leagues north of where you're supposed to be. What brings you out this way? Especially Papa sending you out here.
Oh, you know my father then?
Who doesn't know your father in these lands? Don't be absurd.
Well, let's keep it a bit hush-hush, because I'm currently on an errand for Papa, and I'm hoping that you might be able to help me.
I suppose. What information or assistance do you require?
Well, my friend Tiptoe and I are currently on
Sorry, I didn't
a mission
catch
to
that.
find Tiptoe.
That's me.
Tiptoe.
Now, I speak binary, and that sounds like nonsense. Try again.
Tiptoe.
Tiptoe. Who's Tiptoe?
This little one over here,
Oh, this one.
with all the forks.
Carry on. And just like, just completely just like brushes Tiptoe's presence off and just stays really locked in on Rendrago.
Rendrago sort of comes a little bit closer, trying to make sure that he's not overheard, but...
And you see the
Papa has
folds
sent
on
me
the side of his head just go zzz, as though he's opening his ears to really pay attention.
Papa sent me on an errand to deliver a package to the Whitefire Arcanist. Do you perhaps know of this individual and where they might be?
I suppose I may. What could you give me in exchange for the information? Not many around here know the mage on a personal level. I do,
Tiptoe.
of course.
Bring out the silver fork.
Okay.
Our best one that we stole directly from Papa's dining room.
Can Marlo lean over? Can Marlo lean over to Mevi and be like, "Do you know who the White Spire Archivist is? What do they say?"
Any of these people are.
Okay, fair enough. Carry on.
Nice.
Here's the fork.
And basically, the clank basically looks at the fork and goes, Suppose I always need spare parts. What's it made of? Bangs it on the table. Tink, tink, tink.
Shiny silver.
The finest
Very
Draco silver
descriptive.
in all of the land, good sir.
The only description that matters.
Okay, fine. See, as we're enjoying the
much Draco
festivities.
Not much Draco silver stills exist, as you should know.
I suppose I could get this given away in some form of trade in the future. Okay, fine. He pops it away in like a compartment that just pops out from the hip and just throws it in. Can hear the clattering of clearly very many other utensils. You've managed to just break through to this clank, and it seems to be the one thing that it really particularly enjoys collecting.
It's silverware?
It's silverware, yeah. So it goes, okay, well, she is a busy lady, you know. You won't take up too much of her time, will you?
Not at all. I just have a package to deliver, and that's it. It's outside right now in my rickshaw.
Right, fine. So, if you're not going to cause her too much trouble, you want to go downstairs, make your way out the back door, not the one you came in through, otherwise the barman will talk your ear off again, and just continue onwards. Straight, don't waver, and you'll find her soon enough. She's always hanging around out there. And then you hear this really digitized, like, chuckling to itself. All right, off with you now. Thank you for the buff. Like that.
Right.
Come, Tiptoe. I think we're on to the. We've got some clues. We're on to our mission now. Let's go.
Okay. Quick question, Martin. Do I see any of his silverware that he's been collecting?
The side was open for a moment, so whether you want to do like a coordinated, I think what I imagine Tiptoe thinking is maybe it's kind of like a pop drawer, so you push inwards enough and it pops open for a moment. So you could try and do that. It won't go unnoticed, but you could reach a little pour in when it opens if you're quick enough. So I think for that, what kind of roll would you do?
I have advantage on action rolls to pick non-magical locks, disarm non-magical traps, or steal items from a target.
Okay, nice. Okay, I'm gonna have this be.
Just want to swipe. I just want to swipe something.
Okay, let me see. What I'm trying to remember what the difficulty ranges are on this. So if I go difficulty, I think this is gonna be a bit tricky, but you're gonna have advantage. So I would probably say that I'm gonna set this at like a 18. So
Okay,
if you
and I
roll your
a
duality.
D6?
Roll your duality
As
dice
well?
and
Okay.
roll the d6, because I think he's like just like whispering to the bird, like kind of almost unpacking the conversation just had.
Please. Yes! Oh my god.
What'd you get?
21.
Oh my god. So yeah, basically as the party starts to turn, you just give Rendrago a knowing nod.
Could Rendrago do something here to help with this? With this looting? Noticing his friend's intentions, I would perhaps like to, at this point, use my gifted performer subclass.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, is that the one? Yes. Where I can sing a song and it helps my. Oh no! Inspirational words.
Yeah.
I think is what I'd like to use.
Okay.
My speech is imbued with power. Oh wait, that's after a long rest.
Yeah. I mean, you have it available though, because we've not had any rest just yet, and you've not used it yet.
No, I think I'll use my gifted performer, and distract the clank with a song.
Okay. Nice.
So that Tiptoe can really get into that drawer and find the really, really good stuff.
I mean,
The
what I'll say for now
shiniest
is
stuff I can find.
normally when you do this kind of thing, you have to make the call before the roll. I would say because Tiptoe has already passed the roll, this is fine and you don't need to burn anything here in order to assist. But you do physically kind of lumber over and go, thank you so much for the help, really appreciate it. And you just kind of like bring your shield up as if you're gonna like feign giving a hug, and you just kind of block his line of sight while Tiptoe just shoulder barges into the drawer. That springs open and you scramble through, and you can just take, you know, maybe 2 or 3 little trinkets from inside of there.
Whatever's the shiniest things I can find.
Yeah,
I'm grabbing them
absolutely.
and I'm ducking out of there.
So you managed to pull out the fork that you had previously. You can't bear to part with that. and then you just find like a coin, which is probably worth about 3 handfuls of gold. So you can choose to spend that in the future if you ever want to or not. And then the final thing is just like, it's almost, I don't even know what you call it. I guess it's like a, you're not entirely sure its use. It's a very small, like almost trident looking thing. You don't know if it's for like piercing the top of food. It's like teeny tiny, yeah, really small thing. And then the 4 of you scramble downstairs, and basically 3 of you run out the back door, and Tiptoe scrambles over to the front desk and goes, what the hell? How did I press that?
How did she make that sound?
I think it's because this is resting on top of my like sound effect button. So when I banged my desk, the weight of the phone dropped down on it. That's perfect. Okay, so in your world, the music just cuts for a moment, and you go, "Oh, hi there, buy there, shoes, please." All right, yeah. I think he's done with them. Let me just check. Oh, yeah, look at these beauts. Look at that. There you are.
Oh, they're so shiny. Okay, I'm gonna
Beautiful.
throw them on. I'm like hopping out on one foot while I'm putting my boots on. I'm chasing everyone out.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming by. Have a good one.
Bye.
As we leave, Marlowe turns to Mevi and goes, "Oh, so when they steal things, it's fine, but when I'm looking for a drink, suddenly you have a problem with it."
I think she's like, I was like, in my head, I was like thinking she wants to like intervene, be like, why are you stealing things? But I think instead she like goes around, she like on their way out, she turns to Tiptoe and she's like, did you just steal something?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Do you look? I found these. They're so shiny. Do
Stealing?
you see?
They
Look
are-
at the little
They are
fork.
pretty.
It's a
they
little
are pretty-
baby fork. I
It's
killed
tiny.
3 guys with a fork earlier.
But if you say it's not stealing, then I
No,
believe you.
no, I just found them.
You just
May
found
I
them.
ask, out of character, what Mevi's intention is to following the party along? Like, are you keeping an eye on us at this point, or like?
I think so. It's like she is like mostly only caring about the little creature that she can hear in the backpack, but she hasn't gained the courage to
right.
say anything about it.
Right, yes.
So she's just kind of following around now, and she's trying to like understand what the like dynamic here is, because they don't know that Marlowe stole, but now Tiptoe is stealing, and she's like, is this group just okay with stealing?
Nice.
Okay, cool.
So you guys scramble out the back of the tavern, and you find yourself back out into the hustle and the bustle of the festival that's going on around you. At this point, would you like to have a little 5-10 minute break, refill drinks, pee pee poo poo, all that
good.
jazz?
Yeah, works for me.
Everybody can run off, and I will see you all in just a moment.
I'll be back in a sec.
Perfect.
Nice. Woo! All right, chat. Hello and welcome. Sorry, I've obviously not been reading the chat much at all. I look over every so often and see what you guys are saying. I hope you're enjoying it so far. That initial combat encounter went on a lot longer than I had anticipated, but I'm fairly happy with how things are going and how it's all played out so far. I think it's there's a few moments I've fumbled or I've not quite known what words to say and things like that, but I think the character work has been good. I think I got them from the merchant cart encounter into Hush nice and swiftly, which is good. I think my goal in the second half is to maybe work more at trying to bring Mevi into the forefront a little bit, because I'm worried that Cherri's like not engaging as much, but I do keep trying to pass stuff to them. I was hoping, I guess in a way it's probably better that they didn't do a crazy amount at the tavern. I had a couple of little like tavern games lined up, and I could have been a bit of a hard ass and had the Clank decide that they have to best the Clank at a game in order to get the information, but I think there was enough inter-character relations going on where that it was fine. So just for context on how far we are through, we have finished Acts 1, 2 and now 3. And we just simply have Acts 4 and Acts 5 remaining in today's little adventure. So I'm going to quickly run to the toilet. I'll be back in a moment, and we will continue from there, okay? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll run a quick ad break as well. But I'm hoping you're all enjoying it so far. I think it's been fun. It's been really, really nice. Stream manager. Right, I'll run a quick ad break, and I'll be back in 3, okay? Sit tight. I'll turn the music up for you. All right. Hello, backpack and fork lovers. How are we? So we've got 2 more acts left. Let's make our way back to our players and have a little conversation. Hello. Oh, some people are still making their way back. Hi.
My dog has stolen my chair.
I love that.
I grabbed a lunch and I put it down, and then I came back and he was trying to get his nose in my food.
Nice.
Oh.
Make him do a roll, see if you can get it.
Yeah, Buster, do you want to play maybe Cindersnap? Yeah,
how is it going for you guys so far? Is it feeling okay, like flow-wise, like conversation-wise?
Yeah, it's been super
Is it okay?
fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think it would be having like a little bit of time to chat with the 4 of us when there's like a place to...
Well, now is actually the opportunity to do so.
Oh, wonderful.
Because we've got a long walk now in order to go and find the anarchist. It's a very long road that disappears. We'll explain it in a minute. But yeah, this is where I was imagining conversation would happen, because it's quite... There's like the battle, and then you get to hush, and then it's an overwhelm of characters and the tavern and stuff, and then yeah, there's this kind of like respite before what happens next. So that is what I was imagining.
Hello, I'm back. You found one.
We're gonna have to get a fork emote, aren't we?
I also have a fork.
Oh man, I'm having
This one's
pizza
dirty,
tonight.
though.
I guess I don't eat pizza with a knife and fork, but I might do it just for the occasion.
Got the tiptoe classic. It's her specialty.
Love
Fork
it.
and knife. She knows her table manners from spending time in the castle.
True.
That's one thing she does have.
I
In
like that.
theory. In practice, no.
The finest piece of Draco silver, if I ever did see it.
So I was just letting chat know that we have finished acts 1, 2, and 3, and we have 2 acts remaining, just so you can get a gauge on like how we're doing time-wise and stuff like that. And I think if there were to be another combat encounter, then it would be probably a bit swifter because we're more familiar with how everything moves and works now. So I don't want anybody worrying that it's going to go on until like 10 p.m. I reckon we can work through this next bit quite nicely.
All right, let's do it.
Sweet.
Lovely.
All right, so you make your way outside of the tavern and you're wandering along. You're passing different homes and shops, and you can see people selling pots of slop, but the reaction of people eating this stuff, you would think they'd be recoiling, but everyone's just got a look of bliss on their face. Like, this food, as Marlo has experienced, is just phenomenal. Like, the first pluck of first moss is often just like the best. It's a bit of downhill after that, but it plateaus nicely, which is why trade is so common in and out of Hush during the spring and going into the summer. And as you're wandering along, you're taken aback by just how massive this ward must be. So you've been told to leave the tavern and just walk in that direction. Go straight, keep going. And as you look right now on the horizon, it just carries on and it disappears into the mist, and you're thinking, God, how big must that bubble be that we passed through? We only saw one of the cornerstones, and it now dawns on you that none of you ever even looked around to see whether you could see another one within close proximity. So if it is just a typical, you know, a box-shaped one, maybe even with 2 extras either side of it to form like a 6 stone ward, like, some pretty impressive magic. Really, really impressive. And as the music begins to fade in the background behind you as you move further away from the tavern and the town, you know that the music is still playing, because as you look around and you've entered the first part of farmland, which is what's being celebrated, you can see the fine layer of moss across all of the crops just ripple every so often, kind of every half second. And what you're noticing is it's actually just the BPM of the music that was playing. It's almost like a visualizer, but in a fantasy setting. It's really quite calming, and because it's consistent, it just gives a nice glow and fade to the area around you. And as you're wandering along, I think Tiptoe was wanting to have a little bit of conversation, so this is your opportunity now before...
I'm so tired. My feet hurt.
We're almost there, little one. Just a little bit longer to go. I know it's been a long day, but we're almost there.
How long have you two been walking then?
Oh, we set off at the break of dawn today.
Marlo nods at Rendrago as if he heard, but he didn't. All he heard was, He's like, we are a while then. Yeah, okay.
Maybe turns to Tiptoe. She's like, just think on the bright side. At least your shoes are shiny.
They're so shiny. Oh my gosh, you're right.
Could you describe what's on them for us?
What?
On the shoes, could you describe for us, like, one, how they form? Because I don't know whether goblins have the same sort of shape feet as humanoids, but then also just what are they adorned with that's making them so special?
Oh, they're like your classic boots, right? But on all the laces, there's a bunch of little charms, like little necklace pendants that she's probably lifted off of people, and she like laces necklace pendants all across the laces as they like lace up her little boots. And so it's just, they're very jingly boots because there's a lot of pendants all laced up on these shoelaces.
As is Tiptoe as a whole.
Yeah, everything has a lot of stuff. You're right.
So
It looks like your boots are glowing. They did a really good job buffing them
So
up.
shiny.
And what exactly is in this box? And Marlowe begins to like drum on the box a little bit on the back of which I assume we're still dragging behind us.
Yeah, so it's in a rickshaw that Rendrago is the one kind of pulling, and as you're patting it, you're noticing that, like, similarly to the moss on the cropland nearby, you're actually noticing a little bit of a fuzz, like a little bit of a reaction, just like a slight glow coming about it. It's responding to your presence. It's not harming you in any way, but it's quite pretty to look at.
What's in here?
Would you keep your paws off of my box, please. Not even I know what's within, but...
So you're just transporting it, not knowing what's in it?
That's correct. We're on a very important errand, and if you do wish to join us, you need to show some manners.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was in such fine company.
Did you say you said the box was glowing?
The box is glowing, yeah.
Like the moss? Is that what you said?
Similarly to the moss, yeah. It's giving
similar. Can I use like nature's tongue to see if there's any sort of like nature inside of it?
Yeah, you can.
Like if it's the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. For that, because the box is very well sealed and there's clearly something going on with it, it's going to be a pretty tricky task for this. So if you give me a roll on your duality dice, and I suppose we're going to add on your, I suppose, knowledge, I guess.
It says you can speak the language of the natural world. When you want to speak to the plants and animals around you, make an instinct roll.
Oh, sorry, this is nature's tongue. Sorry, I thought you were just doing a general check. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Make an instinct roll 12 on a success.
So that's just one, or do I still do duality?
I'm trying to think how to do this, because I think it's less so... One second, let me just read it. When you want to speak to plants and animals around you. I don't know whether that would apply here, just because you don't know the contents of the box.
I don't know yet. Okay, so then...
But you could...
Do you want to do...
We could do a duality roll, a knowledge roll, yeah. Or...
okay.
Perceive, sense, navigate, recall, analyze, comprehend. I would maybe go for a knowledge roll here. So if you give me a knowledge roll, we've got to try and... It's quite tricky because this is a really...
So then just the 1d12, right?
2d12.
Or 2, yeah.
And let me know what you get. Okay. So we're going to set the difficulty for this at a 20.
Well, I rolled a 6 with fear, so...
Oof. Okay.
So no.
Okay. So yeah, so you try... kind of leaning in towards the box, and that puts Rendrago really on edge again. It's like Rendrago sort of just under his breath goes, "You tell one, you think the other would listen." And basically Mevi kind of leans up towards it and is kind of just looking around, trying to see if it's possible to look within the creaks, because there's a slight opening in the crate, but it's just so dark and dense in there that there's just no kind of visual whatsoever as to what's happening in there. And you decide, okay, well, we're probably going to find out soon enough.
Okay. I think at this point, Tiptoe's probably like the hilt of your returning blade. Is there anything shiny about it?
I mean, I assume so, yeah.
Right. So she's just gonna look over to it. It's really, really shiny. Where did you get it?
She kind of looks over at you, but like doesn't say anything about it. She doesn't know what to do about like this intense stare.
And the problem is it only gets worse as the glowing and fading from the croplands nearby just really like highlights the fact that this thing is reflective. It's almost like it's calling to Tiptoe.
Really shiny.
I mean, do you want to do you feel like doing some kind of like presence check to maybe kind of like ward off Tiptoe to be like, look, back off? Or are you just going to human
I think she would be too scared to be like, back off. She looks to her blade, and then she looks at Tiptoe, and then she looks at her blade, and she's like, do you want to hold it?
Really?
But you can't keep it, but you can hold it for a little bit.
Well, I mean, literally, she can't keep it.
Find it.
It will come back to you.
It will come back to me. So you can try to put it in your backpack, but it will return.
I'm gonna put it in my backpack. I want to see what it does.
So what happens next?
It go back?
Is
it comes right back to her like belt.
I grab it again. I put it in my backpack.
So do you imagine that the blade kind of evaporates and reappears at you, or similarly
Yeah,
to the
that's
fight,
what I
does
imagine.
it physically
I imagine it like
crack back?
evaporates and comes back.
Oh man, I was so hoping you were going to say it physically moves back, because that would burst
It tears
the
through the
backpack open.
No.
Okay, we got very lucky there. Jeez.
Oh,
Oof.
this is so. Where did you get this?
I found it on the floor.
I find things on the floor. No way! I found so many forks today on the floor. I
saw.
counted like more than 5.
I saw.
So many forks. You saw?
I wrote a lot of forks.
There were so many forks. How did you see? Do you get forks too?
How long were you
Yes.
following us?
How long were you following us?
I
like that. Turn it straight back on you. Brilliant.
Marlo turns to the dragon. How long have you been walking?
Forever.
It feels like forever
And Tipto
now.
like falls. She lets her backpack just like weigh her down and just like fall to the side.
Do we see anything ahead of us that might be the destination that we're headed to?
So you're pottering along, and hold on, let me find my notes again. Where are we? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, you're wandering along, and Rendrego's just managed to help pick up Tiptoe and get them back onto their feet. And the farmlands a few moments later are far behind you, and you're in a relatively flat plane of land, still very dark. And there's a bit of it's not so much a boundary, but you notice that there's a slight line drawn in the dirt, which is probably some form of like, kind of boundary, I suppose, probably for the villagers, you assume. And as you step over it and take another couple paces forwards, you start to look around and you notice that the trees here, as much as sablewood trees are supposed to be very hard to penetrate, these ones have actually been carved. And almost in a sort of totem pole type fashion, there are just faces adorned all over the various tree trunks that are closest to the pathway that you're on. And I was just curious, Marlo, do any of the faces feel reminiscent to you? Do they remind you of somebody from your life?
Let me see. I'm actually going to roll for this if you don't mind.
Sure.
No, I wouldn't say. Not in any positive manner. I think he would sort of be looking at them, and he kind of gets like a little bit freaked out by some of them. So he just sort of like keeps his head down and like stays on the path.
There are so many of them that the eyes are pointing in every direction. So straight down is the best evasive measure in this moment.
Yeah, I think you'll go for that.
And what about Rendrego? You're looking around, you're seeing these faces. Does it spark any any familiarity? Doesn't have to look like somebody you know, but just do they resemble folks that you've met in previous times?
Not specifically, but Rendrego does recognize some faces that he heard in tales when he was young, and he suddenly gets quite a feeling of dread about him. And he turns to the party and says, my new friends, I know not what is in this package, but what I do know is that it is important. I cannot trust you as of yet, but now may be your chance to prove yourselves to Tiptoe and I. Would you like to help us get this package to where it needs to be? Or if not, would you like to flee into the woods? Because it feels like dread is upon us.
I'll take the first one. I like the first one more.
I would rather flee into the woods, but I feel like I have to stay.
Like
I
that.
grab the
Stay
dagger
you
again and I
shall.
put it in my backpack.
And Marlo just basically
And then it comes right back.
Marlo just grabs your wrist using his tail and just sort of drags you along like, nope, you're not going anywhere. Come on.
Yeah.
And then basically you carry on, and eventually the creepy faces subside, the tree line gets a little less dense, and then you find yourself in a very small opening. And it seems as though you've arrived at your destination, or so you suppose, because the Clank's little joke that he made as you guys were leaving about she always hangs out there dawns on you, and a few of you give out a little chuckle and an exhale because of the silliness. Because standing in front of you is another ginormous tree. It stands bigger than all the rest, not as large as the one that upkept the tavern. But what you see in front of you is uncountable meters of rope that are slung around one of the branches. And suspended from it, right there, hanging like some kind of like bird feeder, is what you assume is the Arcanist's home. It's held aloft, and the counterweight for it, as you look over to the left side, is a giant boulder, a huge boulder that's part impacted into the soil, and some of the roots from the bottom of this ginormous tree are beginning to engulf it, which just makes it that much better of a suspension tool. You look up above, and you can see there are flashes of soft yellow and green light just kind of pouring out of there, and you can hear the sounds of tinkering and muttering right the way up at the top. What would you like to do?
I think as Tiptoe's looking all the way up, she's gonna fall backwards because she's like looking so far up, and the backpack's just like counterweight for her. She's just gonna fall over.
Nice.
As Tiptoe falls over, Raindrago catches her in his arms and says, Tiptoe, try get a good look at this weird place if you can, and lifts her all the way up, higher above his head to get a better view.
It looks really high up still.
This would be quite the climb to get to it.
And,
some maybe.
and there's a lot, and it's dark, and I'm really tired.
Tired? No, you hadn't said. And Tiptoe just kind of gives up in this situation. So we're left with Rendrago, Mevi, and Marlowe to decide.
She's just happy that she's on his shoulders now. She doesn't have to walk around.
So Rendrago pops the rickshaw down and begins to assess the situation. You do notice that on the large boulder, there is one singular large dwarven rune etched into it. Doesn't seem to glow or emanate like the others, but it's just something that you've noticed. But you believe that the Arcanist is probably up there.
Takes a closer look at the ruin and notes that there might be a similar etching on the box. Marlowe, dear fellow, would you bring the box over here for a second? I think I recognize something here.
Sure. Like squats down, lifts it up. Is it heavy?
It's pretty heavy. I think, honestly, I think you probably need a strength check in order to carry it single-handedly. So yeah, give me a roll. Duality dice, and you got a +1 on your strength. We'll set the difficulty at, I would say, a solid 14.
Okay, I got 15 with hope.
Nice. Mark a hope.
Cool.
And yeah, you do manage to lumber over, and you manage to drop it down onto the floor, dust bursting out either side of it, and Rendrago can begin examining the two.
Well, Rendrago notices that an etching on the box seems to be glowing ever so slightly in the darkness, an etching that looks quite similar to the etching that he sees on the rock. My friends, it seems we may be onto something here. This might be where the Whitefire Arcanist might live. At least I think we might have found our destination for our delivery.
Finally!
Great! Marlowe, stands up, brushes himself up, and starts walking back the way that they came. He's like, good job, everybody. And I think it calls for a round of drinks. Let's go.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Are we done? You did it. The box is there. The runes match.
She said bye.
Oh.
Bye.
He sits down and goes, no, you climb the big ropes. Don't get the monkey to help. Let's see how you do it.
Well, you said you wanted to leave, and so I was saying bye.
I thought we were finished.
No, we're not. Are we finished? Can we go home?
My dear
yet?
fellow, a rock is not a Whitefire Arcanist. However, it seems of the four of us, you have the ability to climb these ropes, if you would be so kind as to scramble up that rope to the left and get a better view of the above.
Okay,
it would do me a great favor.
All right. So I get advantage on this because I'm a natural climber.
Nice.
Can I make? So let's do
that. So we're
that.
going for an agility roll here. So you've got a +2 already, and you have advantage. Cool. So go ahead and roll, and I'll let you know.
Let's hope I don't mess this up. That is that's 16 with fear.
16 with fear. Okay. Let me just do this real quick. So you do manage to make your way up there. You climb up the rope, and you just sort of stood there on the branch at the top. And you can glance over the top, but you do notice as you go up that somehow the rope is frayed, and it's almost solidified in such a way that it kind of acts a bit like thorns, and it kind of splinters you as you're going over. So I would like you to mark a stress for me because of that. But you're now atop the branch, and it's about whether what would you like to do next? Would you like to clamber down onto the house and try and get a look through a window or knock a door or?
Yeah, let's do that. I'd like to land on the house.
Nice. Okay, so you're on top of the house. You hear a thunk, and then you just hear a little muffled voice from inside go, "Visitors, is there?"
Yep, that's us. Delivery. He like knocks on the roof of the. Is it like thatching or like?
So from the outside, it actually looks to be made of kind of like wood and a little bit of like brickwork. It's strange. It's like a traditional home. But kind of just shrunk down and suspended up in the air. And it's got this large hull underneath with a spike, which you assume if the home was to come down, it would spike the floor, holding it into place. Delivery? At a time like I didn't even order anything. Aren't they busy with a festival? Coming.
Okay.
And she
Marlo,
opens the
dear
door.
fellow, what do you see up there?
It's the house. I'm delivering the package for you.
Tiptoe, wake up.
Bring it up.
I think we might be at the correct place.
Oh, yeah.
Marlo, ask for the White Arcanist.
I'm looking for the white Marxcavist.
Right, you found
That's
her.
the White Archivist.
And you fling the door open, and she looks down, and she's quite surprised because as she's looking over the edge, she looks down at the three of you on the ground and goes, "So,
I wave.
how exactly is it that you managed to throw your voice like that?"
They're great ventriloquists.
Oh, jeez. All right. Oh, there's another. There's another. Right. Okay. Well, I suppose we can make this work.
He like hops off the edge and like lands next to her.
Nice. So
Is she like an old woman or?
I would say we're talking sort of like mid-50s. I would say. So
Okay.
what you see as you clamber from the top and you grab onto the door frame, you swing into the room, is you're presented by a mixture of a humanoid and a firefly, because the Arcanist is a fairy that kind of moves in slow motions and sudden jitters, kind of like a really indeterminable in terms of age and temperament and all these kinds of things. And they're huge. They're like 7 foot. Like they are really quite tall, and they just kind of gaze down at you and go, "Haven't seen your kind in some time. Give me a moment. Let's get down there." And basically she just sort of flicks her hands and the house begins to slowly bring itself down. But what's strange about this is the fact that you saw the counterweight, you saw the rock, and you would assume that something would happen with the rock that would bring the counterweight up and the balance would shift. Instead, what happened was the many coils around the branch that happened, they start unraveling. It almost looks like an invisible child is doing a skipping rope on it, and it comes down independently. The rock and the rope connecting the rock to the tree just don't move at all. Like, it seems to be a bit of a dupe, so you chose the correct thing to do there.
Okay, cool.
But she steps out the house with me, kind of beckons you to come out with you. She just sort of glances Rendrago up and down and goes, "Oh, that delivery. The group from Emeris, I suppose." Rendrago knows Emeris as being his father's name, King Emeris. "Why, you're rather late, aren't you? Come on in, come on in." And you all make your way inside of the Arcanist's home. And what strikes you immediately, which Marlo hadn't noticed a moment ago, is that it's pretty pokey from the outside. It looks like a very simple kind of like studio apartment kind of size. Like, it's got 2 levels, but the top level is very generous to call it a level. But as you walk in, you realize that the space is much bigger on the inside, strangely. And even though the walls outside appear to be made of like wood and slate and things, the interior is somehow like fleshy and dewy and plant-like, which is a little strange. And obviously, being adept with magic, the Arcanist, you see the usual suspects on display in here. You see potion bottles, spell books, and even tiny little creatures every so often inside of jars. And you do get the sense that if you were to touch any one of these, it wouldn't go unnoticed. The Arcanist seems observant if they're looking in the right direction, hence not spotting Marlo a moment ago. "And the package, where's that?" She says in Rendrago's direction.
Marlo starts elbowing you.
It's still outside. If you give me a moment, I can go collect it, but I'd like to make sure that I'm bringing this to the correct person, because after all, this is an important delivery and there's a lot at stake.
"Well, how about this for proof?" And she flutters her hands outwards, and it all begins to make sense because the home opens up like a blooming flower. The walls recede, the door goes upwards, and there's an entire big opening because she spotted the crate a moment ago and knew it wasn't going to quite fit through the door. So she's opened up and went, "Is that enough for you?"
Whoa.
Tiptoe.
Tiptoe falls off of his shoulders.
Tiptoe. I think we found her at last.
I think we did. Finally. Gosh, I'm so tired.
It's almost time to rest, but let's go get the box real quick. Raindrago
Fine.
stands up
Take
straight and nobly walks out the house to go retrieve the box.
Tiptoe
Nice.
sits down on the ground.
Who else helps you out with the box? It's probably a two-person job to bring this in.
Marlowe, dear fellow, wouldn't you help me with this? It's quite heavy.
Goodness me, manual labor. Yes, okay, sure, yeah, okay.
Tiptoe grabs Maybe's dagger again and puts it in her backpack.
You're going to hurt somebody with that thing, and it like ships back into her belt.
It's fine.
I'd prefer that you didn't do that once you get back in here, please. Many of these creatures wouldn't survive a day out there, and I don't want you smashing their...
I'm not smashing.
Their
Put it in my
terrariums.
backpack.
If you say so, little
Why?
one.
Why are they in the jars to begin with?
Well, it's for their own protection, and also they're some of the only specimens that I found that aren't hybrids. So this here, as you can probably tell, is a firefly. Just a firefly. It's not some kind of fandangled bat fly.
She leans really closely to the jar and like waves at it.
And the Arcanist just snaps the fingers, and the firefly just goes and fills the whole jar with fire just for a brief moment and comes back down. Just a little gag that I do. They don't really emit fire, but you get the point.
Did you hurt it?
No. It didn't know what was happening. I put a small force field around it. You're not entirely sure if that was true, but there doesn't seem to be too much squirming. I mean, you could try and speak to the thing in the jar if you wanted to.
Can I speak to the thing?
Yeah, you could use your nature's tongue here.
My nature's tongue. So then that would just be an instinct roll.
Yeah, I would suppose so.
My D12. I rolled a 10, and then my instinct is a +2. So 12.
Okay. Was that with hope or fear?
I didn't do the dual dice. I can roll it again.
Oh, what, did you just roll one dice with it? You got a 10?
It just said roll 1, I think. Instinct roll 12.
Okay, we'll take it. That's fine. So I guess you can open conversation.
I guess she's just, hi.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, Cherri, if that was on the Nexus, if you click it, it might tell you.
Oh, okay, wait. Instinct roll +2. Oh, it does want to do 2 dice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's see what
I
happens.
can just roll it again and say this one's the fear one, but since the okay, wait, let's see. I got 7, so 19 with hope.
19 with hope. Okay,
so, yeah.
cool. So mark down a hope on your sheet, and you just hear initially as you say hello, you hear a
Oh God! She does that every time.
a surprisingly deep voice, but it's less so that it's speaking externally and more you are kind of like telepathically communing with this creature, and it sees itself as a big deal.
Was that your doing?
Like, are you okay?
No. You saw the flames. Jeez. Oh, wait. You understand
She like doesn't know what
me?
to do with herself. She like wasn't expecting that at all.
You can understand me.
Yeah, I can. Do you need help? Like, do you want to...
Well, first and foremost, let her know I want more air holes in here.
Okay.
Because if she does the whole snip, snap, flame, flam next time, it'll at least burst out the top.
Okay.
Now, what do you want? Well, stop wasting my time then.
No.
Sounds like you've got enough on your plate as it's already.
Okay.
And it just turns away and just gives you the cold shoulder. It wants nothing to do with you. It thinks you're responsible for what just occurred to it a moment ago. It's still coughing up, going,
Oh, Jeez.
She very sadly turns to the Arcanist and she's like, "You need to give it more air holes, please. It needs more air holes."
I can put it on my notes of things to do. Not a worry. Now,
Do you want the box? Like,
yes,
they've
just
been holding
pop it on
this
this.
entire
Hold on a
time?
minute. It just like slides a bunch of stuff across the table. Only one glass thing falls off and shatters. Never
My
mind.
dear fellow,
That'll be fine.
remember to lift with your knees, please.
I'm
No
trying.
injuries here. Let's just put it here on this table next to this firefly, if you will. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, good sir.
Right then, what have we got here? If it's from King Emerus, it can't be anything good. And what you see her do is you see her. There's the big rune that you've recognised in the centre of it, and with a quite long fingernail, she just scratches the shape of the sort of the dwarven symbol that's there into it, and then does a really solid like palm slap onto the top of it and holds the hand down, and you see the light emanate from it, and then, as though it was some kind of like, I don't know, like a hammer getting taken to it, a few moments later, you just see the entire crate just collapse. Right, get rid of this and get rid of that. Oh, it's that time again already. Gosh, a decade goes fast. And what you see in front of you, Rendrago will definitely know what it is, and he's actually quite excited by the prospect of what it is, although also a little fearful. Basically the Arcanist turns around and goes, "Well, makes sense why he kept it a secret and only really sent his son with this. Even if you are his blood, plenty more would be spilled if you don't get this back in time. At the moment, my dear boy, your city's without a ward. We better work fast." And Rendrago recognizes this as a relatively large crest that is normally embedded in one of the towers at the entranceway to the citadel in the middle of the city that he's from. We do probably need to take this somewhere special. Got to give this baby back some juice. It's an easy enough task, but I don't think the Sablewood will be too happy about it, so I'm going to need your help. Will that be all right?
Absolutely.
And you know what this is?
I do, of course I do.
And
Yeah, we all do. But just like in case we don't, you could like enlighten us with a bit of context.
well, you see, had you struck the boulder outside, trying to get my attention, that would have flung you a good 20 foot. And if there was something pointy, may have impaled you. This is known as a repelling ward, a protection that you place along it. You may have encountered one of these on your way into Hush. And it's basically the same thing, but on a much grander scale. Every so often, we have to get these things sorted and prepared so that your city can stay safe.
I see.
Marla, my dear boy, it is the ward of flame and fire. The ward of my home, the ward of my house.
And protecting the city, that pays well, I assume.
It certainly does.
You let
Right,
me know
let's
when
go.
those payments go out then, okay? I've done this many times before and never seen so much as a thank you.
I will have a word with the treasurer when I return to the castle.
You be sure to do
That's
that.
good. Yeah, we should do that, yeah. So what do we got to do with this?
Well, we need to take it to somewhere that I like to call the Open Vale. It's not far from here, probably an hour's walk. Are you rested? You may need to...
No.
Nice. Sorry, that...
Walking forever.
Right, all the moaning and groaning is giving me a headache already. This is why I stay isolated. Right, I tell you what, take one of these each, and you get handed a small potion. This is in addition to your already existent minor stamina potion. Right, drink up. And basically everybody here can now clear one stress from their character.
Yay.
Right, I do need to bring along a few other things and prepare a concoction. So you have a rest. Maybe lay down outside while I do my work. It can get a little bit fiery inside of here, as he'll tell you. See you in a moment. And she beckons you out the door, shrugs you out, pushes you out. And basically you're going to be sat outside while you hear all kinds of like crazy noises and bangs and pops and whizzes for the next little while as she's concocting something. And this is going to be the first time that we're actually going to do a short rest for your characters.
Hey.
So during a short rest, you can do a few things. You can tend to your wounds. So you can describe how you patch yourself up by rolling 1d4 and adding 1 to it to clear that many hit points to get yourself all spruced back up. You can clear stress. So again, roll a d4 plus 1 to that to clear any stresses. You can repair your armor. So you can describe how you spend the time repairing your armor. Again, 1d4 to clear out your armor slots. And then you can also prepare. So this is more for... if you do this action, you can basically take 2 hope.
Cool.
Let me just triple check. Describe...
And do we get to pick one of those things to do?
You get to pick one of those things. If you prepare, you gain a hope. Or if the entire party decides to prepare for whatever may lay ahead, then you can each take 2 hope. But you have to be unanimous in doing that.
Okay.
So you let me know what you're up to.
So is it just like when you prepare, you can't do anything else?
Yeah,
or-
if you prepare. So you're either healing hit points, repairing armor, clearing stress, or preparing, which is hope related.
I'm going to heal.
Nice.
I'm going to heal. And I'm just going to sit down and I'm going to pull out all of the forks that I've grabbed and I'm just going to organize them.
Can I?
Which is a very
Okay, I have something I
calming
want to do then
presence.
as well. Is
Mhm.
I walk up to Tiptoe, and I have a thing in my subclass called a tethered talisman, where once per rest you can imbue a small item with your protective essence. When the person holding the talisman takes damage, you can extend its magic to reduce the number of hit points they mark. So it's basically like an enchanted item. So she like
Yeah.
walks up to Tiptoe, organizing her forks, and I pick
Here.
up one of them. And I'm like, I'm gonna make this one shinier.
You can do that?
I can make this one shinier.
Okay. I grab your dagger.
And then she
I
uses
put it in the
her Okay, you can't keep that, but I can make this fork shinier.
Okay.
And I use
I grab it
the
again.
tethered talisman on this item and I give it back to Tiptoe.
That's so cool. Oh, thank you.
Nice.
So we do one of these things.
One of these things, yes. You're either bettering your health, your stress, your armor, or you can gain a hope.
Marlowe will spend his time preparing. Preparing is in quotation marks and is substituted for the word drinking. So not like in an extravagant manner, but more so just kind of like nursing any kind of like fatigue by just like sipping away at a bottle that he has from like inside his cloak.
Nice.
I like it. What are those like wax hollowed out gourds that they have? I forget what they're called. Chat will know because I was talking to them about it the other day. But yeah, like that's where he keeps his drink, and it's got like a string around it that he attaches to his belt loop.
Nice.
So yeah, that's what he'll do. I'll get a hope.
And what is Rendrago up to in this downtime?
Rendrago took quite a lot of damage in the encounter, marking 3 hit points. So I think he's going to try and heal up. So he sits by the fire and starts preening his scales.
Nice.
Every now and then wincing as he touches a wound.
So if you can roll a d4 for me, and basically +1 to that will be how many hit points you can clear.
Okay. D4 rolled. It is... This thing is tiny. Oh my goodness. Look at this thing.
No chance. It's literally smaller than your fingernail. That's nuts.
It's a 2.
2. Okay, so +1 to that. So you can clear those 3 hit points, and you are now back to
All I
fully
see are
replenished.
fingers when you just like you do this.
Yeah,
you could be holding nothing, and you're like, it says a 2.
They're ridiculous.
Nice. So a little bit of time passes, and all of a sudden you hear, "Poof." All right, time to go. Are we all ready? I trust you're well rested.
We are indeed.
Yep.
It's been quite a day.
We are not using that thing right there. And then she does like a little whistle, and around the corner just comes like this kind of like, it's another hybrid creature. It's like a relatively large beetle mixed with a horse. It's quite peculiar. But basically it scuttles around the corner and there's a carriage. It's like, right, load it onto there for me, please. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And a few of you together lob just a stone in. Don't worry, it won't crack.
Put your backs into it.
It might be low on juice, but it's not completely useless.
I like the idea that as Tiptoe's helping lift, we're lifting Tiptoe with the like.
Good job.
I like that. Okay, so basically, you set on off, and it's only about a half-hour, 45-minute journey wandering through the woods. This will be the time period where if you had any questions for the Arcanist, you could ask them if you're just generally interested in her being or what you're doing there. You don't have to.
Why do you live here?
Well, as most people that are in solitary, I don't like people. But at the same time as that, I am also staying hidden.
Why don't you like people?
I mean, what a stupid question to ask. People are people.
Why don't you like animals?
Well, that's a
either?
stupid
You're being
answer.
Really mean. You're being really mean to that firefly.
Oh no, you've heard how he talks to people. He's as rude as they come.
You're being really rude to the firefly.
Look, if you go back there and speak with him, you ask him what all the other fireflies say about him. Why do you think I have just one in a jar? They normally come as an entire collective, a swarm. They've sworn him off.
Okay.
They don't like him.
I liked him.
Now, tell me, son of Emeris, is this your first time outside of the Citadel?
It is my first venture from my home. I wasn't given much details about this delivery, and I was hoping maybe you could shed some light, because Tiptoe and I have been wondering all this time why
So long.
been walking for ages to make this delivery.
Forever.
With no information shared, Papa just asked me to bring it to you, and I'd love to know more if possible.
Well, I suppose the reason he sent you alone was so that it wouldn't draw too much attention. Even giving you a few Kingsguard would probably get people's backs up, and when the Thistle Folk see too much armor, they tend to know that there's big prizes awaiting you. The reason you've come here is because where I'm taking you now is one of the most potent magic spots in the entire realm. And you kind of carry on and you make your way out into what is surprisingly, because at this point, the whole time you've been going through the Sablewood, the trees are so tall, they overhang and like cracks of moonlight come through. And it's been impossible to find it. And this would be exactly what we're looking for. Your father sent you here because of this. And Rendrega looks around and just goes, a field? I don't get it. And in front of you, basically the clearing that's in front of you is almost perfectly circular, and the grass here has a real nice groove to it, as though some kind of like whirlpool or tornado had once spun in the center of it. It looks very purposeful. Now, there are great magics to wield in these lands, the Arcanist says, but a struggle long ago cast its plains into the shade. Basically implying that the magic in all of the land here is so potent that some kind of form of struggle just made these trees erupt, blocking the moonlight. This is the largest clearing that I've ever been able to come by. Every few decades, there'll be some foolish enough to try and fell enough trees to get even a tenth of what you see here. Sometimes it's cultists, other times noblemen like yourself. They've slowed in their efforts in recent years, and I think they're almost beginning to believe it's just a myth. The trees are the greatest hurdle. They're incredibly hard to pierce, and most don't even get a swing at it before the wildlife residing here defend it furiously. They'll grant you passage on the paths, if you've probably seen, but beneath the leaves, it's a different tale. Now, what you're seeing here is of great importance. This is a great secret, even from those in hush. You do well to keep it that way. As the village suggests, I need you to zip it. Right, wonderful. Here's the spot. Nice and central. All of you just take a moment. We'll get this hatch open. And again, just another flutter, and this carriage just blossoms open. And where you would normally see the pollen and the bulb, instead in the center, you've got the giant stone that you've been transporting so far. Right, this will take me probably a few moments. I'm going to be somewhat incapacitated while we do this, so ready yourselves. And starts kind of like muttering to herself, and you sort of start to recognize the same glow that you saw from the first moss, and it begins pulsating. And you can tell at that point, with the quickening of the breath of the Arcanist and the glow getting faster, that this looks to be like a representation of the Arcanist's heartbeat, and it gets louder and faster and faster and bumping and quicker and noisier until eventually there's a giant and in a similar way, almost like to kind of one-up them, the Strix Wolf at the beginning of the day that you encountered did the wing fan and it echoed through the woods. The same thing happens here, but the hybrid signatures are just so much louder. There's quack creaks and there's caw roars and other hybrid sounds coming from the tree line, and the Sablewood is definitely just woken up. And then just as that happens, you all begin to feel a rumbling sensation beneath your feet, and you're looking around frantically. Nothing seems to be appearing. And suddenly, in two different directions, there's two of you one side and there's two of you the other. You're in a very cylindrical space. Each duo notices coming through the tree line in a really haunting fashion, two forest wraiths emerging from the tree line. And this is where we enter our second battle scene.
Oh.
So
does Marlo do any of us get an opportunity to be like, whoa, what's with the wraiths to the Firefly before?
So at this point, the Arcanist's eyes have rolled into the back of her head. She's begun levitating slightly off the floor, and the stone has come up with it. She is not listening to a word that you're saying. She is fully deep in this moment.
Sure.
So let's get over to the correct scene. Boop. Right, I think that should update. There we are. And we'll have our wraiths appear. So we've got, this one is there. Where do you imagine yourself stood? So the carriage was there, but the Arcanist has now moved towards the center of the frame. I was imagining Tiptoe and Rendrago on one side.
Yeah.
And then I suppose Marlo and Mevi on the other. So up here, you notice... oh, I've not even shown my chat this yet. Hold on a minute. There we are. So over here is the space you can see. And from the tree line, there are... Is that correct? Yeah, there is. You notice there are two forest wraiths that have just appeared there. The thing I want to check is... Give me just 2 seconds. Is how this engagement officially begins. I'm just going to remind myself. Sorry, 2 seconds. Oh yeah, okay. So there was a hint of confusion as to what was going on. Oh wait, where are they? Are they not here? They are here. Sorry, give me just 2 seconds. Oh gosh, come on. Sorry, it's making me highlight everything in the... I'm gonna have to refresh the browser source.
No worries.
Right. Yeah. Where am I right now? It's good if the music's carrying this moment. I hope you guys have got music coming on.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. Okay, right. So that needs to be within close range. Right, give me 2 seconds. So let's just quickly check the measurement from here. Okay, brilliant. So let's do this. Boop. 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 And boop. So all around you, the rumblings now begin to make sense. The forest wraiths weren't the thing causing the ground to quake. Instead, you had a bunch of skeletons basically emerge from the floor and break upwards onto the surface, and they are within close range. And you can see that they are just kind of looking straight past you guys, and they are zeroed in on the Arcanist.
Oh, okay.
The other thing I need to do as well is I need to pop a little timer on the screen, which I'll probably just put here for now. Basically this would normally be a D8 that I'm placing here, so we'll have this just here for now, like so. And I suppose... Let's have a look. Sorry, this one's throwing me for a second.
You're good. I did realize, this is something I'm going to keep in mind for this combat. I have sneak attack, and I was not doing sneak attack damage anytime I was attacking the guys who were next to Ren. So I need to remember I get an extra d6 damage for anyone, if like an ally is within melee range. So fork's got to go a little bit harder.
I like you waving the fork as well. This is part of your. This is a prop.
It's it's. I was told to go get a fork, so I got a fork.
And don't forget your enchanted shiny fork.
Shiny fork.
That's like literally the whip stab attack, right?
It's just the whip stab.
All right. So let's begin. So as the skeletons are climbing themselves out of the soil and appearing onto the surface, seemingly leaving not too much debris or any holes behind, who would like to go first at trying to reply to them and retaliate?
Rendrago would like to take an action.
Sure, go for it.
He scoops Tiptoe up and puts her on his shoulder and faces the other two and says to them, "We've only recently become friends, you two, and now is your chance to prove yourself to the flame. Defend this Arcanist at all costs. For fire and flame we go."
Okay.
This is going to be
but okay.
this is going to be my rally action. Once per session, I can rally the party. And at level 1, my rally die is a d6, or everyone's is.
Nice.
And a player can spend their rally die to roll it, adding the result to their action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, or to clear a number of stress equal to the result.
Okay, brilliant. We can do that.
So everyone gets a rally die, a d6 rally die.
Sick. Is that like a thing that I can tick on the, or should I just remember that I have it? Like, is there a box to tick on the character sheet?
See anything?
I think that's probably something that you mark for yourselves on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. There we go. So that was your rally, did you say, Ren?
Yep.
Nice. Cool. So that's your turn completed. Who wants to have a go next?
So if I'm basically on your shoulder, I'm gonna move myself there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to measure. Keep doing the wrong thing. All right, I've got no enemies in very close range at the moment, so I'm happy to hold off for a little bit if you guys want to go.
Sure. In which case, Marlowe is kind of gathers himself up, collects himself, and stands a little bit taller. He's not eaten a lot, pretty much just fruit in the past 24 hours, but has drunk a fair bit. So his fighting stance is a little less measured than usual. He's going to spend a focus to shift into precise martial stance. And is there anybody within attacking range of him? Let's see, this guy here, for example, the skeleton to the top right.
What was that? Sorry, regarding the skeleton.
Is he like close enough that I can hit him? Can I just like walk over and?
Oh yeah. So so I think if I remember correctly with the rules, it's basically you're able to move like quite generously in the game. It's I think anything that's within very close and close, you can move to just kind of as part of your move. It's only anything that's far and beyond would basically utilize your action for that turn.
Okay. Well, he's gonna like stumble over and be like, okay, let's get this over with, and he'll do an unarmed strike, which I will roll now.
Nice.
He got a 17 with fear.
Woo. Okay. Yep. 17 definitely connects. Roll for damage.
Cool. Let's see what he gets. Plus
a d6 for the rally.
Oh, to extra to damage.
Yep.
Okay, that's going to do most of the heavy lifting here. He rolled 2 1s, so that's only 2, but until I rolled the d6, which was also a 1, so that's 3 damage.
3 damage, okay.
Yeah, so he kind of like stumbles over and kind of like lazily slaps at the skeleton. He's like, "Give me a second, I'm just warming up." Lazily pokes at it.
Nice, and you notice that the skeleton.
No more royal whiskey for that one.
No, I don't know where he got
So you notice that the skeletons are adorned with armor. It's particularly holy, and obviously they don't really have much like mass on them anyway. But you do tend to just kind of be slapping along against it. But it is enough to start breaking it down, and you do manage to kind of like fracture some of the bones on the arm, and it does take a point of damage, which is good. Now, because you rolled with fear, I guess it's my time to play. So I think whilst you're in this kind of like slapping frenzy against that creature, I think I'm going to spend a fear to activate the Forest Wraith. And it's going to do a move called Memory Delve. So I need to make an action roll against a close target, which if I just triple check, is that close where we are now currently? Boop. We may need to move slightly within range. Yeah, just within close range to get you with that one. So I'm going to have to do a roll. Where is it? Where's my 20 gone? That's 20. Oh, got it. So that is a 13 to try and hit. Does that do anything?
Is that to me?
To you, yeah.
Yeah, a 13 meets it. So
meets it. Cool. God, that's barely scraped in. And what this move does is it flies into melee range and places its hand on your cheek. And I need you to describe to me a terrifying moment from your character's childhood.
Oh, he doesn't have many memories. I think probably once when he was climbing, and he doesn't even remember that he remembered. But once when he was climbing, he like slipped from a tree and landed in like a shallow pond that wasn't deep enough to like break his fall. It winded him, which caused him to like then breathe in while in this water. And so there was like even though it was quite a shallow depth of water, there was that moment of like spluttering and not being able to like fully pick himself up. So it feels like drowning again. And
there's that gasping and there's that kind of like panic for air that's washing over you. And as it's doing this, I've got to roll 2d6 and plus 8. It's a pretty hefty move, this one. D6, there we go. So that is a 3 and a 5, so that's 8 plus 8. So that's going to be 16 points. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, no, sorry, that's its other move. Sorry, it's 3d4. D4. So that is a 4, a 2, and a 2. So that's going to be what, 8? Oh, same result. So that's going to be 8. Oh, no, it's actually a little bit more. It's going to be 8 plus 9. So that's going to be 17 points of magic damage against you.
Okay, I'll use an armor slot to put that to a minor damage.
Okay.
To take 1 HP hit.
And I'm going to just pull that fear off of there. And I think at the same time as that as well, I'm probably going to spend a fear to... Maybe, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to, so this fella up here, I'm going to trigger this guy. So he sees you in this kind of like petrified stance and decides that he's going to get a little bit of retaliation on you for the slight scuffing you've just done to it a moment ago. So I'm going to roll the d20 again. That is an 18 to hit.
Yep, that does hit.
Cool. And that is just going to be 1d6 plus 1. So that is going to be 5 points of physical damage.
Okay, I'll take that. So that's 1 point. Oh wait, is it like 5 points in the threshold? So that's 1 minor damage, yeah?
Yes, yeah. What's your minor damage? Your major damage threshold?
It's major damage is 10 upwards.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So that just does the 1 HP then to you.
Cool. Okay.
And then do I want to go again? Yeah, you know what? I think I will. I'm actually going to have it. So I've gone down to 4. I'll go down to 3 for this. And I'm actually going to move this character here into range of the Arcanist itself. I'm going to roll a d20. And the Arcanist has a difficulty of... Where is it? Gosh, where's it gone? The Arcanist has a difficulty of 11, and I've rolled a 4. So it kind of like lumbers forwards and goes and tries swinging, but almost effortlessly, the Arcanist is just kind of like rotating on the spot and just very quickly like speeds the rotation for a moment, so that strike misses. And then I will pass back to the players. Who would like to go next?
Seeing this, guy kind of roll up. Tiptoe's gonna climb down from Rindrago's shoulder and pull him, like grab his hand and like pull him along. I want him to be with me next to this guy if possible.
Okay.
Shield.
I mean, do you want to trigger this as maybe your tag team move? You get one per session. I think moving two
Maybe
characters
not.
might require a bit of oomph.
Yeah. No, okay, I'll just move down then, and I will not do any extra sneak attack.
Okay.
And I'm gonna stabby stab him again.
Stabby stab. All right, go for it. Give me a duality roll.
Ooh, okay, that is a 14 with hope. That was a 10 on hope, 2 on fear.
Nice. So mark a hope and then roll some damage for me. That definitely is going to connect.
Incredible. So then that is that. Please roll high. Okay, that's 7 physical.
Plus the d6 for rally.
Oh, right, plus the d6 for rally. Plus 4, so 11.
And what is it you're striking them with again? Which item was it?
Fork.
A fork. Okay.
Fork.
So even though it's a utensil typically used for piercing, you know, thicker things with less density, I suppose, you just basically just like ram the fork into it and just it crumbles to dust. This skeleton just completely evaporates, leaving just a pile of old, very scuffed armor down on the floor. Unfortunately, it's not particularly shiny, but that skeleton is gone, meaning that
Good
I
hit.
can now move this.
How many kills is
To
that now,
here.
Tiptoe? 4.
Tiptoe is carrying
4
us.
and counting.
That was with hope, so I suppose who else wants to
Yes, that was
jump
with
into the fray? What about
think
Mevi? I
I'm
want to see
going
Mevi kick
yeah,
some butt.
I think I'm gonna use my returning blade to try and get the enemies that are on Marlowe at the moment.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice, okay.
My duality dice, correct?
Which move's this, sorry?
Where am I? My returning blade.
I think returning blade is just a regular attack. So if you just do a standard, yeah, because it's your primary weapon. So your returning blade, if you literally just do a duality roll against the difficulty, +1 as well.
Okay.
On the roll.
+1. So
Yeah.
roll.
I think you can.
I
Only...
got a 19 with hope, so then 20 with the +1.
Jeez. And yeah, you can choose one target for that to hit. So you can choose either the wraith or the skeleton.
I think I want to go for the wraith.
Okay.
I think.
And that definitely hits. So we just need some damage.
D8. Is the rally roll for the damage, or was that supposed to be for the initial roll?
I'm not 100% sure. Let me check. Rally dies D6. Spend their rally die to roll it. Add the result to the action, reaction, damage roll, or to clear the number of stress. So yeah, so it looks as though you can choose to do it either for the action or for the damage. So if you haven't spent it yet,
so I'm
you
gonna
can totally
do it for
chop it on.
the damage. So I'm gonna roll. I got a 5 on the
Nice.
D8 and then a 6 on the D6.
Oof. So what's
So
that? That's 11 points of damage coming through.
Yeah.
Nice.
That definitely does a whack, so we'll just sort out the hit points there accordingly. So yeah, basically you manage to sort of almost like curve the blade around, because where there's a straight line of sight at the moment between you and Marla, you've got to get it around. So you kind of like throw it, and with enough hinging downwards and with enough force that it kind of swings around, does this slight boomerang-esque movement, and it just clobbers into the forest wraith, and it just goes like really angry that something's just managed to impale it in the side, and it kind of looks down in the hopes that it's going to try and grab the blade and pull it out to maybe use it against Marlowe, but even before it manages to grab it on the reach, it just evaporates and it's back with you. Who is next?
I think I'm next up. Is the skeleton next to Tiptoe dead? Or...
Yep, it is. Let me hide it. Boop, boop. Oh gosh, select. There we go. Hide. Sorry, yeah, that one's out of play.
And are the other things dead too? Did something just die now?
No, that took a hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Rendrago's got nothing is attacking the Arcanist anymore, right?
Not currently, no.
Okay, cool. So Rendrago notices that Marlowe is in trouble, and he is going to use an ability.
Okay.
The ability is called Enrapture.
Ooh.
And it is against a target within close range, and on success, they become temporarily enraptured. While enraptured, the target's attention is fixed on you, narrowing their field of view and drowning out any sound but your voice. Once per rest on a success, you can mark a stress to force the enraptured target to mark a stress as well.
Ooh, okay. Right, let me read. So what, I guess we need to, where is that gone? Let me just see Enraptured. I just want to take that in myself as well. Close range, success. Okay, so we need to do a roll for the success. This looks like a spellcast roll and you get a +2 on it. So it looks as though you're going to do a duality dice roll, and then we're going to +2 to the result and see whether it succeeds at landing on the...
Okay, that's a d12, right?
2d12, yeah.
All right. First roll is 4. Second roll is 12.
Ooh, so that's a 16 with fear. Okay, then +2 will make it... I mean, yeah, it's more than enough to hit the Forest Wraith, so you're fine on that front. So yeah, so basically, do you need to move into range to do that, or it's just within close range, isn't it?
Within close range, yeah.
Let's have a look. So, boop, boop, boop. So that's within close range. So you don't even have to budge. Do you want to stay where you are, or do you want to move to a better vantage point?
Could I move on top of the wagon?
You can. The wagon at the moment is kind of like blossomed open. It's only a few feet off the floor. I do worry if you did that might throw you out of range potentially.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
I'd like to, wait, hold on. Whoopsie. What I'll do is move in between Mevi and the skeleton.
Mevi and the skeleton.
Oh, yeah, like...
Oh, what, as in like to like here?
No, left.
There?
Left a bit, left.
Oh, sorry, here.
Yep, and up.
Like that?
Like there, right?
Okay,
That's
cool.
like blocking the skeleton from getting to Mevi, right?
And it's sorry, is it the skeleton you're targeting here? In the top left?
Well, I was targeting the thing that was attacking Marlowe.
Yeah, the wraith.
Oh, the wraith. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and then moving to get in between the skeleton and Mevi.
Okay, cool. That works fine for me. So yeah, so you do the enrapture, and as you mentioned, it zeroes in on you. It's kind of having to look through the shoulder widths and the heads of both Mevi and Marlowe, and it's got you straight down the center, and it can just about see you. Is there anything that you utter to it when it's isolated on you and it can only hear your voice?
Touch my friends and you touch death, beast.
Ooh.
Yeah!
I like it. So that was a roll with fear, wasn't it? So I need to very quickly give myself a fear back. And it is now my turn. So what do we want to do here? I think the Wraith is going to be pretty angry about this. It's just been struck. It's suddenly zeroed in on you. I think it's just going to try and like whisk its way towards you and do something. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Sorry, this ability is really weird. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. Okay. So yeah, basically what happens here is it's zeroed in on you and it's decided, oh, you want some, you're going to get it. So it has a wander over and it swoops between these two targets, makes an arcing motion, and is basically trying to come straight at you. So I'm going to quickly roll my d20 and we'll see whether this connects. So that is a 10 against your evasion. Does that hit?
I have evasion 10.
Okay, so that meets it, so it beats it. And this move is called Pass Through. So what this does is the Forest Wraith is actually going to pass through the target because you're within melee range. And what it's going to do is it's actually going to push your soul from your body momentarily, making you putting you into a state of untethered. And basically you're not going to be able to act again until this counter here, the large 7, goes down by at least 1. In addition to that, it doesn't appear. Let me see.
What does that counter represent? Sorry.
Is that how many rounds we need to last?
I've not said.
You've not said?
I've not said.
Okay.
Secrets.
Secrets. Sure.
That counter over there actually is the old one.
It's so cold. I'm so
Oh
Oh no, I have something in here for that probably. I'm sure I have like a blanket.
Well, Rendrago's body just goes limp as his soul leaves.
That's it. You have a really just like sort of like disappointed expression on your face. Like it's partly the vacancy of your soul not being there, but also this kind of the last moment as it impacted you of how did I let that happen? And it's kind of a freeze frame of that frustration in that moment. And I think whilst you're in that slight layer of vulnerability, I think I will spend another fear to activate the skeleton in the top left corner that you were trying so hard to be in between. And I think it's going to try and strike Rendrago. And I would imagine this is with advantage, right? If you're untethered at the moment.
Yeah.
So let's do the first roll. That is a 6. So this D6 has to make something happen. And it's a 5. It just creeps it up to 11.
Nasty.
And the skeleton is going to strike you for 1d6 of physical damage, which is 3 damage.
Ow. I can't take an armor roll here, right? Because I'm untethered.
No, I
It's
think
only 1 hit point, which is good at least.
Yeah, it's only 1 hit
That's minor
point.
damage.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
what
it's
do we
not
think?
3 damage. It's
Yeah,
One damage. I'll take
it's
one
1 damage. Yeah, I was going to say I feel like because you're untethered, I don't know whether an armor slot could be spent. It's one of those strange ones because it says you can't act again, which I interpreted more so as like you can't take a turn to do an action. But
Well, I feel
Armor
as your
class.
soul is no longer in your body, it no longer has control of your body. So
yeah, but it'd be an armor slot you're spending, so it's more the armor would take the brunt of that blow. So it's up to you.
Oh,
I
getcha.
think we allow it if we
I
want
just take
to.
the damage.
Take the damage? Okay, cool, brilliant.
Yeah.
Cool. And that will conclude. Oh, will it conclude? Let's see. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think I'll conclude that there for now.
okay.
Back over to the players.
Marlo will step up to the plate. I think the feeling like he's drowning has sobered him up a little bit. And I'm going to change his stance. He goes from a precise stance to a defensive one, which requires him to use a focus point.
Okay.
Can I use the experience of having an unbreakable spirit to fortify his next attack?
Yeah, I would say so. I think you've managed to break yourself out of that mental cycle and panic. You've managed to expel the influence that the Wraith had over you, and you've overcome something pretty great there. It's a
which case
it's a trauma you faced.
I will +2 to my attack. Is that what it does?
Yeah, plus
Plus
2,
two
or
to
it does +2 to the roll, so you need to spend a hope in order to do that.
Yeah,
but
will
you
do.
roll your duality, add the 2. Don't know if your weapon adds anything. Oh, you got a +2 from agility as well.
Yeah, there's +4 in total.
Nice.
Let's see what I roll. That is a 23 with fear.
Yeah, that
which
hits.
I assume hits. In which case, I'm going to mark a stress to do a combo strike. So after making an attack, but before dealing damage,
Nice.
mark a stress to start a combo strike. When you do, I'm going to start by rolling a d4. I'm going to mark its value, and then I'm going to keep rolling d4s. And as long as the d4s I roll are equal to or greater than, it will keep adding
Nice. That's
until I
it.
get lower.
Awesome.
Very cool move.
So I'll just roll the regular damage for now, just to see what happens with that. That was 12 total.
And who are you targeting with
the,
this? Sorry,
the
the
rally.
skeleton right by you.
The skeleton, yeah.
Cool, okay.
I don't think, even though the Wraith's probably more stronger, I don't think he would walk over to the Wraith. So now I'm going to roll up some d4s. I get a 1, 1, 4, 4, and then a 3. So the 3 doesn't count, but the 2 1s and the 2 4s do, which
So that's a
makes
10,
10
right?
total. So that's 22 damage.
You also get the d6 rally roll.
Oh, is that permanent?
Well, I think you can
I
use it
already
once.
won.
I think you can opt into when you want to use it, so you can
you
hold
use
on
it
to
once?
it for now.
I used it once.
Okay.
to
Oh, have you already
increase the
used it?
damage. Yeah, I rolled a 1 on it.
Oh,
It
okay.
wasn't-
Yeah, so that's
once
exhausted.
per
That's
session.
spent.
Yeah, once per
Okay,
session.
yeah. So that's 22
Okay.
damage total.
So there's a huge flurry of punches coming out from Marlowe, who's sort of like shaking everything off, and it's just hitting. Even though there isn't actually any like flesh and blood there, he's still following the kind of the rhythm and the mantra that he's learned previously of like, hit him in the dick, go for the ribs, like straight on the jaw. And as you do, like the skeleton weirdly reactively like puts both hands down to protect its groin after it's been hit. It's almost like its old human spirit coming back into play. But as it's holding its hands down, that's when you just clock its head and it spins until it almost like swivels off like some kind of like clank tech and machinery. And that absolutely manages to wipe that bad boy out. So if I select you, and we do that, and this goes to 6, meaning that Ren, you have now reclaimed ownership of your bod, so you can now do things again should you wish, which is good.
Tiptoe, I'm back.
Was that a roll with fear?
It was with
I was
fear.
in such a weird place.
That looked so uncomfortable.
I want to tell you all about it, but we got to kill all these
We'll
things
kill them first, and then we can talk about it after. We need to unpack a lot.
Okay.
Can I go?
Yeah, Trinity's turn, I think, right?
I believe because I rolled a fear, it might be
Yeah,
Martin's
it
turn.
passes over to me now. So I think
Okay.
what I'm going to do at the start of this is I'm going to spend a fear to enact something called Vengeance of the Veil, which means that I can summon 2 additional skeletons.
Uh-oh.
So we are going to...
We're just cleaning up.
Where is it? We're going to enable this one and this one again, but I'm going to rework their positioning. I'm going to have probably this one appear over here, and then this one is going to be... I reckon we'll have this one slightly further down on the outskirts, so it's eyeing up where Tiptoe is. From there, I think we're going to have maybe the Forest Wraith just go, and this is the Forest Wraith that's down in the bottom left corner. It's going to try and use its life drain ability, I want to say, which is going to be targeted on here. Let me just check the range on this. Oops. Oh, it's always the text. More M's on the map. Oh, there we go. So yeah, life drain is far 2d6 plus 8 magic. Okay, so instead of trying to target the Arcanist, it's seeing Tiptoe as like the final line of defense there currently. It thinks that it's got a pretty good job of trusting the other Forest Wraith to deal with the 3 enemies up top. So it's going to go and target Tiptoe. So I'm going to roll a d20. That is an 11 to try and land. Meets it, beats it.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Wait, pause. Sorry. What is the, can you remind me the fork?
So
enchanted
the fork. I was gonna say, when the person
adds
holding the
2.
talisman takes damage, you can expend its magic to reduce the number of hit points they mark by 1.
Perfect.
It's essentially
Okay.
like, it's basically an extra
Incredible.
armor slot, isn't it? That's how it
Yeah.
seems to work.
Beautiful.
So I'll
Okay.
roll for damage then. So 2d6, we've got a 3 and a 4, so that's giving us 7. 7 plus 8 is going to give us 15. So that's 15 magic damage against Tiptoe.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely, that's gonna bring it down to only 1 HP marked. Cool.
Sweet, nice.
And then it's no longer imbued, so it's a
perfect for
one-time use.
stabbing. Great.
Now it's perfect for stabbing.
Perfect for stabbing.
And I think with that, I will pass back to you guys. You can do your thing. Who hasn't had a little go in a while?
Okay. I would
Mevi can get
I
back
would
in.
like to use my vicious entanglement again on the forest wraith next to Rendrago.
Okay.
So then that would be rolling duality. I got a 9 with hope.
A 9 with hope. And that you were targeting
Yeah.
the forest wraith for that one.
The forest wraith, yeah.
So you try and send this out, and there's the crackle, and you see the vines going up and around, but it does seem as though the wraith is slightly levitated off the floor. It's not quite as grounded as you expect. And you see the vines try to go for a snag of an ankle or whatever it can get a foothold on, but there's nothing there. And there's a very slight kind of like, sort of like chuckle from the forest wraith, and that doesn't actually connect, unfortunately.
Okay.
And that was with hope?
That was with
Yeah.
hope, yeah. So you can mark a hope for sure.
Okay.
I would love to run over here. I've got 3 people in very close range, and one of them's the guy that messed up my friend. So I'd like to reach into the backpack again and grab a whole lot of forks, and I'm gonna spend a hope to cast Rain of Blades again, but really it's Rain of Forks.
Rain of Forks, I like that.
Rain of Forks. So I'm gonna spend a hope for that. That's a 12 with hope.
A 12 with hope. Okay, so what's the radius on that move again?
Very close. So it's gonna hit the skeleton to the farthest left at the top. It's gonna hit the wraith, and then it's gonna hit one of the skeletons below. So it's sort of
a movement that happened in unison. It was a Mevi's move and Tiptoe's move happened quite quickly. So as the wraith kind of like looked down at the vines, you see that the fork just kind of flies past the forest wraith, actually missing it. But the two skeletons do both get nailed by these forks. So if you would like to roll,
leave him alone.
So if you would like to
leave that
roll,
little guy alone.
if you'd like to roll damage for each of them, that would be good.
Please be high. Please be high. Okay. That's 8. Now, okay. This is not an attack. It would not be considered an attack, I'm assuming, because it's just a spellcast roll.
I think it's still an attack, right? It's an offensive move, is it not?
Well, I mean, if
Rain of
the
Blades,
GM
spend a
says
hope.
it's attack,
Conjuring.
I'm gonna add an extra D6.
I think conjuring throwing blades that strike out at all targets. That's an attack. That's for sure an attack. Yeah.
Well, I've got my buddy in melee range of the wraith, so I'm adding an extra D6 specifically for the wraith.
Oh wait,
First
hold on.
attack.
So is this on?
This is a class feature of mine as a rogue. When you succeed on an attack, while an ally is within melee range of your target, you get to add a number of D6s equal to your damage roll.
Okay, so it's a case of you're adding damage to the Rain of Blades.
Just for the wraith. Yeah.
So
if you consider this an attack roll.
So the Rain of Blades isn't hitting the wraith, just as
Oh, it's not.
It doesn't.
Oh,
No, it only hits the skeletons.
Okay. If it only hits the skeletons, then yeah, that's 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay. That's a little bit more than meets it beats it. So you actually see both the skeletons, like they've not even had a chance to even kind of assess the situation that they've entered into, and just ping, ping, ping. You hear like forks flying off of the armor, but there's the occasional one that manages to graze the different bones of their body. One of them actually hitting just beneath the kind of like lung area, and absolutely shattering the top one over here into 2, and the one on the far left as well. Just one hit, one connection, just absolutely pulverizes it. And these two go out of play.
Nice.
They have vanished. And with that, we
Good job.
can take this down to here.
I got more.
There we go. Just delete that just there.
Good job, Tiptoe.
And that was, did you say that was with hope, that roll?
6. Yes, that was with hope.
That was with hope. Okay. Let's see. I think, yeah, so let's keep this with the players then. The players can do their thing.
And Drago, have you had a go recently?
I've not. I'm just.
You're back in your body.
Yeah, I'm back in my body. I'm just checking if I can do what I want. I have an idea. Within melee range, back to close range. Oh, okay. Okay, so I would like to attack with my ice breath.
Ooh,
Elemental breath attack.
Back in
and
play.
I will be adding my rally d6 into this attack too.
Nice.
So that's going to be hitting the wraith and the skeleton to my left and my right.
Okay. So we're looking at these two here, yeah?
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, so what am I doing? Rolling a 12?
So roll your 2d12. Obviously hope them fear.
Yep.
Do you get any additionals onto this? Let's have a look. Where's Rendrago? Because this is the ice breath, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Yeah. I don't think I get additionals.
Elemental breath. Yeah, so it looks as though you just roll your duality dice. You don't have any pluses or negatives on your instinct. So yeah, it's just a straight d12 double roll.
Am I within very close? Yeah, I am. Okay. Nice. Okay, so let's do this.
Nice.
Hope D12 is 11.
Nice.
Fear D12 is 10.
Ooh, a 21 with hope. Goodness me. That is absolutely going to connect with the pair of them. So if you want to let me know what the damage is going to be, let's double check.
Roll for the damage now?
I'm going to use my rally roll for the damage. And what do I roll for the other damage? A d6?
So it looks as though you're rolling a d8 for the damage roll of the breath, and then you add a d6 on top of that if you're using your rally
D8,
die.
you say? Well, let me go into my tiny little thing to find the d8.
Open the
Give me a
pendant.
moment. Open the pendant.
Unlock
What
the
does a D8 look
locket.
like? I don't actually know if I have a d8.
Like a little diamond shape.
Oh,
You can
mean
just
this
click.
tiny little diamond shape.
Maybe.
That looks like the one.
I think so.
Okay.
Potentially.
Cool. So this is the d8 for damage. It is 5, and the
Nice.
d6 for rally. It is 6.
11
Nice.
points of damage.
Nice.
All right. So, what number skeleton is that? That's going to be, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter. It's a lot of damage. The skeleton just absolutely freezes. And we mentioned about the density of the bones of the skeletons earlier on. The ice just completely eradicates any kind of like cellular hold together that they've got. And you literally just see it crumble into not even ice. It seems to just almost just drop into almost like dust and ash. And you just see it all like flooding and fluming out of the armor set as it falls to the floor. And with the Wraith, you say it was 11 damage, wasn't it?
Yep.
You see the Wraith get frozen, and it's all over the front face of the Wraith, and it's like just really angry and frustrated, and it's like picking bits of ice off of it and like just like flinging it to the ground. It's really peeved at this point. Not quite gone, but it's looking a little bit forlorn at the moment now.
Tiptoe. I did the thing. I've been practicing it since I was a Dragoling. I did the thing.
That was awesome.
The dragon breath worked. Yes.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh, I tell you what I can do
Yay.
as well. We can do this right here. There we go.
43? Oh my god.
Whoa,
you imagine?
Number went up there. Hello.
All right, who wants to
boy.
go next? Who hasn't gone in a while?
I'll have Marlowe take a step up to the bat. He's gonna like worm his way past the firefly, and just try and do a solid right hook into the stomach of the Wraith, if such a thing is possible.
Yeah, there's a center point. It's a little bit more kind of like entangled, but you can see that actually the way that the sort of the roots and the vines of this creature exist, it's got quite a prominent head and shoulders and torso, and there's this twisted core in the middle. You assume there's maybe some kind of like magical catalyst that sits inside of there, and then the bottom half kind of floats and
Let's go
hangs
for
off
that.
of it.
I'm gonna get rid of. I have 4 focus total, which is what I got when I rested, and I'm gonna change that in order to be able to go into a precise martial stance. So I'm then going to do an unarmed strike. So I will punch for +3 on this, which in total is 9 with hope.
So this is a tight core in the middle. He's not missed ab day, which means that there's a lot of like twisting and moving. So as you go to do the first strike, it's just another little like whoop, like almost like cartoon character style. It just like gently like twists
bends
around
out
it.
of the
Yeah,
way.
there's just a bend and a giving in the center of its being, which means that it manages to dodge
Marlowe
that
like
attack.
follows through and kind of like stumbles forwards a little bit, like whoa, okay, I didn't expect that. That'll be his go then. That's him.
Nice.
But it was with hope, so
It was with hope, so it still
yeah.
doesn't come back to me.
Maybe?
Unless it does.
I saw someone say that if I fail with hope, it doesn't go to you unless you spend a fear.
Yeah. The other thing I've just noticed, which I don't think it's been important just yet, because I think all the abilities have been. Let me even just check Tiptoe as well. Because it does say. I mean, I feel like this is almost the sort of thing I should have mentioned, but I kind of.
We won't metagame it.
Yeah. So basically, it says that the Forest Wraith has resistance to physical damage.
I don't think I've hit it yet.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember if anybody else has. I guess I would consider Mevi's move magical. I'm pretty certain it even says
Yeah.
magical on
Magic
it as
force.
well.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't the force.
So that's something to be mindful of with the
Mine is
with the
magic
Wraith.
damage.
when I go to
For
try and
Vein
punch
of
it, that'll
Blazes.
definitely
Oh,
your
cool.
Vein
So
of
everything
Blazes.
so far has been good. I don't know how resistance works in Daggerheart. Let's see if it.
I think it
mentions-
takes. Oh no, that's only for us.
I think maybe it
No, that-
subtracts something. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Let's read the rules real quick. When a creature has resistance to a damage type, they halve the damage of that type before comparing it to their damage thresholds. For example, if it's 26, it would go down to 13 physical damage instead. Okay, that's simple enough. All right, cool. Nice. I guess, yeah, play still with the players. You guys aren't rolling with fear, so I'm getting no kind of juice.
Is that skeleton above Rendrago is dead or alive? I could have sworn I remember Rendrago killing something.
I can't remember if there was one here.
Was it there?
The one in the top left.
Oh, yeah.
One. I've killed one, and then I think so. Like I got. I don't. Where's the pointer? There's a pointer.
I think you might be right then. So let's hide that bad boy.
Okay.
So we've got one skelly and two wraiths at the minute. And you know what I might do? I might interrupt you. I might be that guy. I'm going to, seeing you brace for your move, I'm going to have it be that I spend 1 fear in order to summon more skeletons back into the fray. And we're going to have this one and this one suddenly pop up in close proximity to both Mevi and Tiptoe. So climbing out of the ground, seemingly coming out of nowhere. And I think this one in the top right corner, I'm going to spend an additional fear. So I'm going to go down to 0 fear, which is nuts.
That's good. We got him on the ropes, guys.
Yeah.
You really have. And it's going to try and go for an attack strike on Mevi.
Do you have my elf? I have a quick reaction. Mark a stress to gain advantage on a reaction roll.
Ooh, okay, sure. So, what is a reaction roll then? I feel like we've not really had those.
I don't know.
I guess
but
a reaction roll would be...
this is a reaction type situation.
Well, I feel like earlier on we had the reaction roll when the Strixwolf charged at both Tiptoe and
right
and Ren, but I don't know whether we have it much in combat scenarios. I would say if you mark a stress, maybe I roll with disadvantage. Does that sound fair?
Okay, I'll mark a stress.
Should we do that? Okay, let's do that. So, woohoo, that's not good. So that's... Wow, okay. Does 2 beat your evasion?
It's, no.
No? Okay, fine. So this skeleton comes out, and it's a lazy effort on the skeleton's part. It's climbing out the floor, and it just literally, before it's even fully gotten out of the ground, it's still only torso upwards, and it's just on arms, and it just leans over and just tries swiping at you and completely misses. Absolutely pathetic attempt. And then we'll pass it back to you if you want to clap back at all.
Yeah, can I just, like, take my returning blade, instead of throwing it, I just, like, slice at it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I guess would probably do the same amount of damage, which would be the... So then...
Yeah, the returning feature of it is literally just for if you happen to lob it. You do have your small...
Okay.
Oh, no, that's Tiptoe I'm looking at, sorry. But yeah, you can literally just use it as a melee weapon as well.
Okay, I rolled a 15 with fear for hitting.
15 with fear. Okay, thank
fear.
God there's a fear rolling out somewhere. Good. But yeah, 15 with fear.
My bad.
Definitely hits. I just need what damage comes through.
D8. Where's my 8? Okay. I rolled a 7.
A 7.
Plus 1, I believe. Ooh, right? Or am I going crazy?
That is a...
No, just 7. Yeah.
7. Okay, so... For the sheer disrespect of trying to get you before it's even gotten up to its feet, you don't let it go a step further. You literally just look around, you scoff, and just for style points, you throw the blade away so it hits a nearby tree. You let it come back to your hand, and then boom, right into the top of the skull. You just sink it into the top. You knew you had time to burn, and you knew it was still trying to clamber out of the ground, so you absolutely decimate that skeleton right there, and it is
I'm sorry.
pulverized. Are you apologizing to the skeleton?
Yeah.
Okay, fair, as you do. And because it was with fear, we're back to me. And I think the forest wraith, which forest wraith do we want to enact here? Let's go for... Let's have a look. I think the other forest wraith hasn't particularly acted just yet. I think it tried to do just a standard move previously.
Oh, it life drained me, I think.
It removed my soul.
Oh, well, so this one removed your soul. I think this one did the life drain. So they've both kind of done 1 or 2 actions. I think this one up here is really feeling backed into a corner. So I think what it's going to do is it's going to move to... it can only move to a close range at most. So... I'm just going to move it up to here, and it's still going to be able to act within that distance. And I think I'm going to attempt to do a life drain on... Who's the most recent person to hit it? Maybe Rendrago with the Ice Breath? Yeah, I'm going to see it as a retaliation move. So I'll roll a d20. And it is... it's a 3. I don't think that touches Rendrago at all, right?
Nice.
Nice. And that, unfortunately, is going to be turn over, I think. Did I spend... I don't spend a fear when it's a fear roll and it comes to me. So I think I still have one more fear I can spend to do something. I tell you what then, let's have... Let's have this one just here, this skeleton down in the bottom corner. I think I'm going to move it up towards Marlowe. It's actually going to bypass the Arcanist for a... Actually, no, it's just going to go straight for a straight shot on the Arcanist. So it's got to be 11, so d20. It is a 5. So it scrambles over towards the Arcanist and tries like slashing away at it with like a sword and part of like an open palm claw as well. Just does a double arm throw forwards, completely misses the Arcanist with terrible accuracy, and does actually manage to hit the it manages to hit the stone which is currently being imbued and being worked on. So much so that it actually blasts it back to very close range and repels it. And then play is back with the players.
If it is okay, I would like to spend a hope and throw more forks, but I would like to move down here so that I can get both this wraith and the skeleton.
Sure, go for it.
So...
I can't believe how much of a consistency forks have been in this session.
Hey.
Right? We're going to have to change the hashtag to ForkTwit or something.
That is a 8 with hope, 3 with fear. So that's an 11 plus 2 is a 13.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. So, skeleton does get hit by this, and just about the wraith creeps over the line as well. This is going to be a double whammy.
Good to know. And that is a 5 plus 2. That's 7 damage. And it is magic damage. It is not physical damage.
Nice. That's good for us. And you're going for the wraith at the bottom, correct?
Yes, please.
That's 7 damage, so that's that. The skeleton, as you probably expect, just immediately crumbles to the ground. Just you sort of jump over, and your cone of damage can never really go backwards. It's more so you've got forwards and left and right, and you can't really go back that much further, like, you know, on your sort of like backwards angles, because the bag is just there and it's all in the way. But you just do a cool, like, you're almost holding them like Wolverine claws. You got 3 in each hand, and you just go like that, and then dunk, 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 3 in each of them. And you manage to hit the wraith, and also that skeleton perishes.
I
Meaning
poke my
that...
head over the wagon again, and I give a thumbs up to Ren. 7!
7 and counting.
And here we are. And that was with hope, I'm assuming, right?
And that was with hope, yes.
Nice. Play is still with you guys. I am fear poor. I'm spent. I'm exhausted.
He's spent.
How do I see how far someone can run?
So in Daggerheart, basically, if you press M, or sorry, on this website, if you press M and then you press O, yeah, M for move, I suppose, and then O, you see at the top it's called range, and if you just left click and hold on any character, it will show you what distance they've got. And basically in Daggerheart, you can move up to close range. Basically, it's just part of your move. It's not a case of, oh, if you move close, then you also can't attack. It's anything far and beyond would probably be an agility roll to make stuff happen.
Okay. I think when Drago's goes up next, I think I've tried to punch it after you, Ren. So it would be you next. If you want to take a stab at anything. You could reach that skeleton, I think. I think you're in range.
You could very easily move to it,
but
100%.
I think what I'm going to do is... I'm in close range of this wraith, top left. Yeah. I am going to use my Bard ability, Bard Hope. For 3 Hope, I'm going to distract this target and give them a -2 penalty to difficulty.
Ooh, very nice
Giving
choice.
Mivy and Marlowe a chance to go and destroy that thing before it can inflict any more damage.
How do you imagine that going? So you've obviously spent your 3 hope and you're distracting them. Are you distracting them with song? Are you going for a sheer presence? Are you trying to do some form of intimidation? You don't need to roll for this. It's more just, I want to understand the storytelling of how you managed to shake its spirit.
I think perhaps Rendrago goes into some sort of a prayer mode where he just starts thinking, and he gently levitates above the ground, and wind starts to fly a little bit around him.
I like the idea that like the frost begins kind of just like gently clouding from the corner of your mouth. It's already been hit by it before previously, and that really shakes its spirit. So yeah, -2 on the penalty there. And
-2 hope marked.
Oh no, -3 hope for you needs to be marked there.
-3 mark, that's right.
And I suppose who would like to go next? I gotta wait for a fear roll from one of you.
Sure. I'll take a stab at this skeleton. Oops, that's
Nice.
there. Yeah, okay. I'm basically just gonna try and do that wombo combo again. And we'll see if I can pull it off. So that's an attack roll, which is, I'm not rolling well today. 8 with hope.
Ooh, God, that hope is coming in clutch.
Yeah.
So, what you find as you run on over is that actually, like, you get the sense that the Arcanist must be getting close to finishing the work that she's doing on this tablet and this kind of like massive hump of rock. And pulses are starting to not only emanate in terms of light, but you're also starting to feel a reverberation coming off of it. And that staggers your movements a little bit, and also it staggers the skeleton. So you actually manage to compose yourself as you get over, but as you go to punch, the skeleton almost like does a really unintentional backstep away from the strike and manages to dodge away from it.
Nice.
So
Slippery.
that's where we're left with. And we said that if it's hope but a failure, I don't get to go.
Yeah, I don't think you get a go.
So somebody else can rock and roll.
Okay,
Someone else take it.
Vicious
Wanna see
entanglement
Nevi.
again. I love my vines.
Do
I'm
it for the
going
vine.
for
Tangle
I'm
those
going
dudes.
for the wraith in the top left corner. That's my left.
Okay.
Yeah, I know my left from my right. So then I'll roll. I rolled a 15 with fear again.
Ooh, okay.
But then where is my does that hit?
That does hit, yeah.
Okay, so then that one is 1d8 with +1. 5, so 6. 6 damage.
6 points of damage. Okay, let's have a nosy.
6 points.
6 points of damage. Okay, yeah. So much like before, the vines start cracking across the floor, and the vines almost have like a mind frame of their own. It might be an extension of your intellect, but noticing last time that they weren't actually able to reach the wraith, and with him looking a little bit distracted and disconcerted by what Ren's doing with the prayer, it goes up and it actually lunges from the ground upwards, kind of forming like a very small claw of sorts, and it does manage to get a hold of it and is holding it. So now it's enraptured and it's a little bit panicked.
Nice.
So we've got that. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see. I have 1 fear. I must spend it wisely. I suppose
Spending it now.
I think I get to do.
Don't spend it all in one place now.
I know. Well, I think if I recall, chat was saying that when you guys roll a fail with fear, it becomes my go and I get to do 1 adversary, and then it costs to do an extra one. So I can move 2 pieces here and do 2 things. So I think first and foremost we are going to oh god, what are we gonna do? I think we're gonna have this skeleton that's by Marlowe retaliate. It's a bit of it's almost like they're both bouncing off the reverberation of the waves that are coming at them. So as much as it's just assisted, it's hoping to come back with the same momentum and go for a strike on Marlowe. So
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a d20, which is a 17 to hit.
That does hit.
Nice. And then I'm gonna roll 1d6, which is literally 1 + 1, making it 2 damage.
Okay, I'll expend a armor slot in order to take that to 0.
Nice.
Cool.
And then we will take fear down to 0 because I am going to have this boy down here. What's he going to go for? I don't know whether... I don't think he's actually done this move just yet. So I think I'm going to... I think it's going to go all out. It can see that this is a losing battle at the moment, so it's going to go for its memory delve action. So I'm going to roll a d20 on tiptoe to see whether this lands at all. Is that d20? Yeah. It is a 7.
Against my evasion?
Yeah.
No.
It says +3 on it. So when it says attack +3, is that I add it, or is that I add it? Does that get added to the difficulty roll?
I think you would add it, so it would be a 10 total.
A 10, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and my evasion's an 11.
Ooh.
So sorry.
So you see it trying to muster up almost the courage, which is strange because the wraiths are normally so ominous and looming, but it's trying to muster up the courage and wanting to come over and try and like place a hand on you, but it just doesn't manage to make it. It does close the gap on you.
Nothing going on up here.
And that's what you say as it reaches out a palm to you.
You can't get in my head. There's nothing in here.
And play is now back with all of you.
Okay, I have a question actually about a feature. I have a feature where I can mark a stress to move. It doesn't tell me that it's an action or specifically something. I just have to mark a stress, and then I can like zip over to somewhere else.
Okay.
Can I do that on top of an attack, or does it need to be?
Which one's this on your character? What are we looking at?
This is the Nightwalker, the Shadow Stepper.
Let's have a look. Where is it? I can't find it. Shadow Stepper.
If you scroll down, yeah.
You can move from shadow to shadow when you move into an area of darkness or a shadow cast by another creature. I think you would already have to be... oh, wait. Sorry. You can mark a stress to disappear from where you are and reappear inside another shadow. So I think you'd already have to be within a shadow.
Right. And so my question there is, if I moved into either the shadow of a wagon or shadow of the wraith,
I reckon so. I like the idea of that. I reckon you could mark a stress. You sort of turn around and do... I guess it's... Oh, but it's the backpack, isn't it? The backpack makes it so hard to get under the wagon.
Right.
Unless you're willing to part with the backpack for a moment.
Absolutely not.
Okay, well in that case, I'm not sure that's going to happen. I was imagining you doing a baseball slide beneath the wagon and then...
Yeah.
But
I could do
but
that.
The backpack's not going to fit under there. The wagon itself is blossomed and open, but it's only levitating slightly off the floor. There's room for you,
Here's what I
not the
imagine
bag.
happening. I'm going to like slide under, and I'm going to mark a stress, and I'm going to try and reappear in the shadows of like this tree line up behind the wraith that's entangled and enraptured. But as I go, the backpack isn't going to come with me, and I'm not going to realize it.
Okay.
It's going to get left behind.
Cool. That is how I probably would have played it out as well.
Yeah.
What's the movement looking like on that to get up there? I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter too much. It's the shadow step, isn't it?
It's within far range, so I'd love to
easy.
move behind this.
100% you can, yeah.
This wraith up here.
When you're under the wagon, you'll be straight in that shadow, and you'll also be cloaked as well.
I'm now cloaked,
which is
good. I am going to now attack it. And Tiptoe doesn't know that they are, resistant to physical damage, so I'm going to just try and bop it. Hopefully. Woo! Which is that plus that. I can't do numbers. That's a 7 with hope, a 3 with fear, plus 2 is a 12.
12. So that's a 12 with hope. So you can mark a hope, get one back, which is good.
Awesome.
So the resistance is halving the damage. Okay. So yeah.
Yes.
So did you say that was a 12 with hope?
Yes.
Does
that hit?
It does not hit, unfortunately.
Shoot. Okay.
There was a lot of fanfare when it happened, and even though you did manage to slip the bag off by accident when you shadow stepped, your wonderfully new shiny shoes that you picked up in Hush have too much a bit of a jingle and a jangle to them. So as you land in that shadow behind there, and you go for that first strike, the clutter and the clatter of the sound of those boots kind of loses your cloaked capability.
Right.
And as you go to strike it, it notices and manages to just sort of like sort of like weave to the side ever so slightly.
Quick question: if it's entangled and enraptured,
Oh,
does that give me
advantage.
advantage?
Yeah, 100% does. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So that's an extra D6
Yeah.
for that.
Oh, yeah,
that-
it's -2 difficulty too,
My
right?
coolant
Oh
also.
my god, it
entangled
is. Yeah, no, you're
mine.
so right. So you're fine anyway. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's
So
-2
then
difficulty.
So just roll for damage now.
Amazing.
I completely
roll for
forgot about that.
damage.
Oh,
That
you'll do it.
is 10 physical damage.
So
halved
10,
to
so we halve that. So we do 5. 5's physical damage. And what is it you're attacking with again? With a fork. Okay. So so that is minor damage.
Guys,
And for
question.
Tiptoe, I've got a simple question.
Yeah.
What's the finisher?
There's nothing stealthy about her. She hasn't realized her backpack is off of her. So she's just going "Ah!" as she stabs him with a fork and then turns around, realizes her backpack isn't on her and goes "Ah!" That's it.
Nice. That
That's
is
the finisher.
exactly how it plays out. So
Nice.
the combat scenario comes to an end because the final wraith drops down. The other one slinking away into the tree line and vanishing. And in that moment, I've lost my notes. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Sorry. So yeah, basically, you do your strike, and that wraith just like crumples into a pile of bark. And you thought there was a core there, and you do see it for a moment beneath the rubble of the wraith that was there, and you just see the light from it beginning to dull, beginning to waver. And as you glance over, you see the Arcanist do a ginormous pulse, even bigger than the one at the beginning of the battle. And that just absolutely shatters the core of that creature, of the other wraith, and even the skeleton that stood over by Marlowe. Everything just like comes crashing down and crumbling. And you see the slow rolling back down of the Arcanist's eyes. And everything gets somewhat more relaxed. You can hear the creatures of the Sablewood have also begun to calm down. There's no screaming, shouting, no hollering, cawing, croaking, roaring. Everything is just still again for a moment. And the Arcanist comes to and goes, wow, that took a little longer than planned. I could see what was going on around me. Jeez, I didn't quite expect that response from the woods. Is everybody here okay?
Goodness gracious, you could have done that a bit sooner, Arcanist, but we're doing okay, thank you.
Good time takes
so tired.
good work takes time, my boy. No need to rush.
Put my backpack back on.
You've got the same
Oh,
impatience as your father. I can see that much.
Well, I'm
You-
impatient because I haven't had a sleep yet. I'd love to have a rest. Is it time yet?
Finally.
You'll be glad to know, little one, rude one, that we are complete. Help me loft this back onto the carriage, and we'll go back to my place. So
when you go
Amazing.
back over to your bag, by the way, Tiptoe, like even on the game, I was slowly inching my way over.
saw
We're
that.
not between anyone. Marlowe's tail is like poking in the top, like feeling along the insides. But as you like come and pick it up, he like quickly pulls his tail back out again. Good job, everybody.
So you make
He
your
helped lift the block back on.
nice. So the rock is back on. Right then, let's make haste. We're still not quite done yet because where there are flames, there are fire. And basically, you all get back on the carriage and you rattle along, making your way back into the Arcanist's home. And it blossoms open. You come on in, and about an hour or so has passed since then. You've all had a little drink, and different creams have been rubbed into wounds that were open. The Arcanist has really got you all in tip-top shape. And she sort of turns to you and goes, right, well, that over there is going to need just a little bit more time. It's a bit longer than you'd like. And she shares with you that it's probably going to take about a week or so for the magic to settle within the stone. It's sat currently suspended and floating in the hearth of the fire that leads to the single chimney out of there. So why don't you go and get yourselves settled in hush, get to know the locals a little bit more, enjoy the food. Oh my God, this week the food's going to be fantastic. Feel free to swing by and bring me some more. That'd be grand. Right, there you are. Off you go. And she ushers you out the house. And as she does, you can see the sun beginning to rise slowly, and the sort of the roaring orange of the sun is apparent. But as you look in the distance, you can see some really tall stone spires. It's one of the only times you've actually been able to see over the top of the trees of the Sablewood. And they're basically breaking over, and on each of these spires, you can see flames flickering, almost like they're beacons or communication of some time. They're going, and you're wondering, is that a good sign or not? And the Arcanist turns around and goes, well, the spires over there, they're a communication signal. There's one over there, there's one to the west, but the one on the west hasn't been lit in some time. I'm worried that something might have happened to the spire keeper. I'm worried that if those go out and we can't communicate, if there are signs of war or struggle, people won't know. So when you're ready, come back. We'll deliver this to your father. And I have another task for you, heroes, if you're up to the job. And that is where we leave it for today.
Hey!
We did the thing!
We did the thing! Well done, Martin. That was amazing.
You did
God.
Yeah, that was
Good
fantastic.
stuff.
So, yeah, basically, if we pick up next time, we can...
More threads to follow.
More threads to follow. We can
Many
go
threads.
and meet King Emerus.
Nice.
We can go and see what the
Oh.
Citadel's all about.
Yeah.
If you feel like it, we can come back to Hush and see the Arcanist, or maybe Papa Emerus will have something else in mind for you all.
Nice.
So there we go.
So fun.
I was very
That was
clunky
really
at the
good
start
fun.
of that last battle, so sorry about that. It's
No.
I don't know.
I've been
was
poring
so
over the
good.
quick start adventure all day, and like kind of refamiliarizing myself with it. It was just that last fight. It was just it's the beginning point of what's coming through tree lines, what spawns where. That got a little bit lost on me, but we got
There's
back.
a lot of
Totally
plates to
fair.
spin for that.
There is, yeah. I mean, the Wraith alone has 3 abilities. The skeletons,
Yeah, that's a
the
lot.
skeletons do have like a group attack, which I never leaned into, but I don't think they were stood in close enough proximity to one another. And then the fact you can spawn 2 skeletons every so often for one fear, I was like, right, so which one's 1, 2, 3, and 4 on my markers and everything?
That was really great.
Yeah, I had fun with
So
that. That was
fun.
Good
nice.
stuff.
I think we've got the combat
Yeah,
down
good.
now, which is nice. So it should be smoother. I mean,
I
do we want to do it again?
Yeah, of course.
Definitely.
I'm down.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
We didn't
Oh,
build up
yeah.
the rapport this much not to follow through with it, I
Yeah,
think.
we need more forks. That's what we need.
We need more forks. That's what I was gonna say.
So someone in the chat maybe like an hour or so ago, like I know we just created the hashtag, but they suggested hashtag back and fork,
Which is
Oh,
incredible.
very
is pretty
good.
So I don't know if we want to take a vote and change from backpack Twitter to back and fork Twitter.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything
Back and forth.
pre-populating that hashtag. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we don't want to step
Hashtag
into anything.
back and fork. Oops.
Seems very unique. I highly doubt it. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
That'd be
is
crazy.
on Twitter. That is completely empty. You don't even have to
Lovely.
put like twit at the end of it. I think you could probably just put hashtag
Back and
Hashtag
forth.
back and
Sick.
fork is so funny.
Let's check back and fork on Tumblr as well. Absolutely dead. Yeah, there's nothing.
Nice, lovely.
I like back and fork. If we want to go with back and fork.
That's really good.
Hashtag back and
Nice.
forth.
So if anybody wants to
That
share
works.
artwork, thoughts, feelings, feed like tips for me as well as a GM, like if there's any stuff that I missed or didn't do quite right today, I feel happy enough with my performance today that I feel confident keeping on pushing on with the learning to GM and stuff, which is fun.
Yeah, you did a
Um,
fantastic
You did
job. dude.
so well. First
was
time
great.
ever DMing and it being live.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That was the scary bit.
Yeah,
I, for
I
a
get it.
while, I wanted to run this adventure, but with like my brother-in-law and like sort of people IRL, but just didn't get a chance to. So yeah, this was no training.
Martin,
wheels.
there were moments where while you were story building that I forgot I was even in this thing. Like I was just listening and like the world was built, and then I was like, oh, I've got to do something now. Hold on. I was, like,
Right.
sitting
There were a
reading the
couple
story.
moments where I was just like sitting here. I thought I was a viewer, and like I realized, oh, something happened that I could have had maybe react to.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. Oh man,
Yeah, you did so great, dude.
that was great, and thank
So
you
fun.
for being patient with me and everything. That was really good.
Thank
It
you for
was-
doing
It
this.
It was
Fantastic,
good.
amazing.
And Daggerheart's a fun system.
I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like-
very unique.
I like the damage thresholds. I like the back and forth of fear and hope.
Yeah.
Being able to mark stress to do cooler stuff is neat. Like I like the resource pool that we can dip into.
I really
I think you
enjoyed
can
being able
challenge
to
us a bit
like.
more too.
Yeah, I think we can
you
up the
were quite
battle.
strong. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, but those encounters like were weighed up as being like fair. I think the first combat encounter was deemed as like
First one was rough.
It was deemed as easy, but I don't think there was any real threat to you guys.
Is there usually? My question is, with the first combat we did, is that usually designed for more than 2 people? Like, because we only had the 2 of us at the start.
You did get
So,
walloped by 3
We
guys.
got walloped
Oh,
by
yeah,
3
no,
because
sorry.
there were only 2 targets.
Yeah, that is normally designed for 4 players.
That makes sense.
We just had a
Makes sense,
unique
yeah.
circumstance going into it
Yeah.
where during the session 0, it was like Marlo and Mevi are both going to be like sneaking around and following and stuff. So I
We
thought,
missed a couple damage rolls for Tiptoe too, so it probably would have been easier if we.
Yeah, I
remembered
forgot
them.
about sneak attack. So I didn't realize there was a whole bottom of the page, so I missed a lot of things because I had like my little screen kind of minimized so I could just see like little bits and bobs. Turns out I have a lot more.
yeah, I do wish that the character sheets would. I can show chat what I mean when I say this. So, like, if we open up like
Just
Ren's
scroll
character
so
sheet just
far.
here, is Ren's sheet here looks like this, but you've got all this information here. Why can't we just simply scroll down the page? And the only way you can actually get it all to pop out is if you lower the percentage of magnify, but then you can't read anything. I don't understand why this here can't expand downwards. It's one of the like most major pieces of feedback that I wish we had, because you have to kind of scroll on each half in
I
each
don't know if
iframe.
yours is like that. Mine is completely like you scroll down the whole page.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's mine as well, but it's just
And mine isn't
Ah.
like that, and I don't know why.
it's funky.
Okay, interesting.
Great
But
session,
yeah,
guys.
that's us.
Yeah,
we,
so
Fantastic,
fun.
yeah.
we done did Daggerheart. We've got stuff. Next time, Ren needs normal size die. Just 2d12. If you get 2d12, you're pretty much set for most rolls. I'll let you. You can do your dualities big, and you can do your other rolls teeny tiny.
Sweet.
But
Cool.
yeah,
Thanks, gang.
thanks for watching, everybody. Remember, it's back and fork is the hashtag. If you want to give us any feedback and observations and art and all that sort of stuff. And we will see you all again in the near future.
See you later.
Bye bye. Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, bye, bye.
Oh, there we go. Right. I'm just going to sit on this call by myself for a moment. Jesus. Okay. Runtime, not too bad. I think the first battle was really slow going. I think the introduction of Marlo and Mevi was a little bit later than I anticipated during that fight, but the second battle went a little bit quicker. But yeah, man, we did it. We ran a thing. It was also your first time. Yeah, exactly. And I think once we know the rules, everything's gonna be like, cool, roll for damage, roll for this, roll for that. It's gonna be quick and bang, 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 bang. And as the players get more comfortable as well, because every time they were doing one of their features or one of their domain cards, I was like actively opening the tab to look at their character to see to understand what they were doing. So yeah, it was pretty good. I'm really happy with how you could probably tell that in the latter parts of the Quick Start adventure that where I'd rewritten the narration and the prompts describing the areas and what the characters say and stuff like that, I just felt that I ran out of time to do that for Acts 4 and 5, which is why the narration was a little bit weaker. Whereas I felt like I was quite eloquent and pulled together for Acts 1, 2, and 3. So I'll make sure next time that I have every bit thoroughly written out. I managed to improvise a lot of details and stuff, which was fun. But yeah, I think that was my weakest point. And also just entering combat for the second combat encounter, I really hated how much that halted the proceedings. So yeah, so that was that. Is there anything major that I missed today in terms of mechanics that I maybe was implementing incorrectly or things I forgot to tell my players? I know that I was good about letting them know about tag team moves and lots of other things in that kind of realm. So I'm just curious what you thought. I kind of wish that we spent a little bit more time at the tavern, but I was worried that we would run over too long if we stayed in the tavern for a really extended period of time. A level up because of the huge accomplishment. I feel like maybe that would potentially come in the next thing we do. I'll have a look at what the what the book says about running a short run campaign and when to do leveling. I think I'm not doing an XP system for this. I'm going to do leveling based on accolades and big moments. The whole party will level at the same time. I'm not going to have it where it's like, oh, Ren gets a big pat on the back from dad and suddenly boom, level 2. No, it's going to be everyone will level at the same time, and we can enjoy that aspect of it. I don't want to leave it too long to level the characters up, because one, we get a whole new pool of adversaries to face, and also we get to just do the leveling up process. We get to pick our things and, you know, figure all of that kind of stuff out, which I think would be fun. I think the slate is not home yet. That could be the level. Yeah, maybe that could be fun. I would have enjoyed seeing a cam on your rolls, but don't know if that would pull back the curtain for too long. To be honest, that's probably doable. I mean, I know some people fudge their rolls or whatever, like meaning that if a roll was going to hit a player character, sometimes they'll probably tell a little lie to say that actually it doesn't hit or whatever. But all of my rolls today were truthful. I don't think I ever want to do that. I think a dice cam maybe is a nice idea. I just worry that it would be disruptive in this space. I don't have much room to do things on. We could always roll the dice on a tabletop thing, but I quite enjoy doing the dice rolls like real life, which is good. It's a lot to do. Character introductions, 2 battles, multiple locations in one stream. Pacing was fine on the viewer side. Nice. Okay, good. That's good. I mean, obviously I was following the construct of the quick start that they provided, which was really handy. But yeah, I'd like a nicer way of visualizing the fear as well. I guess where they can see my camera, maybe potentially what I would do next time, which I think would be a really good idea actually, is using either meld or somehow doing it with OBS where I can have my proper camera. Because at the minute, what you're seeing, this camera here, is me pinging it to Video Ninja, and then I'm taking the browser source and bringing it in, which is why I'm not quite as crisp as usual, although it looks pretty good at the minute. Because the lighting's there. But what would be good is if I could do an OBS scene or a meld scene and have a virtual camera where I have some kind of like fear counter here. Even if it's just like in this corner here, you can just see like fear tokens across there, and the players can look at my camera if they want to see how many fear tokens I've got. I think that would be good. Tavern time and pacing are things you learn as you grow as a GM. Don't worry for now, and focus on the story you wish to tell, getting into the rhythm of railroading versus freedom. Yeah. And I think we spent enough time in there. Like when they first came into the tavern, I mentioned about First Moss and being like, oh, did they add First Moss to the calendar finally? But nobody took the bait on that. Nobody bit on it. So later on, I then introduced what First Moss was to give them a bit more context. Which was fun. And yeah. What Draz says, some stuff is just experience. Obviously trying to complete a one shot versus pausing at any good moment within your allotted time for a long-term campaign lets you time differently. Yeah. I very much saw this as I didn't want it to crest over 2 live streams. I wanted this to just be bam and a one and done today, which was good. Also, I've just realized we had a super chat of like $30 Canadian, I'm assuming that is, from Squeleton. Thank you very much, Squeleton. Much appreciated. But yeah. Hit me up if you want the counter. I'll write some HTML, CSS that you can use as an overlay. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I feel good. I feel good about that. A little disappointed in myself for Acts 4 and 5, but like 1, 2, and 3 were really solid. 4 and 5 was a bit of a dip. And I also think fatigue set in at that point as well, which made the improv a little bit harder to do. But as a whole, it's better than I thought it would go for my first ever GMing experience with next to zero TTRPG experience in general. You know what I mean? So that was good. That was really, really good. It makes me really want to get on with the Misadventures one as well. I think that's going to be pretty cool. So I guess just as as another recap again, things that I used today and I'm still using right this second is Pocket Bard was for the music today. Really, really cool resource. Like if I go to like say Fey Ritual, which I was considering doing. Although this sounds almost a little bit too magical. This feels like it would almost be like and like another dimension, another realm or something like that. But you can add heartbeats in. Maybe if I turn up the ambience a bit. You can add intention. Can you hear like the swelling and the noise and stuff like that? You could add in thunder. Thunder coming in. How quiet's the weather? Maybe winds. Oh, there's the thunder. When fear goes up, tension and heartbeats up. Yeah, that was something I was doing. I was moving the intensity slider around a little bit. So look, so if you go right to the bottom, even maybe combat's a better example. So you go for combat. In fact, we'll do just pure music for a second. You hear that? And then when you go to the middle, some more comes into the forefront, and then the full whack sounds like this. So it's really cool. It layers stuff in, which is really, really nice. Let's go back to the tavern. The tavern came in clutch today. And it does these really nice like transitions as well. Makes it all very seamless. So today we use Pocket Bard. Really, really good music app. Really happy with that one. We have got maps that were provided by the Mad Cartographer. So you can go to the madcartographer.com if you want to go and see more of those. They seem to fit perfectly immediately onto Owlbear Rodeo, which was the website that we used for all of the maps and overlays and things. And then in addition to that, we used Fresh Cut Grass, which I can probably show you now, actually. It was on my second screen for the majority of this. But if I show you this real quick, where is it? That one there. There we go. Oh, all the cameras are gone. So what I'll do, I'll turn those off just in case somebody comes back. There you go, nice. But yeah, Owlbear Rodeo. Sorry, not Owlbear Rodeo. This is Fresh Cut Grass. So basically, you can build your encounters. So for example, the ambush at the beginning, and you can basically mark HP. You can mark stress on the characters as well. Basically just allows you to do everything. It basically gives you the stat block alongside it as well, which is really, 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 really handy, which is good. Fresh Cut Grass from Critical Role Campaign 3. Yeah, it is. It is. It's clearly named after that, isn't it? You've got the Open Veil encounter as well. So you've got your various skellies. Once you write them all off, it grays itself out and stuff. So this is really, really cool. Free tool as well. Interactable stat blocks is very, very nice. Which is cool. Oh, I see. So you spend a fear to do that one specifically. Nice. And they're all just action rolls anyway. And then what's really cool is it plugs in to Demiplane. So at any given moment, I can look at my players' hope, armor slots, stress, HP, all that kind of thing, which is really, really cool. So yeah, so that was that. Very, very good. So I think we might be done for today. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate the patience and the support. We will do more with the Back and Fork crew in the very, very near future. I'll have to literally write something. I'm going to have to write a one-shot again, or a continuation of this story based in this world. So that might take a bit of work on my part, because I've never really done... Again, never GM'd anything. I've also never written anything either. So aside from the misadventures one the other day, this was a real step out of my comfort zone, but it went well. Right, let's have a look. We are going to raid... I'll tell you what, they really like D&D and stuff as well, and they're in misadventures, so I'm going to get them on board for that one. Let's go raid Cleo. Nice, wonderful. All right, enjoy Cleo's stream. Have a wonderful night, and I will I see you tomorrow? Oh my god, I will see you tomorrow. We're going on Hermitcraft tomorrow, everybody. So tomorrow, I believe it's 6 p.m. BST. We're going to be jumping on the Hermitcraft server. Mr. Skizzleman is my host. I'm his special guest. So we get to go on there with a bunch of the hermits and a bunch of other friends that we have, like Ollie, Timmy, Sausage. Loads of people are going to be on. So that's going to be great. Make sure you join us for that. Be sure to use the hashtags. What was it again? Back and Fork. Make sure you use that hashtag. I want to hear everything you think about the show today. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.